Buongiorno a tutti, ben arrivati. Giusto due parole, adesso faremo i saluti istituzionali in italiano, presenteremo due parole da parte del nostro Ateneo e degli enti che insomma, ci supportano, dopodiché avremo il ricordo del prof Romano e poi inizieremo con la conferenza. Ecco, io vi ringrazio a nome di tutti perché chiaramente è un momento per noi molto particolare, questa 12ª conferenza Input all'Aquila, e eravamo molto orgogliosi di questo evento. Purtroppo siamo stati colpiti, no, dalla mancanza del nostro caro prof, però diciamo che in qualche modo bisogna andare avanti, bisogna dare seguito agli impegni presi, quindi comunque siamo molto contenti della vostra presenza, siamo contenti in fondo anche di averla fatta. Vi dico che l'idea c'era balenata l'idea adesso, la titubanza di si fa non si fa, però in realtà è stato un momento che è passato veramente veloce. Questa conferenza rappresenta, incarna in qualche modo un po' i temi cari al nostro professor Romano, quindi l'innovazione per quanto riguarda la pianificazione territoriale, le tecnologie, tutto quello che era la spinta verso la crescita anche attraverso questi strumenti. Ecco, adesso io non mi dilungherò in questi discorsi, lascerò anche la parola a questi aspetti ai saluti. Dico solo questo, siamo felici che questo lavoro che stiamo portando avanti è stato recepito anche al di fuori dell'università, del mondo accademico. In realtà quello che facciamo oggi, che è stato fatto nelle altre edizioni, quello che presentiamo nelle nostre conferenze, sta avendo una grande ricaduta al di fuori del mondo accademico, e lo vediamo con la risposta degli enti. Abbiamo grandi collaborazioni per quanto riguarda le reti ecologiche, per quanto riguarda gli strumenti di pianificazione, per quanto riguarda le tecnologie che sperimentiamo, e questo ci fa molto piacere. Fa in modo che gli obiettivi che ci poniamo e i discorsi che abbiamo sempre fatto in qualche modo non rimangono nel piacere delle parole e dei discorsi accademici. In realtà hanno una ricaduta a livello sociale, hanno una ricaduta a livello di comunità, e sempre di più noi cerchiamo di potenziare questi obiettivi e di potenziare il nostro lavoro in questo senso. Quindi io, ecco, prima di passare ai saluti, vi ringrazio di nuovo sia per l'affetto dimostrato da parte di tutti, sia per la vostra presenza, e soprattutto per il grande contributo che si sta dando al nostro settore scientifico. Questo è un messaggio che anche ieri durante la commemorazione è passato, è stato ribadito, e che ci dà anche un po' la forza per continuare il lavoro e per continuarlo in modo determinato e sicuramente con grande passione. Quindi io vi ringrazio. Passiamo ai saluti istituzionali. Per l'Ateneo abbiamo oggi il nostro prorettore, il professor Roberto Cipollone.
Carissimi colleghi, studenti, buongiorno a tutti innanzitutto. Diciamo che l'apertura istituzionale di un convegno internazionale è per definizione un momento di gioia. no? Un momento di condivisione, un momento di incontro, ancor più quando le persone che sono state chiamate, che parteciperanno a questo evento, hanno un comune afflato culturale. No? Parliamo di pianificazione del territorio, parliamo di consumo di suolo, parliamo di tutto ciò che ieri è stato, diciamo, in maniera molto toccante richiamato relativamente agli argomenti di questo convegno che coincidono, no? Con quelli del professor Bernardino Romano. Oggi non è così, no? Quindi questo momento di gioia necessariamente deve passare attraverso un ricordo, una situazione psicologica che ci ha colpito, che ci colpisce ancora, che ci lascia sgomenti, no? Ancora di più perché la persona che ovviamente stiamo richiamando è una persona che ha delle caratteristiche universitarie del tutto particolari, accanto alla sua cultura, alla sua capacità di fare scuola, al suo entusiasmo, aggiungeva una dimensione umana che tutti quanti noi conosciamo, no? Quindi abbiamo perso prima ancora che un valentissimo collega, un amico, no? Una persona con la quale ci si poteva parlare serenamente e al quale si poteva chiedere. Io ho avuto con lui, consentitemi ancora un minuto, insomma, ho avuto con lui un rapporto un pochino più stretto negli ultimi 5-6 anni, occupandoci di aspetti, diciamo, in qualche modo laterali, no? In qualche modo che influenzano le capacità di una città, no? Il consumo di suolo urbano e i suoi consumi energetici. Avevamo anche pensato, concepito qualche nuova linea di attività che ovviamente non può che farci bene, non è venuta con noi, verrà con le persone che ha formato. Quindi è un po' con il cuore infranto, no? Che diciamo il compito di iniziare di dare inizio a questo evento che dà all'Aquila una visibilità ancora più grande e rafforza la visibilità della nostra università in ambito nazionale ed internazionale. Come sappiamo, come diciamo a vostra conoscenza, l'Università dell'Aquila è una struttura adesso matura, una struttura universitaria matura, si potrebbe dire un gioiello nell'ambito delle competenze che cura e che porta avanti, e all'interno di queste competenze poi esistono specifici settori dove raggiungiamo l'eccellenza, non un'eccellenza diciamo dichiarata in maniera formale, ma un'eccellenza che si basa sui contenuti, sulle cose che facciamo, sulla capacità di fare scuola, sull'umanità che un docente deve avere, che i docenti devono avere nel momento in cui assumono questo compito. È una realtà ben consolidata, no? 7 dipartimenti, delle attività diciamo che più o meno si muovono all'interno di tutto il campo culturale, di tutto lo scibile culturale. Ci manca qualcosa, manca sempre qualcosa per chi fa cultura, però indubbiamente questa università negli ultimi 20 anni ha assunto un ruolo a livello nazionale ed internazionale di una visibilità del tutto nuova. Grazie ai giovani docenti sui quali abbiamo investito, grazie anche al grande sacrificio delle persone, quali ad esempio Bernardino, che ha dedicato la sua vita a questa professione. Quindi è con questo spirito che io ovviamente vi auguro. Il termine auguri oggi è un termine che non dovrebbe essere utilizzato, no? Però diciamo che è con questo auspicio, che questo spirito che spero che i lavori che intraprenderete, che oggi iniziate, siano diciamo proficui, portino questa università e le università che rappresentate, no? Ad una visibilità ancora maggiore e siano forse la migliore testimonianza che possiamo lasciare ad una persona che purtroppo non è più con noi. Grazie.
Grazie professor Cipollone, chiamo il vice direttore del nostro dipartimento del DICEAA, professor Marcello Di Risio.
Grazie Alessandro. Buongiorno a tutti, mi allaccio al discorso del professor Cipollone nel darvi il benvenuto a questo convegno che è un po', come dire, lo specchio di tutta l'attività non soltanto del professor Romano, ma di tutto il suo gruppo e che, come dire, ci accomuna come dipartimento infatti non a caso gli argomenti in cui tutti noi parleremo a partire da oggi fino a venerdì sono un po' il filo conduttore di tante delle attività di tutto il Dipartimento, inteso come un grande gruppo di ricerca che lavora su queste linee. E mi allaccio anche a una cosa che diceva il professor Marucci. Alessandro ha sottolineato come questi argomenti siano non soltanto di utilità, come dire, al nostro divertimento come accademici, ma sia anche molto utile per la società in generale. Alessandro richiamava le collaborazioni anche con enti esterni. Sostanzialmente forse questo è un momento storico particolarmente importante, perché grazie anche alle attività del professor Romano e del suo gruppo di ricerca, un po' anche di tutto il Dipartimento, tutte le cose che facciamo poi alla fine hanno una motivazione di esistere anche per la società in senso molto ampio. Non a caso avrete probabilmente modo di vedere in questi giorni anche un'esposizione che si tiene a Palazzo Camponeschi su alcuni elementi che riguardano queste linee, queste attività, e che riguardano in particolare il progetto di sviluppo del Dipartimento di Eccellenza, e questo è uno degli elementi cardine del progetto di sviluppo, che non è soltanto uno sviluppo del Dipartimento, ma è inteso come uno sviluppo anche del territorio, anche non soltanto locale. Quindi con questo do il benvenuto a tutti voi. Io uso la parola augurio, augurando a tutti noi e a tutti voi una serie di giornate proficue, sia per migliorare e per iniziare nuove collaborazioni tra tutti noi, quindi vi ringrazio.
Grazie Marcello. Adesso chiamo l'assessore Francesco De Santis del Comune dell'Aquila a fare un saluto. Ringrazio per essere oggi qui.
Buongiorno a tutti, era un dovere essere presenti, oltre che anche un motivo di grande orgoglio. Mi stringo al dolore e lo faccio a nome della Municipalità dell'Aquila. Io non ho conosciuto il professor Romano, almeno non di persona, anche se avremmo dovuto incontrarci a breve per tutta una serie di lavori avviati insieme col professor Marucci. Però chiunque come me non ha avuto l'onore di conoscerlo, lo può conoscere attraverso l'emozione che si percepisce fortissima oggi in questa sala, e lo dovrà conoscere attraverso il lavoro che tutti voi porterete avanti nella città dell'Aquila, nell'Università dell'Aquila e a livello internazionale, come internazionale il convegno di oggi. Mi allaccio per fare solo una riflessione a quello che si è detto già nei saluti istituzionali, cioè l'importanza di non lasciare idee che volano, che fluttuano, tutti quegli studi, tutti quei ragionamenti, tutte quelle visioni strategiche che fate sulla pianificazione urbana, senza poi riuscire a calarli nella realtà. Ma per calarli nella realtà ci vuole un grandissimo sforzo che dovete fare in primis voi nel confrontarvi con quella che è poi l'amministrazione pubblica, che è chi atterra le vostre intuizioni e i vostri studi. E questo è faticoso perché l'amministrazione pubblica di questo paese, e lo sapete bene, si perde nei gangli di una burocrazia lenta. È difficile perché, nonostante le occasioni degli ultimi 2 o 3 anni, tanti interventi di riqualificazione e rigenerazione urbana non sono stati forse all'altezza di quello che un paese come l'Italia, dove l'urbanistica e la venartistica sono facce della stessa medaglia, non siamo riusciti a portare avanti una rigenerazione di grande qualità, che guardasse al bello, ma già sarebbe tanto se riuscissimo ad evitare il brutto. E di brutture ce ne sono state tante anche nella nostra città riguardo la pianificazione urbana. Penso solamente ai devastanti anni 70 e 80 e all'eredità che ci hanno lasciato. Ed è per questo che uno dei temi più cari del professor Romano è stato anche uno dei primi temi affrontati insieme al professor Marucci e alla sua squadra nella riflessione fatta all'inizio di questo mio mandato da assessore all'urbanistica per quelle che dovevano essere le linee strategiche di questo quinquennio, che è la lotta al consumo del suolo. Oggi l'Aquila è una città che si è espansa, è una città vasta, tra le più grandi territorialmente parlando in Italia, forse al 9° o 10° posto, se non ricordo male, ed è una città piena e quindi non ha bisogno in alcun modo di continuare ad espandersi irrazionalmente. Ed è proprio in questa linea che stiamo cercando di lavorare anche con l'aiuto degli studi dell'Università dell'Aquila per dare delle linee guida nel rinnovo delle consulenze e degli studi sul piano regolatore del Comune dell'Aquila, per dare una linea che sia nettissima sulla lotta al consumo del suolo. L'abbiamo già cominciato a fare con delle piccole iniziative, con delle piccole modifiche ad alcune leggi regionali, così come recepite dal Comune, penso alla 40, penso alla 49, l'abbiamo fatto con un messaggio più politico che amministrativo nella sostanza, che è la retrocessione delle aree edificabili ad aree verdi per chi volesse richiederlo, ma sono tutti quanti dei messaggi che vogliamo poi trasformare in azione politica e amministrativa concreta, che cerchiamo di far proseguire sulla linea delle visioni strategiche che aveva soprattutto il professor Romano e che oggi quelle idee devono continuare a camminare sulle vostre gambe. Quindi nell'abbracciarvi tutti per il dolore mi unisco all'augurio di un buon lavoro e grazie per aver organizzato un convegno di così alto livello internazionale nell'Università dell'Aquila.
Grazie all'assessore, un abbraccio per l'intervento. Adesso chiamo per la Regione Abruzzo, ingegnere Enzo Di Placido, grande amico e collaboratore che in questi anni ci sta supportando nella messa a terra di tutti i nostri lavori.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono l'ingegnere Di Placido, responsabile dell'ufficio VAS e supporto all'autorità ambientale della Regione Abruzzo. Io porto i saluti dell'assessore all'ambiente, il dottor Emanuele Imprudente, che purtroppo per impegni pregressi non ha potuto partecipare a questo convegno. Però io, devo dire, parlando appunto del contributo che la politica, che l'assessorato all'ambiente ha dato al progetto sulla strategia regionale per lo sviluppo sostenibile, devo dire che è stato importante perché voi sapete che quando comunque si avviano dei progetti a livello di ente pubblico, in questo caso a livello di regione, è importante avere il supporto dell'assessorato e della parte politica, perché tutti quanti gli atti passano attraverso delibere di giunta, atti politici. E devo dire che noi con grande difficoltà abbiamo anche sottoposto all'assessore all'ultimo momento delle proposte da mandare in giunta. Lui non ha mai fatto saltare la giunta. Ha sempre portato immediatamente perché credeva e crede in questo progetto. Oggi c'è una grande assenza, quella del professor Bernardino Romano. È da poco che avevo conosciuto da poco il professore, un paio d'anni, poco più di un paio d'anni, da quando è iniziata questa collaborazione proprio per la definizione della strategia regionale. Devo dire che sono rimasto immediatamente colpito dalla figura del professore. Una figura particolare, importante. Nella mia carriera professionale ho conosciuto pochissime persone così. In quella universitaria una, due come tutti noi, no? Poi ci portiamo sempre dentro il ricordo di un professore, quello che ci ha colpito particolarmente. Ebbene, il professor Bernardino Romano, che ho conosciuto in altri ambiti, ha avuto la capacità di fare questo, di lasciare un ricordo, seppur conosciuto soltanto da 2 anni e poco più, un ricordo forte, un esempio forte. Credo che questo l'abbia trasferito anche al suo gruppo di lavoro, che vedo coeso nel portare avanti tutti quanti i lavori e tutte quante i progetti. Vi dico che sono progetti veramente complicati, quindi veramente complimenti a tutti quanti voi. Cosa sta facendo la Regione Abruzzo? Grazie all'Università degli Studi dell'Aquila e grazie alle collaborazioni che abbiamo avviato con il DICEAA, quindi con il professor Bernardino Romano e con il suo gruppo di lavoro. Abbiamo messo in atto delle collaborazioni che consentissero di definire anche per la Regione Abruzzo una strategia regionale di sviluppo sostenibile. All'inizio è stato molto complicato, ci siamo confrontati con il professor Romano e con il professor Marucci, perché effettivamente partire così da zero, in una regione che almeno all'inizio non aveva ancora degli studi, no, avviati. Ma l'obiettivo principale qual è stato? È stato quello di voler ottenere un documento che fosse utilizzabile direttamente dai nostri colleghi pianificatori a livello locale, a livello comunale, a livello provinciale e perché no, sicuramente anche a livello regionale, quindi una sorta di linea guida. E cosa bisogna fare? Cosa deve contenere una strategia regionale affinché sia una linea guida per procedere ad una corretta pianificazione? Abbiamo iniziato a costruire, ad identificare quelli che sono gli obiettivi e le scelte strategiche della Regione Abruzzo, e questa cosa è arrivata grazie chiaramente alla competenza politica. Sapete che però quando si fa pianificazione le scelte sono sempre politiche, ma il politico deve avere dei riferimenti, deve sapere come pianificare il proprio territorio, come garantirne lo sviluppo. È per questo che noi vogliamo redigere questa strategia, vogliamo redigere questo strumento affinché sia di sostegno anche alla parte politica, quindi non solo ai tecnici, ai veri e propri addetti ai lavori degli uffici urbanistici, ma anche alla politica, avere uno strumento, partire quindi, aprire questo documento, leggere quelli che sono gli obiettivi strategici dettati dalla Regione Abruzzo, obiettivi strategici che si rifanno a quelli, ai principi dell'Agenda 2030, obiettivi strategici che riprendono gli obiettivi della Strategia Nazionale per lo Sviluppo Sostenibile. Pianificare però significa anche capire in che modo, no, dovrà poi evolvere il territorio. È proprio per questo che con l'Università dell'Aquila abbiamo avviato una collaborazione per lo studio delle reti ecologiche, la prima volta in Regione Abruzzo. Proprio questa mattina parlavo con il professor Marucci e gli chiedevo: ma voi nelle Marche, nell'Umbria, avete già avviato un discorso di questo tipo, ma com'è andata? Insomma, è un progetto che è iniziato con dei progetti LIFE nel 2014, l'abbiamo portato avanti per diversi anni e siamo riusciti ad ottenere un risultato eccellente. Lo stesso collega della Regione Umbria, il dottor Manzi, all'inizio di queste collaborazioni mi disse: ma voi avete il professor Bernardino Romano che ha collaborato con noi per diversi anni in queste attività. Io all'epoca insomma ancora non lo conoscevo e poi insomma con estremo piacere abbiamo avviato queste collaborazioni ed oggi grazie all'Università abbiamo anche noi definito a livello regionale una rete ecologica che rientrerà all'interno di quel documento, all'interno della strategia regionale. È molto importante la rete ecologica, era un argomento che stava molto al cuore al professor Bernardino Romano, perché ci teneva molto a limitare il problema della frammentazione del territorio, a garantire ed evitare il consumo di suolo. La Regione Abruzzo non ha ancora una legge sul consumo di suolo. È un primo passaggio quello della strategia, un passaggio secondo me importante, fondamentale, che deve mirare soprattutto a dire a chi amministra, a chi governa il territorio: attenzione, il territorio deve svilupparsi, ma secondo delle regole ben precise. Devo dirvi la verità, quando ho partecipato a degli incontri con amici tecnici, architetti e ingegneri e si parlava di consumo di suolo, erano tutti quanti spaventati. Perché? Cos'è che spaventa? Spaventa quello che non si conosce. Quando quindi un tecnico che fa progettazione si parla di consumo di suolo, limitazione del consumo di suolo, subito pensa: caspita, non si fa più niente. No. Quella persona è spaventata perché non conosce. Quando non si conosce qualcosa noi ne siamo spaventati. È proprio su questo che dobbiamo agire. Dobbiamo fare in modo che invece si conosca questa materia, affinché le persone non siano spaventate e capiscano che in realtà quella della limitazione del consumo di suolo non è una limitazione al lavoro, no. È un qualcosa che va fatta per garantire uno sviluppo sostenibile del territorio. Chiudo dicendo che la strategia regionale non è stata soltanto collaborazione pura con l'Università dell'Aquila, ma volevo anche dire che questo strumento, voi sapete che una pianificazione ha senso soltanto se la pianificazione stessa poi alla fine nel tempo viene monitorata, ed in questo è stato fondamentale il supporto dell'Università, perché ci ha fornito degli indicatori ambientali a livello regionale, sono stati definiti, quindi adatti ad una pianificazione regionale. Poi successivamente con l'ART Abruzzo abbiamo individuato altri indicatori ambientali che potessero essere utilizzati a pianificazioni di livello più basso, provinciale e comunale, e sono indicatori che potranno essere utilizzati dai colleghi degli enti locali, anche dei miei stessi colleghi della Regione Abruzzo, per poter monitorare la pianificazione, per poter capire in che modo il territorio nel tempo si sta sviluppando. La strategia non è stato soltanto comunque questo, è stato anche confronto con il territorio. Abbiamo fatto formazione presso le scuole e un'attività che recentemente si è conclusa è stata proprio quella di formazione degli enti locali, i tecnici degli enti locali. Grazie al contributo offerto dai centri di educazione ambientale sostenuti dal gruppo di lavoro del professor Bernardino Romano e dallo stesso professore, abbiamo fatto formazione presso gli uffici tecnici affrontando argomenti di valutazione ambientale strategica, di valutazione di incidenza, per questo ringrazio il professor Francesco Zullo. Abbiamo affrontato i problemi della mobilità sostenibile, c'è stato quindi un confronto anche con i tecnici comunali. E abbiamo affrontato l'efficientamento energetico e alla fine di questi incontri, ne abbiamo fatti 4 su base provinciale, ce n'era uno. Quello che poi è risultato il più affascinante di tutti, ha lasciato tutta la platea sempre a bocca aperta, ed era quello sulle reti ecologiche. Veniva il professor Bernardino Romano, si sedeva dall'inizio alla fine del convegno in ultima fila e quando era il suo turno veniva e parlava e ci raccontava della sua esperienza fantastica. Che cosa ha lasciato in me il professor Bernardino Romano? Io sono un ingegnere civile e sono appassionato di istruttore, quindi paradossalmente con questi argomenti c'entravo ben poco. Dovete sapere che io, conclusi questi incontri, sapete la prima cosa che ho fatto? Ho acquistato un libro, non voglio sbagliare quindi lo leggo, mi sta arrivando proprio in questi giorni, Jared Diamond, Armi, acciaio e malattie. L'ho acquistato, quindi questa è la grande influenza che il professor Romano è riuscito a passare a una persona che ha conosciuto soltanto da 2 anni, quindi che devo dire? Grazie all'università, grazie al professore. Ci sono delle sfide importanti, consumo di suolo, reti ecologiche che ancora devono essere portate avanti, ma con l'insegnamento del professor Romano insieme ce la faremo. Grazie.
Grazie Enzo, grazie per aver ricordato anche la profonda collaborazione col professor Romano e quindi tutte le attività che abbiamo messo in campo. Adesso chiamo a fare un saluto l'ingegner Pierluigi De Amicis, dell'Ordine degli Ingegneri della provincia dell'Aquila, anche lui grande amico del Dipartimento da tanti anni e ci supporta e ci sopporta.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti, vi porto i saluti miei personali sicuramente come Presidente dell'Ordine, ma di tutto il Consiglio, di tutto l'Ordine. Oggi subito abbiamo dato ben volentieri patrocinio e partecipazione a questo evento in tempi non sospetti. Sono passati diversi mesi proprio dalla fase iniziale, grazie per averci coinvolto dall'inizio. E devo dire che sin dal primo momento volevo partecipare personalmente, tant'è vero che oggi avevo degli impegni istituzionali fuori l'Aquila, parteciperò parzialmente perché non potevo mancare personalmente proprio per mostrare quanto l'Ordine abbia a cuore questi temi. Domani avremo un Consiglio dell'Ordine e purtroppo dovrò fare una cosa che mi peserà molto. Ogni volta che seguito un decesso di un collega dobbiamo fare una cancellazione per decesso. Quella di domani, cancellare l'amico Dino, sarà forse ancora più pesante di quelle di altre cancellazioni, perché ci sentiamo un po' depauperati proprio anche noi nel mondo ordinistico della perdita di un collega. Ogni volta che scompare un collega è qualcosa all'interno della comunità degli ingegneri è pesante, come lo è all'interno di qualsiasi altra comunità. Sentiremo la mancanza. Ho conosciuto personalmente il professore e devo dire che l'ho apprezzato dal punto di vista umano, soprattutto un piccolo esempio. Ho avuto in un anno l'onore di essere docente in un corso di laurea. un'esperienza che non avevo recentemente, quindi in tarda età, diciamo, no? Non avevo mai avuto piacere, l'onore di di svolgere questo tipo di attività. E in Dino ho trovato un sostegno, un supporto, una guida che mi aiutasse nel meandri più reconditi di quelli che sono le attività di docenza, e l'ho sempre ringraziato per questo, soprattutto per la sua disponibilità, la passione che ci metteva anche nel trasmettere quelle che erano le sue conoscenze, ma anche delle dinamiche interne. Come diceva ieri nella commemorazione del professor Longo, è difficile trovare persone nell'ambito accademico che siano umili, che non abbiano voglia e volontà sempre di andare avanti. Anche in questo devo riconoscere che Dino sapeva trasferirle queste sue capacità a tutti quelli che gli si avvicinavano in qualsiasi modo. Oggi per me questo è un convegno importante e ci credo veramente tanto. Mi riallaccio a quello che diceva l'assessore, la pianificazione, consumo dei suoli, l'Aquila, brutture degli anni 70 e 80. Abbiamo perso le grandi occasioni. Sisma 2009 è stato un dramma. Ne abbiamo approfittato poi in seguito per fare cose belle, sicuramente, un po' tutte quante le professioni insieme, e non solo, anche con le imprese, con i cittadini, con le amministrazioni. Stiamo vivendo una ricrescita, una rinascita dei nostri centri storici, soprattutto quello dell'Aquila. Forse quello che abbiamo perso l'occasione, i veri piani regolatori non andavano fatti nei centri storici. I veri piani regolatori andavano fatti di ricostruzione, andavano fatti nelle periferie, cercando di recuperare quello che nel corso degli anni, non è solo un mio giudizio per carità, ma evidentemente non è riuscito bene. Poteva essere il momento giusto, buono, per poter recuperare quelle che erano le periferie. Invece abbiamo continuato a consumare suolo, anche in quel caso. L'Aquila era conosciuta, quando ci si diceva dove sei? Alla Rotonda. Guardo quelli un po' più, con i capelli un po' più diversamente neri, come i miei. Tutti quanti sapevamo dove stavamo. Adesso dove sei? La Rotonda. Boh, qual è? Per andare dall'Aquila all'imbocco dell'autostrada Bussi, da casa ne faccio 20 di rotatorie, una cosa allucinante. Consumiamo il suolo, mi sono sempre chiesto, no? Abbiamo delle strade che sono intasate, volumi di traffico ormai inimmaginabili. La soluzione qual è? Allargare sempre le strade? No, dobbiamo pensare a qualcosa di diverso, non possiamo continuare ad allargare questi nastri di asfalto che attraversano i nostri territori. Non possiamo pensare di ammodernare delle strade statali, provinciali, diminuendone le velocità di percorrenza e aumentandone esponenzialmente i tempi di percorrenza. Sempre ricordando per esempio l'Aquila Pescara, forse un po' esageratamente, ma i tempi di percorrenza erano 50 minuti, dal centro dell'Aquila a Pescara al centro. Oggi fatelo con meno di un'ora e mezza, è impossibile. Qualcosa dobbiamo cercare di recuperare in tal senso, e penso che la pianificazione, nel senso più ampio possibile, sia il momento giusto. Guardare la pianificazione e cercare di integrare, perché, come diceva anche l'amico Enzo Di Placido, dobbiamo far conoscere quelli che sono i vincoli per poterli anche ridiscutere. Ridiscutere non significa diminuirli, probabilmente discuterne significa anche ampliarli. Far capire il perché vi è la necessità di questi vincoli e vedere come si sovrappongono fra di loro. Vi faccio un piccolo esempio e chiudo, non vi rubo tempo. Abbiamo capito che vi sono le FAQ, che non sono le domande frequenti con le risposte, per carità. Le FAQ sono le faglie attive e capaci, quelle faglie che sono lì pronte per rigenerare disastri. Abbiamo capito che sulle FAQ non possiamo costruire e siamo tutti d'accordo. Abbiamo capito che dalle FAQ dobbiamo delocalizzarci. Dobbiamo prendere gli immobili che sono nelle prossimità o sulle FAQ, nelle fasce di rispetto, e spostarli. Spostare questi immobili significa dover aver bisogno di aree di atterraggio. Queste aree di atterraggio dovranno essere inserite nei singoli piani regolatori dei singoli comuni dove sono presenti le FAQ. Se non vi è un coordinamento tra tutte queste norme, tra tutti questi, permettetemi, vincoli, che vincoli non sono, stiamo parlando della salvaguardia della vita umana, che è una delle cose più importanti a cui teniamo tutti quanti, se non vi è una comprensione, una sovrapposizione di vincoli per andare a vedere dove fare, cosa fare e come non fare, non riusciremo mai ad avere uno sviluppo sostenibile nel senso più ampio dell'accezione del termine, non riusciremo a portare a termine uno sviluppo del nostro territorio. Quando parlo di sviluppo del nostro territorio, continuo a ripeterlo, dobbiamo fare in modo che ci sia sinergia tra tutti quanti i nostri centri abitati, sempre nel rispetto delle autonomie degli enti locali, però dobbiamo mettere a sistema tutto quanto questo, dobbiamo trovare il modo per condividere tutto quello che esiste e potrà e dovrà continuare a esistere sul nostro interno territorio regionale. Non possiamo continuare, perdonatemi, a ragionare con camere stagne, dobbiamo cercare di integrarci, di capire e di comunicare. Quello di oggi, per questo mi è piaciuto dall'inizio, perché è un forte impulso in tal senso, cercare di ampliare le conoscenze e portare dentro la pianificazione sempre nuovi aspetti. Se continuiamo per questa strada, è lunga, è tortuosa, è difficile, vi sono tante tematiche che devono essere inserite sicuramente, però è il percorso giusto e per questo come ordine condividiamo perfettamente questo percorso e credo di poter parlare anche a nome di altri ordini, non solo provincia dell'Aquila, che potremo dare tutto il nostro supporto a che si possa andare avanti lungo questo percorso. Io vi ringrazio, vi auguro buon lavoro e buon proseguimento.
Grazie al Presidente dell'Ordine degli Ingegneri. Chiamo l'Ordine degli Architetti, il Vicepresidente architetto Marco Morante, per un saluto. Grazie.
Grazie Alessandro, buongiorno a tutti. Io porto 4 cose, un saluto umano, poi il saluto istituzionale, una proposta e una richiesta. Il saluto umano non aggiungerò molto a quello che è stato già detto, io avevo conosciuto molti anni fa il professore tramite amici comuni, ma in realtà poi mi ci ero incrociato tante e tante volte occupandomi di fatto proprio per formazione anche accademica e di ricerca, quello che è il progetto alla scala intermedia, avendolo sviluppato soprattutto sulla città adriatica anni fa, quella che è la patria, se volete, della diffusione insediativa, e essendomi occupato poi personalmente, occupandomi anche di inserimento di infrastrutture in aree protette, quindi insomma spesso gli ambiti erano molto simili, i punti di vista diversi e da lì poi passerò a quella che è la proposta per quella che è la comunità scientifica e professionale. Quindi insomma vi siamo molto vicini come ordine degli architetti umanamente, vicini al gruppo di ricerca del professore Romano, che era già ben riconoscibile e che con oggi, permettetemi anche, oltre al cordoglio, il plauso. Si capisce quanto questa comunità e questo gruppo di ricerca riesca ad essere operativo e attivo, quindi immagino che non sia stato facile, che non sia facile oggi, però questo qui per noi si vede la vita che scaturisce da quello che è stato già fatto anche dal professore umanamente. Il saluto istituzionale si ricollega invece sempre anche qui ad un mio percorso personale. Io questo evento l'avevo messo in agenda in gennaio, seguendo i vostri social, avevo visto che già in gennaio era stato pubblicato, l'avevo appuntato perché leggo i vostri paper, dicevo a Camilla di aver letto alcune sue cose sugli adattamenti climatici, altre cose. Quindi siamo una comunità scientifico-professionale che deve confrontarsi con un cambiamento continuo, di cui insomma non devo parlarvi io oggi, e che non è soltanto quello insediativo in questo mondo velocissimo e ristretto, ma è quello legato ai cambiamenti climatici che ci stanno sollecitando e rispetto ai quali, se non riusciremo a trovare le risposte, soccomberemo. Quindi il saluto è proprio di interesse alla comunità professionale degli architetti aquilani della provincia dell'Aquila rispetto a quelli che possano essere i contributi e gli scambi affinché l'Accademia possa fornire e preparare i professionisti a confrontarsi dal più piccolo intervento, che sia la semplice abitazione, fino alla pianificazione, rispetto a una condivisione di principi che non ci portino a contrapporci in fazioni, ma secondo un approccio laico ci possa consentire sempre, rispetto ad ogni occasione o necessità di intervento sul territorio, a poter ragionare insieme su quelli che possano essere i modi più opportuni di intervento o di adattamento, appunto, a quelli che sono i cambiamenti del mondo in generale. Adesso li abbiamo chiamati climatici, ma sono vari e sono molti. Anche appunto per garantire quei requisiti, si parlava di reti ecologiche. Quindi la proposta è quella che ci possa essere sempre più. Noi abbiamo dato il patrocinio, siamo contenti di averlo dato. Ora che, come dire, si entra maggiormente in connessione, sarebbe bello se ci fossero anche maggiori occasioni, appunto per fare in modo che anche i professionisti possano maggiormente, ci si possa permeare, no? Ci si possa maggiormente, perché poi io vengo dall'ambito accademico e di ricerca. Spesso poi si fanno questi ragionamenti in ambito accademico, ma se poi non li si porta sui tavoli, diciamo, di progetto e negli uffici tecnici delle amministrazioni, poi questi ragionamenti rischiano di rimanere, come dire, appunto, accademici. E quindi la massima disponibilità da parte del nostro ordine, e la richiesta è quella, appunto, che già dagli atti di questo convegno ci possa essere una diffusione di questi atti. Sarebbe per noi assolutamente un piacere e interessante poterli condividere con la nostra comunità attraverso la nostra mailing e farlo diventare un'occasione, appunto, da ripetere su vari temi, affinché ci sia sempre più sensibilità e capacità di affrontare questi cambiamenti epocali a cui la nostra comunità scientifico-professionale è chiamata a rispondere. Grazie a tutti, buon lavoro.
Grazie mille, grazie per il contributo. Sicuramente daremo seguito a queste richieste, per noi è un piacere. Adesso chiamo l'ingegnere Eleonora Laurini di ANCE per l'ultimo saluto. Grazie Eleonora.
Grazie a te Alessandro. Buongiorno a tutti. In questa giornata di input nuovi che verranno dati attraverso questa conferenza, voglio innanzitutto portare il cordoglio della nostra associazione per questa triste vicenda e voglio portare anche i ringraziamenti e i saluti da parte di tutta l'associazione al gruppo di ricerca che ha permesso comunque a questa giornata di essere viva e di continuare e di essere così in tanti presenti a questa conferenza così importante. Voglio ringraziare il Centro Planeco e tutti i professori, i ricercatori, il professor Marucci, il professor Zullo, Chiara, Camilla, Lorena, perché io ho avuto modo di conoscere il professor Bernardino Romano, ho avuto modo di avere un'esperienza bellissima di ricerca col suo gruppo. Sono stati mesi molto intensi. Tra l'altro sono stati mesi in cui c'è stata anche la pandemia, quindi a maggior ragione una distanza fisica che però ci ha molto unito e ci ha unito anche poi successivamente con delle conviviali e dei momenti ludici, quindi per me è stata veramente una bellissima esperienza formativa e professionale. Vorrei dire solo una cosa, ragazzi, che penso che sia bello immaginarvi e che il professore sarebbe stato molto felice di immaginarvi così, come una bellissima pianta, un bellissimo albero che lui ha piantato con delle forti radici e delle foglie che si rinnovano continuamente, perché avete delle radici solide, un arbusto bello grande, delle spalle grandi che hanno permesso di realizzare e di continuare a fare tutto questo. Entrando anche un po' nel merito dei concetti della conferenza. Io ho apprezzato molto il nome, no? Input, che in realtà non è solo un acronimo, è un sostantivo. E quindi è un sostantivo che richiama un raccoglitore di idee, di ricerche, di esperienze, un qualcosa che fa scattare quella scintilla e quella molla che poi prevede tutta una serie di altri interventi e di altri processi. Questi processi, ovviamente, come è stato detto ieri, come è stato ribadito oggi, sono dei processi che devono coinvolgere tutti gli operatori del settore e quindi devono coinvolgere necessariamente anche le imprese, perché si è parlato di ricerca, di progettazione, ma noi siamo gli esecutori poi di quello che viene progettato e che viene in qualche modo pensato. Quindi anche noi esecutori, che siamo forse l'ultimo anello della catena, abbiamo comunque necessità di conoscere in maniera approfondita, di supportare la ricerca, tanto che come gruppo ANCE Giovani già dal 2017 abbiamo siglato una convenzione con questo Dipartimento, sia per formare gli studenti, sia anche per approfondire dei temi di ricerca. Abbiamo cofinanziato alcuni dottorati innovativi e abbiamo anche cofinanziato delle ricerche, delle tesi sperimentali, mettendo a disposizione i nostri cantieri e le nostre best practice, ecco, riportandole poi nel mondo della ricerca. Per quanto riguarda i temi, io ritengo che è vero che se si pensa al costruttore, spesso si pensa come ad un consumatore di suolo, no? Riprendendo un po' la tematica della lotta al consumo del suolo. In realtà i costruttori, soprattutto qui nel nostro territorio, abbiamo avuto un'evoluzione molto veloce dovuta sia al sisma, ma anche poi alla pandemia, e quindi tutto quello che ne è conseguito successivamente con i bonus fiscali, il PNRR, sono tutte tematiche molto attuali. Quindi ci siamo comunque inseriti in un meccanismo in cui noi stessi ci siamo rivisitati e ci siamo rinnovati. Abbiamo cercato di approcciare anche alla realizzazione delle opere in maniera più intelligente, più responsabile. E proprio per questo ci sono anche dei meccanismi che in realtà riescono a codificare e quindi a dare anche un punteggio sulla sostenibilità aziendale, sono gli ESG, quindi Environmental, Social and Governance. Questi criteri permettono alle nostre aziende di poter anche capire quanto possiamo essere sostenibili sia dal punto di vista ambientale, ma anche e soprattutto dal punto di vista sociale, perché ricordiamoci che la sostenibilità è sì qualcosa che richiama all'aspetto ambientale, ma è qualcosa che impatta molto di più sull'aspetto sociale. Negli ultimi anni appunto ci siamo imbarcati un pochino sull'aspetto dei bonus fiscali, abbiamo visto che effettivamente grazie magari ad una pianificazione, a delle normative più attente, più addentro le tematiche che poi ci interessano, forse saremmo riusciti ad avere dei risultati maggiori. E con il PNRR invece sto appurando che si stanno comunque prendendo in considerazione molti criteri anche di carattere ambientale, proprio grazie agli obiettivi dello sviluppo sostenibile dell'Agenda 2030, che richiamano sia criteri ambientali minimi, protocolli di sostenibilità, anche assunzione del genere femminile piuttosto che di giovani, perché ricordiamoci che sono sempre le nuove generazioni che danno questo famoso input alla ricerca e all'innovazione. E quest'anno faremo 30 anni del nostro comitato ANCE Giovani, quindi per me sarà un bellissimo ricordo, appunto ricordare e quindi avere una memoria storica di quanto è accaduto. Quindi io vorrei in questo ambiente e in questo contesto avere l'opportunità di aprirci ancora di più alla collaborazione e chiedervi di supportare anche le nostre attività, e noi avremo sicuramente l'opportunità di mettervi a disposizione i nostri cantieri, le nostre attività, affinché riusciamo effettivamente ad avere quella sinergia tale da avere una realizzazione più consapevole, responsabile, ma anche cercare di modificare sia il modo dell'abitare, ma anche e soprattutto il modo di vivere di tutti. Grazie.
Grazie Eleonora. Allora ringrazio tutti gli ospiti, ringrazio per i saluti, per il cordoglio, per i messaggi. Quindi adesso andiamo avanti, adesso lascerò la parola ai miei colleghi, il professor Francesco Zullo, a Lorena Fiorini e a Lucia Seganeti per un ricordo e per dare inizio ufficialmente a questa 12ª conferenza.
Buongiorno a tutti e grazie per essere intervenuti qui oggi. A me il difficile compito, diciamo, di delineare il profilo del professor Bernardino Romano e di descrivervi anche la sua eredità, ciò che ci ha lasciato e ciò che sarà il nostro futuro. Io vorrei partire innanzitutto da qualche ricordo che io ho con lui, qualcosa che ci conosciamo da diversi anni, quindi ricordo uno dei primi volumi che mi ha regalato era Oltre i parchi, uno dei suoi primi scritti, dove è stato sempre un pioniere nella ricerca, ha sempre esplorato campi nuovi, non ha mai avuto paura di andare oltre quelle che erano le regole, di cercare di indagare, di scoprire cose che non erano ancora state studiate. Questo libro, Oltre i parchi, era un volume che ho letto con molta attenzione, che parlava appunto di studi iniziali sulle reti ecologiche, tema allora abbastanza pionieristico, e mostrava appunto come alcune sue intuizioni poi oggi sono diventate realtà, nel senso che alcuni corridoi ecologici che erano stati individuati su quel volume, in assenza di strumenti tecnologici con i quali noi oggi lavoriamo, quindi siamo molto più, abbiamo un vantaggio tecnologico che all'epoca non c'era. Lui aveva già intuito che alcune aree erano fondamentali appunto per l'impianto di reti ecologiche a livello regionale, ed è stato anche un suo cruccio vedere che la regione Abruzzo ad oggi ancora non ha una rete ecologica, però nella sua attività è riuscito, come è stato ricordato anche ieri, nell'istituire, nel realizzare una rete ecologica nella regione Umbria. Questi erano i suoi primi temi di ricerca, cioè cercare di conciliare la pianificazione territoriale con quella che era anche l'attenzione verso le aree protette, ma, come dicevo, di andare anche oltre. Altri ricordi interessanti, perché poi è stato ricordato come anche qui un pioniere per quanto riguarda i temi del consumo di suolo. Forse prima di questa ricerca in Italia non si parlava di consumo di suolo, si è sempre detto, prima l'assessore ricordava di questa estrema diffusione della città dell'Aquila, ma anche l'ingegner Di Placido per quanto riguarda la regione Abruzzo. Bene, io ricordo come è nata questa ricerca nelle stanze di un'aula qualche anno fa, nel 2008, che cominciamo a lavorare per degli studi studi preliminari per una eventuale possibile rete ecologica nel Molise. Ci stavamo occupando dello sviluppo, dell'evoluzione insediativa della regione Molise, e così parlando nelle nostre stanze diciamo: ma perché non vediamo che cosa è successo in regione Molise dagli anni 50 ad oggi per capire un attimino l'energia, l'intensità di questo fenomeno, di questa evoluzione? Ebbene, alla fine ci accorgemmo che l'insediamento della regione Molise era cresciuto di circa 500 volte, scusate, del 500%, perdonatemi se a volte l'emozione prende il sopravvento, però penso possiate capirmi. E da allora ci dicemmo: caspita, ma il 500% in Molise, che cosa potrebbe essere successo in tutta Italia? Sembrava una montagna da scalare, era un Everest forse, una delle sue tante montagne. Ci rimboccammo le maniche, poi ovviamente con il supporto di tutto il gruppo di ricerca portammo avanti queste linee e cercammo, dopo 10 anni di intenso lavoro, arrivammo alla conclusione di questa ricerca, che poi tutti voi avete avuto modo di leggere i risultati, e che forse è stata, anzi senza forse, sicuramente ha prodotto quel dibattito a livello nazionale su una legge, su queste tematiche estremamente importanti di cui oggi ancora parliamo, di cui oggi abbiamo ancora un'assenza grave di una legge a livello nazionale. Questi sono personali ricordi appunto di anni vissuti accanto a lui, mi chiamava Franz, infatti diceva Franz, facciamo cioè per me è stato un padre accademico, per questo lo ringrazierò sempre. E adesso abbiamo una grande eredità che ci ha lasciato, un'eredità da portare avanti, un'eredità da raccogliere e da sviluppare. Dovremo essere bravi come lui, pionieri, quindi scoprire cose nuove. Ultimamente stavamo lavorando appunto sempre su questi temi, avendo capito che la portata epocale di questa legge sul consumo di suolo, cercavamo di lavorare su indicatori che potessero appunto limitarne il consumo a livello un po' a scala locale, quindi lavoravamo un po' più nel dettaglio, stavamo sviluppando ricerche in questo senso. Ha costruito un grande gruppo di ricerca, mi sento felice di farne parte, sono orgoglioso di farne parte soprattutto. Ora sì, stiamo facendo forza l'uno con l'altro, ci stiamo compattando appunto per cercare nel suo esempio e nel suo ricordo di andare avanti e di portare in giro per l'Italia e per il mondo quelle che sono le sue idee, le sue ricerche che noi cercheremo di approfondire e di sviluppare ulteriormente. Tra di voi ci sono molte persone che lo hanno conosciuto, molte persone che hanno avuto con lui rapporti sia di amicizia ma anche rapporti da un punto di vista professionale, e anche vedo tanti giovani che anche se non hanno avuto modo di scambiare con lui due parole o di conoscerlo di persona, sicuramente avranno avuto modo di leggere i suoi lavori, i suoi articoli scientifici. A noi resta il ricordo, il ricordo e una missione, soprattutto questa missione di portare avanti il suo lavoro. E siamo giovani, siamo intraprendenti, ci ha formato nel suo esempio, quindi siamo abituati a scalare montagne. Questa è un'altra prova che ci ha dato, un'altra salita, diciamo così, un'altra salita da affrontare. L'affronteremo insieme, l'affronteremo uniti e continueremo a sviluppare le sue linee e continueremo a far crescere il nostro gruppo. Nel ricordo del professor Romano, dicevo, quindi tra di voi ci sono tanti amici e quindi abbiamo anche deciso di far parlare anche voi per ricordarlo, quindi anche per avere un vostro ricordo da dare anche in questa conferenza, che è stata anche una sua volontà appunto di portarla avanti. Ci spronava tutti i giorni, soprattutto Lorena e Lucia, che hanno fatto un grandissimo lavoro e che ringrazio anche in questa sede. E quindi a questo punto darei anche la parola a voi nel suo ricordo, chiamando il professor Massimo Sargolini dell'Università degli Studi di Camerino, che può dirci due parole per Bernardino.
Buongiorno a tutti. Io vi ho parlato anche ieri, molti erano presenti, però vorrei dire altre cose rapidamente. Io, in due punti, chi era, che cosa ci ha dato, che cosa ha lasciato su cui continuare a lavorare. Io penso che chi fosse stato Bernardino l'abbiamo capito dalla giornata di ieri, è bastata la giornata di ieri. Due aule come questa, stracolme, con persone di fuori che non potevano entrare, per quanta desiderio c'era di commemorare, di stare insieme, di ricordarlo. Perché? Fondamentalmente io penso perché era una persona mite, ma ferma su delle questioni, su molte questioni. Una persona solare, aperta, era un libro aperto Bernardino. Per me è stato un compagno di viaggio, ci conosciamo da 35 anni, 35. Onesto, leale, sincero, sempre. non si è riusciti, scherzava lui, mi diceva, ma è possibile Massimo che non possiamo un po' discutere, c'è qualcosa che non va tra noi, cioè è possibile che siamo sempre d'accordo, insomma, ci stupivamo su delle questioni. Dico, no, non siamo sempre d'accordo, no? Abbiamo pensieri diversi che convergono, si complementarizzano, eccetera. Questo era il modo di lavorare, penso, non solo mio. Non voglio arrogarmi questo particolare rapporto con Bernardino, ma penso sia stato di tutti voi, di tutto il suo gruppo. Era così. E per questo è stato molto amato e gli vogliamo veramente bene. Il secondo punto, che cosa ha lasciato? E qui il tema, forse in questo modo entriamo anche nel convegno a cui lui tanto teneva, a cui abbiamo partecipato da parti diverse anche d'Italia. Peraltro io, dimenticavo, continuo a chiamarmi dal Politecnico di Torino perché citi il Politecnico di Torino nei saluti, nei ricordi al professor Bernardino Romano, perché lui aveva dei contatti molto importanti. Io lavoravo con Gambino, lui in qualche modo diceva, io ti invidio solo per una cosa, per questa fortuna che c'hai di avere accanto Roberto Gambino, mi diceva sempre, però lui stesso aveva dei rapporti splendidi, si stimavano moltissimo con Roberto Gambino, e che non c'è bisogno di ricordare chi era, anche lui purtroppo non c'è più. Che cosa ha lasciato? Io penso che, per essere molto sintetici, delle volte sono bravo, ma adesso non so se ce lo faccio in questo momento, io penso che abbia lasciato una cosa molto precisa. Il passaggio dalla descrizione analitica di un ambiente, di un paesaggio, di un territorio nelle sue diverse espressioni ambientali, alla sua fase progettuale, che è una fase, che è un passaggio non scontato, difficile, perché non è, come alcuni lo accusavano impropriamente, ieri ho citato l'evento di Sassari, deterministico questo passaggio, non è meccanicistico, come alcuni immaginavano, perché lo immaginavano così Bernardino, perché lui, a differenza di un mondo che parla a vanvera, faceva sempre riferimento a dati, a conoscenze, non parlava mai, in 35 anni non l'ho sentito mai parlare se non aveva sotto prima conoscenze. Qualcuno ha detto ci concentriamo sul Molise, cominciato a parlare del Molise, a me ne aveva parlato quando dice voglio prima capire, era un po' una caratteristica che ci accomunava e comuna un po' la scuola di Gambino, diciamolo un po' così, era fatto un po' così, Roberto era uguale. Qualsiasi punto dove si andasse, prima di parlare, gli amministratori chiedevano allora, professore, mi faccia camminare, e facciamo camminate di giornate intere per conoscere l'area prima di esprimersi. In questo senso Bernardino era uguale, ma questo non è determinismo, questo è l'unico modo reale di essere un ricercatore rigoroso. Ecco, allora che cosa ha lasciato? Questo suo stile, senz'altro, ma questo stile l'ha portato ad essere e a compiere quella che l'università si chiama terza missione e che per me invece è l'unica missione dell'università, non ce ne sono altre. Cioè sono tutte riassunte in quella, cioè lavorare per la società contemporanea. Questo è il compito che abbiamo come accademici, come universitari. Non abbiamo altri, quando noi insegniamo, non dobbiamo insegnare, e quindi facciamo didattica, per vanagloria o per raccontare delle nostre vicende. Quando noi facciamo una ricerca non dobbiamo immaginare di ricercare quello che è la nostra pancia, dobbiamo sempre porci di fronte la questione di che cosa ha bisogno la società contemporanea. Sapete che cosa temeva Bernardino Romano più di tutto? Temeva chi si era affascinato dagli slogan, transizione ecologica, sostenibilità, non abbiamo parlato, e non sapeva nulla di quel che diceva. Questo lo diceva sempre. Quando io divenni ordinario qualche anno prima di lui, di solito io ero 4 anni più giovane di lui ed io in ordinario di lui, di solito queste cose c'è gelosia. Lui fu il primo che mi scrisse per dirmi: sono contento che tu sei il nostro capocordata, perché ora in modo più forte difendiamo il valore ambientale nella pianificazione, che lui temeva, perché anche nel nostro settore della pianificazione molti parlano di pianificazione ambientale e non sanno di quel che parlano. In effetti fu lui l'artefice di questo grande apporto, non io, lui, che dopo io diedi forza perché magari avevo in quel momento più autorità accademica, ma lui che diede questa forza nel dare questa componente ambientale dentro la pianificazione. E quindi ha lasciato proprio questo strumento, diciamo, questi strumenti, questa cassetta di strumenti da poter usare. È stato bellissimo ieri quando molti amministratori di altre regioni, della stessa regione Abruzzo, hanno testimoniato, e oggi ancora ho visto, no, l'importanza di studi fatti e da poter essere applicati. Studi non per fare libri solo, ma per applicarli, perché potessero essere applicati. E su questo lui era molto attento. L'ultima questione: parlavamo continuamente, non ci sentivamo spesso, anche parlando dopo 2 o 3 mesi che non ci sentivamo era come avessimo parlato la sera prima. Si andava subito all'oggetto senza preamboli. 5 o 6 anni fa incominciai a mettergli in testa di legare il grande tema della crescita, dell'esigenza di aumentare la biodiversità con la qualità della vita degli abitanti. Non c'era bisogno di metterlo in testa, già lui questa cosa brulicava nel suo pensiero. E ne abbiamo parlato più volte, tant'è che nell'ultimo Life Imagine stiamo lavorando in questo modo, cioè giustificare e dare senso a questa azione anche della connettività, della bioconnettività, perché è essenziale per migliorare la qualità della vita. Dicevo a Bernardino, dobbiamo imparare a lavorare coi medici. Tu c'hai un medico in casa, peraltro. Cioè, incominciamo a lavorare coi medici, perché con loro dobbiamo lavorare, perché l'accrescimento della biodiversità non è solo per un equilibrio lontano, futuro del pianeta, ma è perché uno spazio verde può favorire immediatamente la qualità della vita. E ci sono studi straordinari su questo, noi lavoriamo da molto tempo col CNR su questo, Bernardino lo sapeva. Sono temi enormi, questa vicinanza tra l'organizzazione della città nei suoi spazi verdi che hanno un valore per la biodiversità e nello stesso tempo l'innalzamento della qualità della vita, la salute che possono produrre. Questo era un tema su cui, non so se ve ne hanno già parlato, penso proprio di sì, Bernardino, su cui lui avrebbe voluto concentrarsi. Vi invito a farlo.
Grazie Massimo per il bellissimo ricordo. Sì, in effetti, soprattutto su quest'ultimo tema c'era l'armatura ecorelazionale di portare la biodiversità in città, quindi è vero, stiamo lavorando, ho iniziato a lavorare anche su questo aspetto. Chiamerei nel ricordo anche il professor Valerio Cutini dell'Università di Pisa per farci un ricordo del professor Bernardino.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti. Come potete immaginare sono in difficoltà, come siamo un po' tutti in difficoltà. Mi è dispiaciuto non esserci ieri, mi fa piacere avere la possibilità di dire 2 parole ora, ma saranno veramente 2. Quando viene meno qualcuno, quando scompare uno di noi, è normale, si rompe un ramo, un rametto, grande o piccolo, del grande albero complesso della vita, si interrompono tanti collegamenti, tante cose. Della frattura del collegamento umano non dirò nulla. Ovviamente sono cose personali, è un dolore mio, ovviamente personale, che condivido con molti di voi, ma che ho il pudore a a parlarne per rispetto anche dei familiari e anche per rispetto di coloro che hanno condiviso tanti anni, giorno dopo giorno, la loro vita con Bernardino. Si interrompono anche ovviamente delle connessioni di ricerca e neanche di questo però vorrei dire nulla, perché in effetti queste connessioni confido che non si interromperanno. I nostri collaboratori, questi che vedo intorno a me, quelli che ho a Pisa, alcuni sono qui, stanno collaborando e continueranno a collaborare, e questa continuità costituisce un dovere anche per la memoria di Bernardino, oltre che diciamo anche una regola del gioco del nostro lavoro. Però vorrei parlare di una terza frattura che questa scomparsa così improvvisa ha determinato e che è un po' più specifica, perché si interrompe una comunanza che con Bernardino avevamo coltivato e che si era fatta forte negli ultimi tempi, riguarda un tema di cui è stato parlato proprio adesso, ovvero la necessità di operare attivamente per tutelare, incentivare, presidiare la qualità della nostra ricerca. Qualità in termini di rigore, in termini di rispondenza a dati, a elaborazioni, a certificazioni. Una qualità che deve essere appunto presidiata, incentivata, valorizzata, per valorizzare anche il lavoro dei nostri giovani, dei giovani ricercatori, con una quantità di indicatori di natura qualitativa, di natura quantitativa. Ce ne eravamo dette tante, avevamo intenzione di qui a breve, il breve di qualche mese, e ne avremo sicuramente parlato in questi giorni, ci eravamo dati impegno, io e lui insieme ad altri, di provare a fare qualcosa di significativo in questo senso. Sappiamo, è stato detto, quanto ne abbiamo bisogno anche dentro i nostri settori disciplinari di una validazione della necessità di tutelare con strumenti operativi la validità scientifica, il rigore del nostro lavoro e del lavoro dei nostri studenti. Ecco, da questo punto di vista io personalmente oggi, in questi giorni, mi sento davvero un po' più solo e penso che molti di noi qui si sentano davvero un po' più soli. Grazie.
Grazie Valerio per il bellissimo ricordo. Noi siamo stati formati così, tutti sin dal primo giorno abbiamo imparato a fare questo e continueremo a fare questo. Numeri, indicatori sono il nostro pane quotidiano e continueremo a svilupparli. Grazie ancora. Chiamerei qui il professor Zoppi dell'Università di Cagliari per un ricordo.
Vorrei ricordare tante cose sono state dette ieri pomeriggio e anche stamattina su Bernardino, su Biro, quindi vorrei portare una mia testimonianza personale sull'ultima volta che di persona ho avuto modo di incontrare Bernardino. Io, Francesco, Alessandro, Biro mi avevano invitato a fare una lezione ai dottorandi, quando ancora le lezioni si facevano generalmente in presenza, non c'era neanche l'idea di fare lezioni online di questo genere, quindi io ero stato qui, ero venuto all'Aquila all'inizio di dicembre del 2019. Finita la lezione eravamo andati a cena e dopo cena, non so se la professoressa De Santis se lo ricordi, io avevo detto a Bernardino mi sto trattenendo un giorno, quindi mi piacerebbe andare a vedere la fontana delle 99 Cannelle, però non c'è il tempo, era una serata molto umida e un po' ventosa, eppure andammo e vedemmo un clima un po' irreale, questo clima, c'eravamo solo noi nella macchina, E questo mi fa ricordare il tipo di rapporto che io ho avuto, non un rapporto profondissimo, nel senso che io credo che considero Bernardino come un mio amico, però insomma ci vedevamo qualche volta, parlavamo anche abbastanza. Ecco, quella sua semplicità, erano le 10 di notte di un giorno d'inverno, di dicembre, andiamo a vedere la fontana delle 99 Cane, andiamo. Questa semplicità di rapporto è quella semplicità che anche ricordo quando nel 2021, in piena emergenza Covid, a Catania, insieme al collega Daniele La Rosa, ci siamo chiesti, ma la prossima, durante la precedente versione di Input, abbiamo chiesto, dobbiamo cercare, anche se la situazione è tale che non abbiamo certezze sul futuro, su come saranno organizzate le cose, possiamo coinvolgere qualcuno per fare la prossima edizione di Input? E abbiamo detto, proviamo a telefonare a Bernardino, e immediatamente durante la conferenza Bernardino ci disse: certamente, siamo molto contenti, sarei molto contento. Poi io gli dissi: ma Bernardino, è una cosa che stai dicendo così oppure ti prendi l'impegno? Era una persona, come credo abbiamo sottolineato tutti, di poche parole. Mi ha detto: non ci sono problemi. E dopo un anno, Input generalmente ogni 2 anni, quando ancora io non mi ricordavo più neanche, e ricevetti una email dal gruppo di lavoro da Lorena o da Lucia, non mi ricordo, in cui si cominciava a parlare di Input. Quindi questa sua capacità, questo essere di poche parole, ma anche essere molto concreto. Un altro aspetto che vorrei sottolineare, che è stato sottolineato ma che mi piace risottolineare, è che si legge anche in uno degli ultimi numeri di Urbanistica, quello in cui si commemora Roberto Gambino, in cui ci sono diversi interventi, tra cui uno molto sentito di Massimo, in cui c'è un intervento di Biro, in cui l'intervento è un intervento molto esperienziale, cioè parla di una sua esperienza insieme a Roberto Gambino in un parco nazionale dell'Africa, adesso in cui questa esperienza del passeggiare, del vivere attraverso, non solo passeggiare, visitare il parco in macchina, eccetera, prendere contatto con la realtà, era uno degli aspetti, secondo me, fondamentali del suo insegnamento. Quello che vorrei infine sottolineare, quello che ricordo, che rimane, però credo che sia una cosa che non sia solo un ricordo, che rimane nella vita di tutti noi che abbiamo in maniera diversa avuto a che fare con Bernardino, è quella sua pacatezza che è stata sottolineata anche, quel suo rispetto profondo delle persone, rispetto profondo delle opinioni e capacità di vedere l'uomo di scienza e la donna di scienza come persone che non sono lì a sbattere i pugni sul tavolo, che sono persone che cercano di portare un contributo che non è solo un contributo scientifico. La nostra disciplina, le nostre discipline non sono solo, lo sappiamo, l'abbiamo sentito molto in questi giorni, non hanno solo profili scientifici, ma anche profili immediatamente applicativi. Il tipo di approccio che ha Bernardino è quello di portare il suo contributo di uomo di scienza, non solo di uomo di scienza che conosce le cose, che non parla a vanvera, ma di persona che conosce le cose, le porta e diventa militante nel momento in cui porta le sue conoscenze senza sbattere i pugni sul tavolo, con la pacatezza e anche la capacità di chi guarda lontano. Ecco, il Bernardino secondo me era una persona che guardava lontano, che non si fermava al contingente, che aveva la capacità di conoscere una grande cultura scientifica e tecnica, non c'è dubbio, ci mancherebbe altro, però anche la capacità di dire non dobbiamo risolvere tutto oggi, che il tempo tutto sommato è galantuomo e nel lungo periodo passano i governi, ma la conoscenza va sempre avanti e la nostra conoscenza, quella conoscenza che Bernardino ci ha dato ci dà nei suoi libri, nei suoi articoli, nel suo modo di fare, è una conoscenza che è una conoscenza del lungo periodo. I problemi e le questioni della pianificazione sono questioni che vanno nel lungo periodo. Secondo me Bernardino è stato ed è un maestro da questo punto di vista e questa cosa va insieme, la sua disponibilità, la sua umiltà nei confronti dei colleghi. Io con Bernardino ho sempre avuto problemi con tanti colleghi e colleghe. Con Bernardino non ho mai avuto nessun problema, ci intendevamo un po' come diceva anche Massimo Sargolini. Era un'intesa diretta, perché era una persona veramente un libro aperto, ma non un libro aperto dove non c'è scritto niente, un libro aperto che è anche difficile da leggere per la sua ampiezza, la sua complessità, però una persona che ti dava tutto nel suo rapporto che avevi. Immagino che con gli studenti e le studentesse fosse così e ancora di più. Grazie.
Grazie Corrado per le tue parole. Sì, ricordiamo anche noi questa cosa della conferenza quando ce l'ha detto, la riunione che abbiamo fatto per iniziare a costruire questo evento e speriamo di essere stati all'altezza, almeno ci abbiamo provato, questo è sicuro. Chiamerei qui il professor Beniamino Murgante dell'Università della Basilicata per un ricordo.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie Francesco per avermi dato questa possibilità. Ok, avrei tante cose da dire, ma non voglio parlare del mio rapporto con Bernardino, perché quando è molto lungo, perché insomma, mi chiamò la prima volta a fare un seminario, ero appena diventato ricercatore, quindi stiamo parlando di più di 20 anni fa. E poi praticamente negli ultimi 10 anni sono venuto tutti gli anni a fargli un seminario all'Aquila. Nei corsi, tant'è vero che ieri pomeriggio mi capitavano persone che si ricordavano di 12-13 anni fa che avevano assistito al mio seminario, mi salutavano. È stato anche, cioè, in tutto quello che è successo ieri pomeriggio è stata anche quella una cosa toccante per me. Mi premeva invece evidenziare, fare una sorta di parallelo tra quello che era il profilo di Bernardino e la conferenza. Con lui ho condiviso, ho detto, venivo tutti gli anni, ma lunghe telefonate, perché ci siamo confrontati, ma su questioni tematiche, su questioni di sostanza. Cioè, oltre sì, come stai? Sì, è normale, però fa parte dell'educazione. Ma voglio dire, mi interessava parlare di questo. Cioè, avevamo una cosa che abbiamo sempre condiviso, ma fin dall'inizio, era questo approccio di avere una disciplina che oggi sembra abbastanza scontato, ma ragionare in termini di urban and territorial science, science in capital letter, questo era quello che ci interessava ragionare, il che comportava tutta una serie di altri problemi, cioè nel senso che oggi sembra quasi scontato. Noi siamo una conferenza internazionale, questa, che è stata in un momento in cui c'erano altre conferenze dove un po' si organizzavano la cosa e un po' autocelebrative, ognuno di loro poi faceva vedere i propri piani, faceva vedere questa roba qua. Questa conferenza ha avuto sempre dei keynote internazionali, ricordo Isole Tremiti, vedo Domenico lì dietro, i Leon, no? Keynote, ma sempre ha avuto keynote di prestigio internazionale, quindi ha avuto sempre un taglio particolare, molto, appunto, molto scientifico. Dicevo, questo approccio su urban science che significa? Significa che comunque da tantissimo tempo, quando non era assolutamente una cosa scontata, bisognava ragionare di dire ok, ma questo è una mia opinione o è qualcosa che poi è certificato dalla comunità scientifica? Come è certificato dalla comunità scientifica? Se qualcosa che tu hai analizzato, indagato, basato su sperimentato, riesci a collocarlo per bene editorialmente. Significava quindi avere anche l'ambizione di andare su giornali importanti, cosa che 20 anni oggi è normale, tutti abbiamo l'ambizione di andare su giornali importanti, ma 20 anni fa non era affatto scontato. Su questo era un modo di essere pionieri. Qualcuno ha parlato, appunto, il professor Sagolini parlava è stato un pioniere, ma il professor Sagolini ricorderà questo essere pionieri in quel periodo. Lo pagavi. Ricordo di aver letto un giudizio per un concorso di Bernardino a Salerno circa 25 anni fa, in cui dicevano che le sue tematiche di ricerca erano del tutto marginali rispetto al settore scientifico disciplinare. Guarda, è da brivido quello che sto dicendo. Oggi lo sto dicendo ai giovani, questa roba qua è normale, cioè ci mancherebbe, anzi, qualche volta è entrato anche nel mainstreaming, no? Quando diceva non ci piace questo, cioè buzzword, no? Tutta questa roba qua. Ma oggi, un tempo, questa roba qua dice, vabbè, ma hai fatto la lottizzazione? No, allora no, non hai fatto di questo. Ma se hai fatto la lottizzazione già era buono, perché già nel frattempo almeno stavi applicando la disciplina. Dice, fare una valutazione così dura rispetto ad una persona molto solida da un punto di vista scientifico, nel frattempo poi comporta, in quel momento che cosa uno presentava? La dispensetta del corso, diciamocelo chiaro, poi capitava gli elaborati degli studenti del corso, rimessi in bella e fatto un libro, questo era quello che capitava allora. Oggi in qualche concorso mi capita di vedere qualcuno che va in un posto esotico e ci scrive un libro. Oggi, vabbè, lo farebbe molto meglio ChatGPT, carichi le foto e quello se lo fa lui, automaticamente lo fa molto meglio di come se ci mettessimo tutti noi a farlo insieme. Guardate, è una cosa fantastica. Però quello che voglio dire è che questo parallelo con la conferenza, questa è stata una conferenza che si è sempre caratterizzata da questo, tanto è vero che è una conferenza, è l'unica che si tiene in inglese, ha avuto anche spesso ospiti, oltre che note, anche partecipanti internazionali, e ha in tutto ciò, ed è l'unica che ha gli atti pubblicati su uno dei principali editori mondiali, non italiano. Quindi da subito, insomma, diciamo entro l'anno, è una cosa che naturalmente si fa, ed è questo anche grazie al lavoro fatto dai colleghi di Catania nella scorsa edizione. Quindi questa è una cosa che mi premeva di evidenziare, questo approccio pionieristico che ha avuto lui e che ha condiviso con tutta la comunità di Input, perché noi che siamo qua ovviamente l'abbiamo sempre pensata in questo modo, no? Dalla prima edizione organizzata da Bibo a Venezia nel 99, se non ricordo male. E quindi di tutto ciò, quindi questa era sacrosanto che si facesse qua, era sacrosanto che Bernardino rispondesse a Corrado dicendo vabbè, figuriamoci, sicuro lo organizzo, cioè, a meno che non ci fosse un impedimento personale, era una cosa tanto normale. E ora chiudo, mi piacerebbe, se uno pensa ad un approccio anglosassone, gli approcci anglosassoni normalmente hanno la capacità di sintetizzare in un termine un qualcosa, invece noi italiani in particolare noi italiani siamo molto bravi a sbrodolarci, non ci riusciamo mai a contenere su tutta questa roba qua. Allora, se oggi, questo sarebbe avvenuto anche se non fosse successo l'incidente in un sistema anglosassone, però in particolare a valle di tutto ciò, no? Se fosse capitato, cioè in America, se ci volevano trovare un termine per sintetizzare tutto, Bernardino sarebbe chiamato come Mr. Sprinkling, perché se vogliamo sprinkling come un qualcosa che potesse sintetizzare, ed un termine che ha coniato lui, e che probabilmente forse la stessa comunità italiana ha pure evidenziato poco, che probabilmente andrebbe ancora più enfatizzato. Grazie.
Grazie Beniamino, quest'ultimo tema davvero è stato un bellissimo ricordo, anche perché questo modello di sviluppo insediativo è stato uno dei suoi prodotti della ricerca, degli studi che ha fatto, che ci ha interessato sostanzialmente tutti noi. Vorrei chiamare qui il professor Romano Fistola dell'Università del Sannio, per un ricordo, è uno storico di input, quindi grazie.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti. Adesso sono Federico II, Francesco. Però porto l'abbraccio di Napoli, del nostro gruppo, a tutti gli amici, ai ragazzi dell'Aquila e del gruppo di Bernardino. Come è stato detto, insomma, come dire, nel nostro gruppo c'è noi diversamente giovani, diciamo così. Quando ci ritroviamo c'è sempre questa empatia, no? Come diceva Massimo prima, insomma, è come se ci fossimo lasciati il giorno prima. Io ogni volta che mi ritrovavo con Bernardino, io sono figlio di un abruzzese, mio padre era di Popoli, per cui ogni volta gli chiedevo dell'Abruzzo, parlavamo dell'Abruzzo, del territorio. Io ho passato qui la mia infanzia, mio padre era innamorato dell'Aquila, per cui stavo sempre qua intorno, diciamo. Per cui parlavamo spesso di questa cosa, e con lui c'era questa empatia che appunto, insomma, è come se ci fossimo visti il giorno prima, ma insomma, poi ci vedevamo, come diceva anche Corrado, con una frequenza molto, insomma, molto bassa. Ovviamente ci ritrovavamo ai convegni, insomma, il gruppo dei nostri, tutti quelli che hanno parlato qui. Però c'è questa empatia fra di noi, no? Fra gli studiosi. E ovviamente quando poi qualcuno si allontana, diciamo così, perché poi è brutto, insomma, dire altro, c'è il sentimento della perdita, no? Ma la perdita per tutto quello che si poteva fare, che si poteva dire, studiare insieme, confrontare i pensieri, no? Mi sono ritrovato molto con quello che diceva Massimo, anche i veri maestri sono quelli miti, no? Quelli che sbattono i pugni, non so chi lo diceva prima. E Bernardino era uno così, no? Bernardino parlava sottovoce. Io ogni volta che mi ritrovavo nelle cene dei convegni, no? Qualche volta siamo stati vicini, eccetera. Uno doveva mettere l'orecchio vicino perché si parlava sempre con molta... E questa è proprio l'eleganza del pensiero del ricercatore, no? Quelli che sono così, a Napoli si dice, sono quelli buoni, no? E lui, insomma, lui era così. Io questo è il ricordo più bello, devo dire, che ho della frequentazione. E poi l'altro elemento che vorrei sottolineare è questo che è stato detto da molti, è questo, come dire, questo riuscire a guardare oltre, no? Ad essere pioniere, innovatore. Noi siamo, nella nostra comunità scientifica, sono quelli che, no, Input, già da quando appunto c'era Bibo, Gianni Rabbino, insomma tutti i nostri predecessori, l'idea era sempre quella, e noi eravamo quelli che nella comunità dei planners eravamo quelli che, insomma, cercavano di aprire nuovi scenari, certe volte anche un po' avventati, se posso dire, con le nuove tecnologie, insomma, adottandole, non aggiungendole come qualcuno pensa. E Bernardino era così, era uno che nel rigore e nella formalizzazione della conoscenza che veniva dai dati, era uno che guardava oltre, che aveva il pensiero aperto. E questo forse appunto per noi ricercatori è il dispiacere più grande, no? Cioè non riuscire proprio più ad avere questo confronto, no? Ultima cosa, vorrei appunto complimentarmi anche col gruppo di Bernardino, con tutti i ragazzi con i quali, insomma, ci siamo scambiati frequenti messaggi, perché non è facile, guardate, non è facile, diciamo, mantenere in piedi, insomma, tutta un'organizzazione, un sistema, quando, diciamo, il riferimento non c'è più. Ma io credo, appunto, parlavamo prima con Lucia, io credo che, insomma, lui sarebbe stato contento, anzi, dicevamo, si sarebbe messo a ridere se uno avesse fatto troppe commemorazioni, diciamo, in maniera dolorosa. Questo è il ricordo più bello che ho di Bernardino, e sono convinto che il suo ricordo andrà avanti nel nostro gruppo per molto tempo. Grazie.
Grazie Romano, grazie professor Fistola, grazie a tutti voi che siete intervenuti, tutti i colleghi intervenuti per il ricordo del professor Romano, sia come studioso, sia come ricercatore, che come amico e come uomo. Ora diamo l'inizio alla conferenza. Lorena e Lucia daranno lo start, quindi lascio direttamente la parola a voi per iniziare appunto la conferenza Input 2023. Prego.
Good morning. First of all, thanks to everybody to coming and enjoy the conference. Before opening the conference, we want to say a few words to remember Professor Bernardino Romano and introduce him to those who did not have the opportunity to meet him. Since the beginning of his academic career, Professor Romano has dedicated himself to the study of the relationship between the natural and built environment. He has been passionate about the issue of protected areas and ecological networks, expanding the meaning of concepts such as biopermeability and environmental continuity. He was one of the first promoters in the 80s of the institution of the main parks in central Italy. His commitment in this direction was not only academic, but personal, through an intense activity at a great level with, for example, the World Wide Fund for Nature or the Italian Alpine Club. During these years, he developed and introduced studies on land planning tools in the context of establishment of the protected areas in Abruzzo region and in the systems of European Apennine parks. He has been a strong supporter of biodiversity conservation to the point of blending together his students through the study and knowledge of key ecosystem dynamics. During his life, he has been, and still is, a national reference on land take, a topic that has involved him for years, together with the Italian Institute for the Protection of Environment, inspiring research and studies by many national academic groups. The dynamics of land transformation have always been a focus of his research, as he is strongly convinced of the role that the territorial and urban planning plays in the sustainability of transformations. In brief, he has drawn the settlement evolution of our country and, in the last period, was active in the National Congress involved in drafting a law on stopping the land take.
Urban planning, ecology, landscape are the topics he often approached, but inside and outside the academic context. Always enriched with humanity, as many friends remember. But his interest also turned to new technologies, GIS being just one of the main examples of application to the study and analysis of the territory. He was always fascinated by the computational aspects of urban planning and sketched out the contours for a new scientific approach based on data analysis and indicator engineering. In this field, he has been a courageous explorer, innovating the panorama of techniques and tools for spatial planning and spatial diagnosis. Over the years, he has marked our lives, as well as those of so many colleagues and young researchers, in a profound and unforgettable way, through his passion, dedication, and great knowledge of the earth sciences. He guided us, gave us the means and opportunities to grow up, as a father does with his children. So, With this memory, we want to open the works of the INPUT2023 conference. Now we move to the coffee break, which we held on the terrace on the first floor. And the session will start at 11:30. And you have on the badge the QR code for the conference program. We have a great respect for the environment, and we decided to not print the program. And we ask you to think. The first one is please respect the timing of the talks. And the second one is enjoy the conference.
It's a pleasure to me to present this session, session 19, which is the theme is Urban and Peri-Urban Areas, Building Knowledge and Mapping to Better Plan the Sustainable Green Cities. This session is proposed by us as a group of research and also by the University of Camerino, which is present also today. And this session is born with the idea of sharing what we are learning in this LIFE project, which is Life Imagine Umbra project, which is a 7 project year. We are, as I said before, sharing with the University of Camerino and also many others association, other and partners, sorry. And the idea was to share what we are learning and what we can do in terms of research, in terms of achieving new goals, in terms of sustainability and resilience. And in this session, you will see 4 presentations that are quite different because they talk about different themes. We have, for example, green infrastructures, NBS, nature-based solutions, and landscape quality, but also, as we can see, Nature 2000 network. And all these themes are share the fact that they are sort of reflection of what we can do in terms of research, in terms of sustainability, and how we can develop our researches for this, for achieving sustainability goals and so on. So we can start from the first presentation, which is presented from Professor Camarda Domenico, and the paper is group model building to assess local knowledge of nature-based solution implementation. And it is a paper made by Santoro Stefania, Mastro Donato Giulia, and Camarda Domenico, the professor that I invite to go. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just take advantage of this few minutes to say that I am this research has been carried out by the group, a group coming from the Polytechnic University of Bari, and particularly by Stefania Santoro, who was supposed to be here, remotely today, but she couldn't. She's working with another company, so she couldn't do it anymore. I'm presenting it, but I am the co-coordinator of the whole project, which is aimed at the renewal of the master plan of the city of Brindisi in Puglia. So we start with this word resilience, that is a very up-to-date word today, and to achieve resilience in urban context, we must cope with some issues connected to complexities, particularly some challenges coming from this environmental complexity. Climate change is one of the main issues that creates our concerns. And this is aimed also to, in particular, to reduce risks coming from the change in climate situation. So nature-based solutions are seen as possible strategies to achieve better results in terms of resilience when regenerating urban context. And these better results are achieved by integrate nature-based solutions within the normal strategies of urban regeneration. So it is important to underline the fact that technical aspects are important, of course, when trying to implement green measures, nature-based solution, but also social and environmental complexity and their interaction needs to be taken into account in due way. In this context, it is important to consider the variables connected with human cognition, human behavior, human perception, citizen perception. And this is important to allow a more informed articulation of knowledge to allow decision makers to make effective decisions in terms of human values and benefits to be achieved. This is the work proposed here, particularly the work that within the master plan of the city of Brindisi is proposed here, is aimed at trying to find out a way to assess the effectiveness of the implementation of nature-based solution in the planning strategies, starting from local knowledge, dealing with local knowledge. Within the general layout of the master plan, in particular, the work looks at a number of seminars carried out in high school. This is the topic of the research in this particular paper. These seminars were called sustainability seminars with a number of objectives to be achieved. The first is to try to raise awareness, particularly for, oriented to future generations, which were the students of the high schools involved in the project, about sustainability issues related to sustainability. And eliciting knowledge connected in relation to the Brindisi area, based on the needs enhanced by the students, and last but not least, try to activate a long-lasting participatory process. This is the whole layout of the activities to be carried out on the left side, to renew an old preliminary programming project document in our regional law. There is a preliminary studies that needs to be carried out to highlight strategies and general strategies, and particularly objectives to be achieved. And this is supposed to be carried out by drawing out a document called the DPP, with this acronym. The process was aimed at update this DPP involving population. As you can see, there are some different paths of involving population. The one connected with this work is the pink one. I don't know if S2, aiming at building visions and actions for renewing the DPP. The sustainability seminar on flooding risk were carried out with the high schools. And this was then processed by a methodological approach called group model building that will be dealt with in a while. The whole process will be, it has been already done actually, oriented to draw out the final new DPP. This is the general methodology that has been applied here. In this particular presentation, this is a very short, synthesized explanation of the presentation. I encourage you to look at the paper as soon as the paper will be issued. I thought actually it would have been already issued, but it is not. But if you can, if you want, I can give you the paper upon request. But this is a very synthesized presentation concerning this methodology. The idea of the model is to involve citizens in the decision-making process in order to improve, as we said before, the quality of planning choices and promote greater sustainability. As you can see, there are two phases: a phase of divergent phase thinking. We will deal with them in the next slide, and a subsequent phase of convergent phase thinking. In the divergent phase, there is a speaker different speakers actually in the different seminars who delivered a lecture on nature-based solutions and on the methodology used, in particular on the use of fuzzy cognitive maps. Fuzzy cognitive maps are based on fuzzy logic and is a particular graphic-aided tool to represent the connections between issues and problems and their weight within the whole reasoning process. The students' views and perceptions were collected by in this divergent phase. You can see some sketched graphs of the output of using the FCM tool here with connection and issues. Then there is a convergent phase carried out subsequently, in which the map was shared between students in a second phase. In this second phase, shared with students, and other variables, other issues were added, and the weights given to the importance of the different issues was changed according to the interaction occurring among all the students. So the final map is somewhat more enriched and changed in comparison with the maps drawn out before in the preceding phase. Flooding is a main problem of the city of Brindisi, among a number of other problems, of course. But looking at the particular topic of the study, flooding is a main problem related to the geomorphological, geohydrological characters of the region, and also because of the density, the high density, particularly when arrive to the coastal area of the urban texture of the urban network. And so network-based solution, the implementation of the network-based solution is seen as a strategic way to reduce flood risks. The phase of achieving a final fuzzy cognitive map with all the issues declared, with all the weights of the connections declared by the interaction among students, resulted in a final map like this one, in which all the connections are underlined, are related, marked with numbers, characterizing the degree of relation between two or more nodes of the map. So these are some of the issues declared highlighted by the students. You can see particularly concerning to the reduction of gray areas. Also some in order to achieve urban regeneration there was also the highlighting of the lowering of delinquency as a byproduct of an activity oriented to implement nature-based solution. There is also a geographical spatialization of the whole map, which is not, however, shown here. So scenarios were carried out in the end. I'm about to conclude. Two scenarios were carried out by using the FCM tool, an optimistic scenario and a BAU, no implementing scenario, in which the variable NBS implementation was changed, varied as a +1 or -1. Two scenarios, and the two scenarios are just shown here. You can very rapidly see that when implementing nature-based solution, the tool shows a decrease in runoff. You can see just very rapidly a decrease in urban heat island, an increase in citizen involvement, and so on. While a negative scenario, meaning that the implementation of network-based solution does not occur, which is the current scenario, involves an increase in runoff, an increase in urban heat island, and so on. This is what actually occurs, and by comparing the two scenarios, which the flood risk is high in the current situation without a network-based solution. Going to conclusions, there are some positive aspects you can see. One of the broadening of knowledge base, taking into account some behavioral, common sense, experiential form of knowledge that are precious and difficult to be formalized. The self-learning approach that is started by this kind of process within the community, and the fact that when implementing a nature-based solution, behavioral elements are useful in terms of perception, for example, to reduce flood risks, and the models are such. Models succeed in try at least to structure also informal data. This is the very last slide. You can see there is also at least one negative aspect, limitations of the model, which is typical, we can say, of all almost all the scenarios approaches, which is the pruning of some knowledge aspects that cannot be go out of the clustering involved in convergency, and it's difficult to deal with this thing. One approach could be an ontology-based approach on which we are working during for the future and during this period and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Camara, for this interesting presentation. We also understood that it's very difficult to summarize such work in some few slides. I would like to ask to the audience if there is some questions.
I have just one question about the reception of method-based solutions from the local community. But in 2 words, if you can express what is the reception of local communities about these solutions, the use of nature.
Local community, you mean apart from the students inside? In that case, we carried out a process with a number of forums in which we tried to elicit their, it was structured in a way, it's another research, I mean, but it was structured in a way to allow the elicitation of perceptions by using simulations, videos, as far as they could be important, just to stimulate their reactions and collect in different areas the way they perceive the different situations. But this is another research. It's very difficult to summarize in 2 words, I mean. But thank you.
So we can go on with the second presentation, and I would ask to Anna if you can share with us your presentation. If you, I think
yes, okay, yes, of course.
Hear you very well.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us opportunity to. May I just ask maybe to mute the microphone of yours while I'm presenting, please, not to hear the talk.
I try to close it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us opportunity to participate online and say that we are very sorry for not being able to be with you in person, but therefore I would like to send our warmest greetings from Professor Boana Boanic-Shitarozi and myself. I am Assistant Anna Sopina, PhD student, and together with Professor Boanic from University of Zagreb Faculty of Architecture, Department of Urban Planning, Spatial Planning and Landscape Architecture, would like to present the topic of mapping relations, transformation of urban and natural landscape in Adriatic cities for fostering landscape sustainability and promoting landscape quality as spatial planning objectives. The study, the topic is conducted within the study of the doctoral dissertation, Spatial Planning Criteria for Relation Enhancement between Urban and Natural Landscape of the East Adriatic Coast, that is conducted on the same university within the doctoral scientific study. And to introduce the urban and natural landscape relation as the notion, it arises from understanding landscape as a multidimensional phenomena that regards the spatial reality of landscape continuum as well as its representation as landscape perception. It is a temporal dimension, it is a process where the landscape heritage is regarded as landscape relation in time. And as the research is done from the spatial planning point of view, It fosters functions and the potentials of landscape to integrate various scientific disciplines as well as to advocate cooperation between planning actors as holistic principles. The scope of the research are the two coasts of the Adriatic, which are rarely researched as unified whole because they are so different in natural and geomorphological characters that are also regarded in urban and spatial planning characteristics. On one side, we have Italian coast, so the west coast, where the Apennine Mountains are set more in the inland, and only Monte Conero in Ancona and Monte Gargano around Vieste are the coastal Apennine Mountains, while the west coast is regarded by the Dinaridic Mountains that get very, very close to the coast. And here we can find 34 selected cases from Italian Monfalcone and Trieste to Slovenian Koper, multiple creation cases, one from Bosnia and Herzegovina, that is Neum, and 5 cases from Montenegro. And both coasts, even though they are so different, they have the similar spatial development problems of excessive urban spread into natural resources with the phenomena of plant take, landscape transformation and fragmentation, then urban sprawl and sprinkling. And those spatial problems are even more intensified in cities and settlements, settled between the two strong natural elements, the sea and the mountain. And this very, very close relation of the urban landscape and the two natural landscapes are the focus of the research. The research is done on the 3 scale, and it uses the heritage urbanism approach in applying methodological levels of identity criteria, identity factors, evaluation criteria, and enhancement models, and it is complemented by the urbanscape emanation concept for detecting multi-layered values of the urban landscape. And the 3 scales regard the spatial relation models and perceiving relation problems. Those 2 steps are done within the comparison of 36 Adriatic cases, which were shown previously, and they regard the Adriatic Sea, so the whole coast, but also differ the west from the east coast. While the final step of the use of urban and natural landscape sustainability in spatial planning practice is presented on the 3 representative Adriatic cities. Those are Italian Ancona, Croatian Dubrovnik, and Montenegrin Kotor. The first step, defining or identifying spatial relation models, are done by overlapping layers of urban dispersed patterns, so the patterns of urban development and the patterns of natural networks that are the base for the urban landscape. It is done on 36 cases, and the 5 main types are recognized: the compact, the tentacle, the archipelago, the nodes, and the fuse. While some of the cases are very good representative of one of the types, some regard characteristics for several of them. And it is important to state that the diverse types regard also the diverse spatial problems that have to be regarded by the spatial planning process and practice. And those problems are confirmed in perceiving landscape relation in the West and in the East. And here we can differ the problems of the West from the East. They are mostly based on the intensity of human influence. While the Italian, the West Coast, is highly cultivated, it is linear with a hilly indented Inland, incised with industrial and residential sprawl that spreads along the coast as well as the river valleys, is opposed to the mostly natural, very indented coast of the East Adriatic, where the cities are only urban centers set within the natural landscape. The problems that are perceived as similar to the East in the West Adriatic are connected to the global processes that incite the landscape relation problems that are mostly connected to the generic development, the high pace of urbanization, spontaneous urban spread and sprawl of secondary houses, infrastructure, as well as tourism, the abandonment of historical places of living, traditional way of life, as well as abandonment of outdated technology and infrastructure. All those problems that are perceived and regarded, they have to be addressed by the spatial planning. So the different use of sustainability in historic and contemporary spatial planning practice is regarded in how relation problems of the urban and natural landscape are addressed in the representative spatial plans. And while comparing the historical and the contemporary spatial plans, it is also possible to track the changes in priorities addressed in the spatial plans. And the 5 plans are taken into account and compared. These are the general regulatory plans of Ancona, so the historical from 1973, and the contemporary plan, while the Dubrovnik and Kotor as East Adriatic coast examples are presented by the historical regional spatial plan of the South Adriatic from the 1968 and 2 contemporary spatial plans of the city of Dubrovnik and the Kotor municipality. And the conclusions regarded from the comparison of the plans regard the spatial planning objectives. Where the spatial planning models for fostering landscape transformations are connected to the spatial planning objectives. These are also connected to the paradigm shifts where the landscape as an interaction of cultural and nature, the shift of the green transformation, the sustainability, the community engagement and phenomenology are connected to different enhancement models that also regard the spatial planning objectives. So the shift of seeing landscape and understanding landscape as an interaction of cultural and nature is presented by the Landscape Observatory model that wears landscape transformations. The green transition is regarded by the natural networks that interconnect urban and natural landscape. Sustainability shift is regarded by the STIFT spatial planning that redirects the landscape sustainability. Community engagement is presented by the local interventions that promote landscape quality, while the phenomenology is presented by the conceptual approach that translates highly complex ideas to educate and communicate landscape values to a wider community. And the relation problems that are identified in East and the West Adriatic are seen as opportunities to enhance the spatial planning, where the East and the West Adriatic can learn from one from another. That's the complementing the strict spatial planning hierarchy with soft approaches, the perception of landscape relation that goes outside of administrative borders, that provides the quality spatial planning within the planning scope, the use of a conceptual approach that guides spatial plans but also communicates to the wider public, as well as the education of all stakeholders that are included in the spatial planning process. And the spatial planning process reflects all the 4 stages, so the preparation, decision, intervention, and re-evaluation stage. And to conclude everything, the different use of sustainability spatial plans and practices in the Italy, Croatia, and Montenegro are concluded by planning approach models that complement top-down spatial planning with landscape observatory, green infrastructure, and natural networks developing networks of local interventions, as well as promoting conceptual approaches that translate ideas to the public. And the spatial planning objectives acknowledge the landscape transformation, interconnection, sustainability, and landscape quality, as well as education of landscape values and new planning knowledge in enhancing landscape relation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. I first ask you if you hear us better than before, or.
Yes, I can hear you when someone is speaking with the microphone.
Perfect. So thank you for your very interesting presentation, also for being so in time. Sorry for not presenting you, but you just mentioned the title and so on. So your paper was very interesting, and also we saw that it is a part of your dissertation, and I encourage all the audience to read this because it's very interesting. And I firstly ask from the audience if there is some questions, curiosity, comments on the presentation. And so, okay, we have one.
I can come there. Okay. Thank you. Just two little questions, little in terms of words to say. What about ports, harbors? Ancona and Dubrovnik, for example, and Split are connected by important maritime connections. So it's supposed that they give an important spin-off, negative or positive, on their different territory, natural territory, how to deal with them first. And second one is, could you please specify what do you mean about giving education to stakeholders? Because an emerging approach is normally to receive knowledge, to elicit knowledge instead of deliver knowledge about. Because, for example, you mentioned a lot of landscape of cultivation lands in Italy, but the cultivated lands in Italy are due to some simulations that come from economy and how to deal with these problems. Thank you.
Well, I will just ask if the host can maybe sum up the questions. I'm not sure that I have heard everything very clearly. The first question was regarding maybe more the difference of cities and connection of the ports, if I understood. And the second was regarding more how to educate the wider audience or everyone, if I understood everything well.
The first one deals with ports and port and maritime connections, and the second one deals with what about the knowledge raising from people rather than or in addition to the knowledge given to people.
Okay, so these are very interesting questions, and I would say that giving an answer would be maybe closer to a very long conversation. But I'm aware that the connections between the two coasts, our coasts, that are not existing, I would say. They cannot regard only on the small or all the connections that go between Ancona, Spalato, and in some cases, Zara or Zadar and Dubrovnik, as well as connections to the Bari and Bar. But exactly why I'm interested in the topic is because the two coasts are not connected. And I think that there is very large amount of knowledge that can be transformed or connected between the two coasts. And the other topic that regards the knowledge that is from the locals, that is something that is important. And also the awareness that we can learn from the locals, all the knowledge that we have and the landscape. That is while it is important that the education goes with the all involved in the spatial planning process. That also requires that the spatial planners have to learn from the locals, because they know their landscape the best. But also, I have been working last 10 years also with the local landscapes, mostly in the East Adriatic, and I have to say that the locals are not aware of all the values that they have in their everyday landscape. So the education has to go both ways through all the participants in the spatial planning process. I hope that I have at least answered some part of the questions, and the PhD will be finished in the beginning of the next year. So it will be very dear for me also to share with the Italian colleagues.
So thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay with us if you want to continue. To our stay with our session. Okay, now the next contribution, I will present it. So let me share it. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sorry, just a minute for in alto a destra qua. A destra di qua, sì, giusto. Ah, magari, grazie. Let me check.
No, davanti io.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So again, good morning, everyone. I will present with Elena Pierantoni this paper, which talks about the characterization of urban and peri-urban areas in Umbria region, which is the region of the project on which is centered this session, for identifying the possible role of these areas in the conservation of Nature 2000 network. So, as I anticipated before, this is a presentation which is related, of course, with the session we'd like to propose, and it is concentrating on the Life Image in Umbria, which is this integrated project that since 2020 has started with all the partner you can see here in the slide, and also our as University of l'Aquila and with University of Camerino. Yes, please. This project has the main objective the integration of the management system to achieve conservation objectives regarding the European directives on habitats and standard in a way which should be economically and sustainable. And this is very focused on the main object is the Nature 2000 network. As you may already know, it's the main instrument of the European policy for the biodiversity conservation. And Umbria region, as you can see here in the slide, is the main objective with its more than 100 of sites of this network. And please, next. And why Umbra region? As because of course the growing human pressure of the natural environments is very high as the rest of Italy, and not only, but also because there is a Sun Life project which has been coordinated by the regional authority, which has already been done on this region, and it has a lot of a lot of goals which have been reached, and so what about this action? Because this presentation and also the idea of the section is not in general on the whole project, but specifically on the action A2, which is the action which we are more involved in as universities. And here you can see the all life project, how it is differentiated, and in particular the action 2 is a preliminary analysis. So in this presentation you will see a part of this preparatory action. So yes, this is the main steps of this action, and we will start to show you what we did from the description of the main core, as urban and peri-urban areas, and then the description and catalog of forms and morphologies, and then also the relationships within with the Nature 2000 sites of the network. Yes, please. And starting from, this is a presentation more about on the methodology, because as we saw, this is a preparatory action. So about the methodology, we tried to understand and study how the urban gradient is differentiated. As you can see, we started from some descriptions, because as you know, as the gradient is very difficult to classify, but we tried to reach this classification. So in the next slide, we can see that yes, please. We tried to have a real classification starting from hexagonal shape with a defined measure that could be a sample image, a sampling window, as we called it, used as references for capturing all the recurrent configurations. So as you can see, we divided this gradient in from a very urban compact aggregated tissue to free areas, so absence of building. And yes, please. And just an example, so we can go very, this is how we did this work. So searching for very recurrent configurations. So yes, please. So this is just an example of human region. And also we collected this specific recurrent configurations in some also descriptions for which each configuration is analyzed in its specific context. So coming back to the main objective of this of our action, this configuration do they have a relationship with the Nature 2000 network, and so this configuration in fact can be in direct connection or in the proximity. And going on with our action, we also saw that we can base our research on other instruments, like for example the European Commission's list of threats, pressures and activities on the network. And so, and we also can have this different also consideration also on the types of correlation with the nature, so direct, indirect pressures, and also positive interaction that, of course, can be. So I leave the floor to Ilenia. So,
thank you, thank you. Chiara?
Yes.
Okay, the second part of the research that is still going on, it regards the on-site assessment. We made an analysis on all the urban and peri-urban areas that are in some way related to Natura 2000 network sites, based on the data that Chiara showed you before. So we mapped around 100 urban and peri-urban areas that are connected with Natura 2000 sites, and based on a cartographical analysis and data that Chiara showed, we selected a short list of areas, and we, we made some sort of on-site analysis and map of and schemes about possible opportunities of green reconnection. The main objectives in these very synthetic schemes are two. One is to improve green connection into urban areas and around urban areas in straight connection to Natura 2000 sites. The second objective is to increase the quality of life in urban areas, improving the green network into urban areas. So if you can, here are some examples of the areas that we investigated. For example, we go straight to Città di Castello, which is one of the main important cases that we are investigating right now. Here you can see on the bottom side there is the historical center, there is on the northern part an industrial area, and on the left side there is this green corridor, which is the River Tevere. So we investigated on map and on-site possible opportunities of green reconnection into the city. So we saw also analyzing the local plans, local urban plans, what are the what are the green areas foreseen by the local plans. So we try to map them and to investigate possible opportunities. Next, please. And then we made on-site analysis. We saw that on the green areas around the historical center are already ongoing interesting projects of green reconnection, but on the other side, next please, on the northern part there is this green corridor which goes into the industrial and residential area, which is in a state of deep degradation, but there are still some opportunities. Next, please. For example, this pedestrian bridge that goes nowhere. There are residential people that use this green corridor for leisure, for pleasure in free time. So we are now selecting this area as a pilot testing area to improve green connection and improve somehow green areas into the urban settlement in order to increase the quality of life of people living in this area. The next slide you can see we are doing investigation in terms of land use. Next. Risk analysis, local plans analysis, supra-local plans in other actions of the LIFE projects. And then we are now, next please, identifying we are starting now defining the master plan to propose to the local administration and to start a participatory process in the concrete actions of the LIFE project. So we will start to discuss about possible project opportunities related to improve the green networks with the final aim to improve the quality of life of people living in this area in the framework of Natura 2000 network sites, so in the framework of nature conservation. Yes, the action and project outputs and next steps is to develop this configuration of different interactions between settlements and Natura 2000 network sites. We will support in Action C that will start in the next years the environmental evaluation processes. We will provide inputs for the harmonization of law in terms of territorial governance at the different levels. We will test 2 pilot cases. One of the case will be Città di Castello, and the other one we will define, and we will define guidelines for those responsible for the drafting of and evaluation processes of plans, programs, and projects to implicate the interaction between Natura 2000 sites and urban planning systems. So this is what we are doing now, and we thank you.
Thank you very much. So if there is any questions or comments.
In adjunct of the presentation, I want to say that when you talk about interaction between Network 2000 and urban, and the urban system, in reality, we want to speak about interaction between Network 2000 and the quality of life of the inhabitants in the area. We have to remember this.
Yeah, maybe we didn't highlight it very well, but yeah, of course, the quality of life is one of the main goal of the life projects. So at the end, is the thing that really counts, and the what we want to achieve.
Yes, I think that the word, the quality of life, is important that exists, is present in our presentation, in this type of research. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, okay, il professore, grazie.
I have two questions. The first one is the following. What do you mean by green or ecological connections or reconnections in the example that you have talked about? I mean, there is the river path on the left-hand side, and then I saw several arrows which goes from the river to some places inside the urban fabric. So I'd like you to be a little bit more precise on this reconnection. And the second one is, how do you implement this? I mean, you have identified some patterns of reconnections. How do you think how do you plan to implement this, the identification of these reconnections into the master plan of the city of Città di Castello, for example? Because it is different to say we have identified these patterns, this line, this reconnection, ecological reconnection lines, and then what does it mean in terms of urban planning? And third one, where are the Natura 2000 network in all this, in the example? Because I think maybe I lost the
In this map, for example, you can see the Natura 2000 site on the left side in green. It's the River Tevere. And when we speak about green corridors, green elements, we are speaking about, in this particular case, of a very little canal that crossed the industrial and residential settlement. We are working in the framework of network conservation. So all the actions that we are going to define are related to network conservation and increase somehow connections to the Natura 2000 site. So in this framework, we have to think about possible complementary actions that are not the most important, but that can be put in action in order to better connect urban and peri-urban areas with Natura 2000 sites. So we use the green corridor of a small river to start to improve the corridor, improve the quality of biodiversity in that corridor that goes from the country on the east to the river Tevere, and then we use this project to make also other small actions like reconnect pedestrian path, make a better urban park in the urban settlement to improve the quality of life of people. In this case, we make through this. In this case, we use provision from the local plan on the green side, and we use the green corridor to make a connection for those people living here to go by walk or by cycle through this small river to the Tevere river. There is a very beautiful cycle pathway, and they can use this path to connect to the historical center. So we also contribute through these small actions to increase the sustainability of behaviors and living in these areas. I think.
And about the question about pattern, I think we already discussed something like this in other occasions, but just for saying that this part of this work and also this part in which we presented this work of schematization. The idea is that to complement, to have a combination of these two aspects, like the description and the study of of course the study cases. This work of in which we are studying this pattern in which the gradients is divided is aimed at schematizing and having how can I say, a sort of arrive to an automatization maybe of the recognition of the different pattern of the settlement, and then implementing this recognition that we hope we may do also on all the Umbria region, which is, this work is of course of the extension of the entire region is in progress. But if we can reach a very rapid recognition of the different pattern, maybe we hope that then we can also have a very more rapid also acknowledgement of the different areas, and then different ways in which also have a project made some project of requalification. So I hope that I answer. And if there is other questions, or we can. The spin, okay.
In order to integrate the first answer of Ilenia, I want to explain that the situation is more complex when you have to study the relation between pattern and urban area and green areas, open area. It can be, in some case, it can be useful to connect, to have a new connection and to establish a permeability of the pattern. But in some case that we discussed with the Umbria region, it's necessary to stop the connection between the green area and the patterns. The example is when the wildlife go into the pattern, the urban area, and it can become a problem. So if you remember at the peri-urban area of Perugia, we have to create a way to stop, to block the entrance of the wildlife into the city of Perugia. So it is a problem that now we have the time to explain, but is an important discussion with the ecology, faunist and the zoologist, expert of the wildlife behavior.
Thank you very much for all the questions. Now we can move to the last presentation. I asked to Mariana Battista de Moraes to come, please. Just ce lo so fare. Devo uscire dalla presentazione. Interrompi. Ok. Just. This one, like, okay. Mm-hmm. So Mariana Batista de Moraes presents a work which is a preliminary study towards the integration of Brazil's linear park into urban sustainable mobility system. The floor is yours. Thank you.
How can I go to the next slide?
Okay. A bit, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Mariana. I'm here to talk about this study we are handling with two of my colleagues, Amanda and Barbara. So just to present, we are Brazilians and we are studying in Hungary nowadays. And these two cities that we are talking about are part of our thesis. Just to locate the cities we are talking about, we decided to discuss about Fortaleza and Goiânia. And if you can see that Fortaleza is located on the northeast of the country, on the coastline, and Goiânia is located in the Midwest region of the city. These are between the 20 most populous Brazilian cities. They are metropolitan regions, both of them, and both of them have linear parks with significant proportions. Goiânia's linear parks is called Macambira and Nicuns, and Fortaleza's park is called Cocó Park. So to talk about the cities a little bit, just to situate, Fortaleza is over 3.5 million inhabitants. The metropolitan region contains 15 municipalities in a space of more than 5,000 square kilometers. The biome there is characterized as Caatinga, and the city belongs to the coastal marine system that we have in Brazil. And nowadays, the city has 25 urban parks registered. If you can see in green, that's the linear park we are discussing here, and you can see the bluish line, which is the municipality territory. And this park, it's more than 1,000 hectares, so it's very considerable for the city itself. And it's, of course, the largest green area in the city, and just to give an idea, it's more than 5 times bigger than Central Park. And the vegetation is typical for this region in Brazil, which is the mangrove, the connection between the river, which has the same name as the park, Cocó, and the sea. And the other city we are discussing, Goiânia, it's more than 2 million inhabitants. It's also the metropolitan region of 20 cities, and it's a bit more than 7,000 square kilometers. Here the biome is different, of course. It's the Midwest of Brazil, so it's Cerrado. And nowadays, the city has 32 parks registered to the city hall. And just as an extra note, it's a very arborized city, like very afforested city. And in 2010, we had almost 90% of the roads afforested. Sorry. I think it's a little bit slow.
Well, I can help you with that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. The linear park of Goiânia. You can see on the map on the right, we have the municipality territory, and in orange you have the range of the linear park. And the bigger image is the project called Puama. And it's a big project, contains 3 main parts. So one is the linear park, and 2 small parks marked in red on the bottom of the image. But here we are discussing only the linear park, which is the important one for us. The linear park is called Macambira and Nicuns, which are the 2 rivers that the linear park is alongside with. The extension of the whole linear park is 24 kilometers long. which is very significant for the city itself. It has also a protection area for the streams, so 30 meters each side, each bank of each river. And it's very considerable for the city because as expected, it would impact 131 neighborhoods in the city. So it's a way of connecting the city through the green area. And as the first proposal, it would have at the end 48 kilometers of cycle paths surrounding the area. However, the project's not ready yet, although it started in 2012, it's not concluded yet. And from these 48 kilometers, we only have 15 registered, concluded so far. So we are discussing linear parks here because these two cities are trying to implement new mobility transport modes or mobility modes, more active modes. And these two linear parks highlight as a possibility to integrate the city through a more greener way and make available for the active mode to be chosen. And if we are discussing the background of the cities, we found a lot of research and studies, especially regarding Fortaleza, for example, that states that the city neglected all the other types of mode and focused only on the roads and the individual or car choice for the inhabitants. And now the city, the few years from now, they are deciding to focus on more active modes or more sustainable modes. And Fortaleza now, it's one of the best cities in how long is the cycle paths for now for the inhabitants. However, not well connected. So they have more than 400 kilometers of cycle paths in the city. Yep. And if we are discussing Goiânia, we have a different background in Goiânia. It was used to occupy the valleys of the city with high-speed avenues or boulevards to focus on the vehicles and not focus on the active modes. Goiânia, it's way behind regarding Fortaleza in the cycling option. So it has less than 100 kilometers option of cycling in the city and also not well connected. Regarding the plans and the projects we were researching for the future for the cities, this is a summary of the most important ones we found. So for Fortaleza, there are two. One is called the Greener Fortaleza and the other Greener Cycle. The first one focuses on implementing micro parks through the city and connect them. And the Greener Cycle focuses on afforestating the already existing cycle paths. And there is this integrated cycling master plan for the city, which is already a big development for the city. However, in the master plan itself, they quote that there is no connectivity, so there is no network to be considered as a whole. Also problems with parking and integrating the bicycles to other modes, so the mass transportation and cars and etc. These both studies, we could conclude that they missed the spot of connecting the linear park, the gigantic linear park, to the mobility system of the city. And for Goiânia, we didn't find many studies in place or projects in place for the future, but there were some proposals never presented to the population at the end about the bicycle system as it would be integrated in the network. And in these proposals that we could find, they quote the linear park itself and the necessity of implementing not only the cycle path around the park, but connecting it to the city to make the possibility of choosing the active mode of transport here, but it's not in place. And also, the current project, which was just announced in the news, but there is no project to follow. They will implement more 50 kilometers to the cycling lanes. However, focusing on the avenues and boulevards, not connecting the green areas. As the result of this analysis, we could understand that there is no connectivity between the linear parks and the mobility system as a whole, which, as it is already quoted in many studies that are included in the paper, actually, if there is no connectivity between one park to the system, the mobility system, the inhabitants choose the active modes, or cycling, more specifically, as a leisure option, not as a transportation mode or a choice. Meaning that the system itself, it's not working as a mobility, and the linear park itself, it's not being used in this better possibility to connect all these neighborhoods through the active mode and more sustainable mobility system. Both in Fortaleza and Goiânia, this was quoted by studies and also the city hall itself, the lack of connectivity. This is the biggest conclusion of our work so far. And so just to conclude it all, since this is our finding that the connectivity would be the next step and the most important step to transform these linear parks and the green areas into the mobility system in a more sustainable way, we suggest and we move forward to suggest some designs to connect these linear parks to the mobility system and how they could enhance each other for these two cities to could reach a more sustainable system, mobility system as a whole, network as a whole. I think this will be.
Thank you very much. So, okay. Thank you very much, Mariana, for this very interesting work. Just a curiosity for, when I read the paper, I thought about the fact that your university is European and but the case study is in Brazil, of course. And just for a curiosity, what about why did you choose these two places? And for future research, if you are interested to also have other case studies from Brazil or not. So I'm very curious about that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you for the question. So these two cities, they are our hometowns. It's mine and my colleagues' hometowns. So we have our experience as well in the need of this study. And of course, they are also part of our thesis for our PhD. So this is one of the chapters, as to say, for the research. And yes, we want to implement more cities. We have some ideas, Curitiba, São Paulo, but this is probably a next step.
Yeah, that's very interesting because I remember that we talked in revisions about the fact that this study can be seen as preliminary study because they are they took this very different case study, of course, and we saw that. They can be the start for other considerations, of course. Yeah. But yeah, I thank you, and I ask if there is other questions or comments. And yes.
Thank you. Just two questions. The first one: why did you choose to compare Fortaleza and Goiânia? And the second question is. Don't you think that, have you reasoned about that at least, the different density, urban density, inhabitants density between the two cities would affect the decision connected with this missed strategy that you mentioned?
Yes, correct. So the choice for the two cities is regarding the presence of the linear parks. They are, how to say, a great presence in the city of the two cities. They make a difference in the cities. So there are two capital cities, metropolitan regions with linear parks in it. And we wanted to compare the effects and the possibilities of strategy. And of course, this was the first consideration. They are different in density, in area, and even in biomes. But we would think that this would enhance our work, that they are different in this way that generates more possibilities of connections or designs, at least. This was our idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Okay, so thank you, Marianne. The contribution for this session are finished. I just would like to ask if there are any considerations or final remarks about this session. Thank you, Anna. Of course, if you want to add something and some questions, you are welcome. And otherwise, so that we are running a bit out of time. So I also, if there are no other questions or comments, I would like to really say thank you for all of you for joining this session. And we can go to to the lunch. And thank you for joining us and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much, Anna.
Yes, and thank you, Chiara, for everything.
Hope to see.
If you want to enjoy with us the light lunch, you can.
Professor Sargolini said that you should go with us to the lunch, but I hope that will be occasion in future. So
yes,
thank you very much for joining us, and good luck, and hope to see you again.
Yes, hopefully in presence.
Thank you,
time.
in presence. Bye.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao.
Welcome everybody. We are starting this input session on geodesign. This session was organized by Professor Ana Clara Maura, who is connected online from Brazil, Francesco Scorza, and myself. Before we start, I'd like to inform all the people attending online, which don't know that what happened here. Sadly, Professor Bernardino Romano passed away a few days ago, unexpectedly. So this is a very particular kind of conference in this situation, and but nevertheless, his teams decided to run anyway the conference, and actually the conference started yesterday with a preliminary meeting where all colleagues and former students and collaborators of Professor Bernardino Romano basically remind him. So before we start, I would like also to spend 1 minute in silence just to remind him. Thank you. I think in this situation, all of us here feel a kind of responsibility to make this meeting fruitful in this situation. And so we are about to start a presentation, actually 2 sessions, which will actually be one. There will be no break. We have 9 presentations, some of them delivered by here in presence, some other pre-recorded online, and then we will still have time for some interaction at the end. We have a very interesting group of contribution from many different parts of the world, a few from Italy, several from Brazil, one from South Africa. So this actually is a kind of sign how geodesign is spreading. Geodesign is, all of you know, is a term that became popular not a long time ago. but nevertheless, there is a growing community of people all around the world interested in working on this subject. So, without further ado, we can start with the presentation. The first presentation is from an Italian team, Ilenia Spadaro, Fabrizio Bruno, Maria Cristina Lobascio, Francesca Pirlone. And Fabrizio Bruno is here with us to present.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Fabrizio Bruno. I'm a PhD candidate in Sustainable Development and Climate Change at USPavia, but actually Genoa is my host university. Thank you for having me here today in this occasion. Sadly, my colleagues cannot be part of the conference in these days due to the overlappings of institutional commitments and multiple events, but here their professional profiles. This is the authors of the papers. As urban planning team of Università of Genoa, we've been participating in a research project funded by the Italian Ministry of University and Research, which main goal is actually to improve urban resilience to flood risks at municipal level. We are going to develop a decision support system to actually help the local funding and implementation of sustainable urban drainage systems. So basically nature-based solutions. Since a wider participation of local stakeholders is promoted by the literature as a key element in improving urban resilience, we intend to conceive of our DSS as a result of a co-design process. Okay. So, in developing the methodology, we've been pondering upon integrating participatory mapping techniques as an approach to listen to people, and geodesign workshops as an approach to act and plan with people. Unfortunately, the research has just gotten started, so today I'm going to present just a methodological proposal that still need to be tested, but despite it's just a preliminary work, we would like to get some feedbacks from all of you in order to enrich and improve the overall methodology and research in general. When it comes to listen to people and participatory mapping techniques, researchers have to deal with the plurality of techniques, the fragmented nature of this concept, this use concept that is actually today mainly a buzzword or just an umbrella term. So we decided to conduct a systematic literature review on participatory mapping in order to firstly understand deeply how to implement participatory mapping techniques in urban resilience projects, and on how to ensure a broad intergenerational participation. Concerning the geodesign part of our methodology, so act with people and plan with people, we are actually still taking cues from geodesign process and other multi-actor collaborative planning tools. So actually we've been studying it because geodesign is something new for us. And participating here in this session is, I don't know, just like a very starting point for our team. And we would love to join this progressively even more huge community, international community. So I'm going if it's work, no? A little setback. It's time to play the piano. Okay. Okay, thank you. So here we're reporting the research protocol we applied for the systematic literature review on participatory mapping. And we conducted the search on April 2023, so it's pretty recent. And through the PRISMA methodology, you can see there, the methodology led us to screen and include 42 papers in our review. All the information, okay, now it works. All the information contained into the 42 papers were actually classified in what could be called a catalog of best practice about what tools to be used, what actors to be involved, and strength and limitation of them. There could be a lot of things to mention, but I mean, the most important thing I think could be highlight that this literature review highlights that in participatory mapping, there's no room for younger people, actually. So the range of actors to be involved come from researchers to academic students, from local administrations to enterprises and third sectors. But I mean, in our 42 papers, no one talk about younger people. Okay, this is the methodology we've been developing in this month. I'm going to get through it very quickly in order to keep the speech in time. So first and foremost, territory and the case study needs to be analyzed through an expert-based or an expert-leaded process that actually we've been conducting in this period. We've been analyzing the planning tools, especially Basin Plan, and we've been scheduling several site inspections with different methodologies, from collecting data for urban resilience indicators to walkability workshops with population. We would like also to download informal data coming from open source database like OpenStreetMaps. At this level of the research, we've been mapping local actors in the territory in order to understand who needs to be involved in information gathering and or in co-design process. Here we reporting the urban functions we've just identified for the territory consistently with the quintuple helix model of innovation. We would like to combine three methods of participatory mapping in listen to people part. PPGIS questionnaire is going to be developed and shared through a snowball sampling technique. The questionnaire aims at investigating social and environmental aspects connected to flood risks, as I reported there. In this case, there could be a lot of platforms and softwares that could be deployed at this stage of the research for this purpose, but I'm pretty sure we are going to use Lime Survey because of its functionalities, and actually because the university has already have a contract with it, so it's kind of economy. Then a SketchMap in-person workshop is going to be conducted in order to engage that part of the population which is not so familiar with digital tools or that have specific needs, like with schools. In this case, we are going to, participants will be provided with a paper map depicting the case study area, and will be asked to pinpoint in the map with specific stationary items the most critical points and most critical areas concerning flood risks and other variables such as social narratives or barriers and facilitating factors to new interventions, resources, and good practice. Finally, later on, we would like to activate a VGI survey through a specific application of Google My Maps. In this case, participants will have the possibility also to upload pictures taken on sites and report some briefly descriptions about their perceptions, their opinion, and preferences for the interventions. All these data could be also easily applied and uploaded in QGIS software, actually, with some specific plugin like, KML tools. About eco-design workshops get inspired from geodesign process and other multi-actor collaborative planning tools and process. The methodology involves at least 2 workshops. The first one would be dedicated to confirming the state of affairs analysis, expert-based, and building development scenarios based on current policies and projects. In this stage of the research, a common vision amongst the local stakeholders involved should be also stimulated. The second workshop aims at co-building urban solutions. In this case, we would love to prepare a collaborative platform with easy-to-use interfaces through QGIS software or also through My Maps, Google My Maps. In these workshops, all the participants will have the chance to share their ideas about the topics of flood risks and flood risk interventions by inserting inputs in a shared map with different layers, I think so. We thought that could be interesting. That could be interesting, arranging several rounds of individual inputs and then negotiation, as in Geodesign Hub, a negotiation in which combine the ideas of participants. I think I got through it. So, in conclusion, we expect to include our DSS stems from the co-design process in plans for the adaptation to climate change, or also in some sectoral plans such as the landscape plan or the basin plan. I would like to thank you for the attention. This is for us just the beginning of our research, and actually in training ourselves in geodesign, I will follow all of your contribution very carefully, so can I understand more.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Is there any urgent question from the audience? Please, Juanita. Maybe you can use.
Would you like to?
Thank you. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting project.
I hope so.
I would like to know, what do you classify as young people?
Okay.
And am I still one of them?
Okay. No, actually, we understood that in co-design process, academic students are usually involved in this kind of collaborative planning process, but I mean, at least in our research, we never got to read paper about child participation in flood risks, or so adolescents and children. When it comes to flood risk, especially in a city like Genoa, where I come from, we had actually a lot of issues related to schools during emergencies. So it could be interesting to involve also schools in the process. Thank you for the question.
Okay, with regards to the involvement of younger people, of school childs, I know Professor Ana Clara Moura ran a workshop with school children. So maybe if we have time in the final discussion, maybe Ana Clara can add something, or you can just get in touch and ask for some reference to know how she did, and more importantly, why she worked with the young people, young children, and actually also the result of working with young children as opposed to older people. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So now for the next presentation. Next presentation is in fact by Ana Clara Moura, Christian Freitas Rezende, Alfio Conti, Italo De Sena, Nicole Rocha, Danilo Magalhães, and Gustavo Martinez. And we have a video, so I will try to manage this. Just give me 1 sec.
The case study geovisualization in geodesign in a framework for the evaluation of landscape units as a basis for the sustainable planning of the quadrilátero ferrífero in Brazil. The research was developed by the core group of geoprocessing laboratory under the supervision of Professor Ana Clara Moura. We are studying quadrilátero ferrífero since 2017. Since then, we developed 2 workshops based on environmental axis, 1 workshop based on economic axis, and 2 workshops based on social axis, and we did a final integration workshop. As results from the 5 geodesign workshops, there were 209 proposals of projects and policies to quadrilátero ferrífero, with different approaches, social, economic, and environment. And from them, 99 composed a final design, 38 were not approved, and 72 were put under discussion. So we had already arrived to a final integration workshop, but we decided to stop and to review some concepts. We work with territorial planning. This means that we must use defensible and reproducible criteria. If I tell you how I work, you must be able to reproduce my way of working and to arrive to defensible results. We believe in scalability. It means that if I apply a method to one case study, I may be able to apply it in many others. And we also believe in adaptability, mainly in a country so complex as we have. So at the end, we arrive to planning and projects by co-creation. But we are a geoprocessing laboratory. We work with geospatial technologies, and we believe in interoperability. No matter what app you use, what tool you use, we must talk. We believe in geovisualization as a support to decision-making. And we also believe in OGC, Open Geospatial Consortium, to share ideas and data. So at the end, we can do diagnostic, prognostic, predictivity studies, and mainly propositional studies. That's the role of geodesign, propositional studies. So we started to analyze how people work in other countries, and we analyzed mainly the Italian case study in which the landscape unit is a first step that they do to plan the territory. The landscape plan is the first one that they do. And in Brazil, we are very good in urban laws, master plans, environmental laws, conservation and protection plans, but we don't do landscape laws or planning. So we decided that our main contribution should be to present landscape units and landscape scopes to Quadrilátero Ferrífero, and based on that, we could start to propose the future of the territory. So we define an objective to work with analysis, and a first step to work with analysis, to arrive to synthesis, and to do prediction of the place. The logic we are going to apply was the systemic approach. The method was to decompose the area, to compose the data, and to recompose doing simulation and prediction of the place. A product, the landscape units. An application, to do a report about the place, interpretation of the place, and the planning of the place. As results, we could have data, information, and knowledge about the place. So we defined this methodology, and to develop it, we decided to use GIS Colab, the Brazilian Geodesign web platform. We had already constructed 49 maps of representation process models, 26 maps of evaluation models, and this resulted in 75 maps that were organized in the SDI, Spatial Data Infrastructure, from GIS Colab. We divided our group in urban, rural, environmental, geomorphological, and geosystemic approach. Each group had to use 3 resources to work. They had to construct data, cartographic representation, and combination of data to arrive to synthesis, using our web-based platform where the main maps were. A second resource was to do field camp with drone capture so that we could be able to do 3-dimensional representation of the landscape, the main landscapes, the main characteristics of the landscapes. The third resource was to do the drawings, the sketches, analogical representation of the place. So with these 3 resources, we would provide geovisualization to support decision-making. Examples of sketches, drone capture of objects and of landscapes. And we did this to the 5 axes: urban, rural, environmental, geomorphological, and geosystemic approach. Some examples of classification keys that we constructed. Example of urban classification key. In this example, high density, historic, positivist or eclectic or modernist landscape of 3 or more floors. Or a mountain, Caraça Mountain, where we have peaks, crests, and ridges. So we had to present an image from satellite, a sketch, and a drone capture as a classification key to be used during the process of deciding about the landscape units. So the group from urban studies produced its own classification of urban landscape units. The group from rural studies classified the territory according to rural landscape units. To arrive to each of these classifications, they used many maps, many information. For example, in urban area, about morphology, about the height of the buildings, the type of, if they were historic or not historic, and like this. So the group from environmental studies used information about green and blue areas and arrived to the definition of the main units according to environmental landscape. The group from geomorphology arrived to the main characteristics of the place. And the group from geosystemic arrived to a classification according to geosystemic approach. So we had 5 classifications of landscape unit, and the goal was to combine in one classification. So the challenge was to integrate the 5 axes of landscape units: urban, rural, environmental, geomorphological, and geosystemic, And the work was held on a geodesign workshop in which the participants received the collection of initial maps, the decomposition, plus the collection of analytical maps, the studies of composition, and also the initial synthesis, the recomposition. The goal was to arrive to a final synthesis, negotiating the limits of the polygons. In 4 meetings, the negotiations combined. 1. Urban and rural limits. In the second meeting, urban plus rural and environmental limits. In the third meeting, urban plus rural plus environmental and the geomorphological limits. And in the fourth meeting, urban plus rural plus environmental plus geomorphological and geosystemic limits. So at the end, we had the landscape units. We had 20 main landscape units divided into 109 scope units. In Italian, we may say ambito del paesaggio, these 109 scope units, and unità del paesaggio, these main ones, these 31 landscape units. So we arrived to the division of the territory that was going to be the base for the master plan to the territory. To arrive to proposals to each landscape unit and to each scope unit, we used a link of a Google form because in GIS Collab, our web-based platform, we can link any application that works in the cloud, in the web. So we linked Google form to each polygon of our proposal, and the participants could write their ideas as a master plan to the area. They wrote their ideas not only to the main landscape units, but also to each scope unit. So at the end, we had a plan to the territory. So this case study was an example of geodesign as a support to decision-making planning, to arrive to shared decision, not only to arrive to a design, but to give support to the many decisions that we have to do when we are planning the territory. I thank you, and I put myself at your disposal to any question.
Thank you, Ana Clara and colleague. Is there any question from the audience? I have a question for you, Ana Clara. You've been working in geodesign for many years now, and you run an enormous amount of workshops, and your approach is always evolving. We started together many years ago, and you are always innovating the workflow. Can you comment on this? Why there is this need to always innovate a little bit more? Okay, this is a specific case study on landscape planning, so maybe the context is not the same as in the past. But anyway, I see your research a real struggle to always innovate and experiment something new. Can you comment on this?
Yes, the majority of the workshops that we do here are with people of the place, and we generally plan what to do with the place. But this research was very specific because it was developed in our group with expert people. And the main objective of this workshop was to test the tools of interoperability, because we used many tools. We used the 3D visualization in drone, we used the SDI, spatial data infrastructure. We designed the limits of the units together, and we used the link with Google Forms and Google applications to have more space to write our ideas. So at the end, we have a territorial master plan, a landscape master plan. So it was a very complex workshop that nowadays, at this point, I don't see citizens' participation in this kind of work because it's very complex, because we wanted to test tools and possibilities. But when we work with the traditional, if I may say like this, the traditional geodesign workshop, we have a closer It's a way to work with the citizens of the place. I don't know if I was able to answer to your question.
Yeah.
Because I didn't listen to everything quite well. The sound is not perfectly.
Thank you, Ana Clara. Okay, so we will go now to the next presentation. I invite Luanita Snijman van der Waalt, who actually have been working for a few years now on the integration of the geodesign methodology with strategic environmental assessment, and she's presenting a case study. So I think this is a very interesting piece of research because it's a kind of niche part of geodesign. I've been interested in this specific perspective as well, so I'm looking forward to listen to your case study. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very, very good to be here. I'm enjoying Italy and the food, particularly since I've arrived yesterday. I'm Luanita Snijman, and the people. Well, we'll see tonight with the event and when we start to mingle a bit more. I'm Luanita Snijman van der Waalt. I'm from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Stellenbosch, that's near Cape Town in South Africa. And I'm going to tell you a bit about geodesign as a supplementary tool to strategic environmental assessment. I'll run through a quick introduction, share the methodology, go over the results, and then I'll conclude and close. So strategic environmental assessment is a decision support process to evaluate the sustainability implications of strategic proposals, and it's generally accepted as a flexible and adaptive process. However, especially in South Africa, it's often limited to situational analysis, information collation, and just presenting information that's already out there. Just to note, in South Africa, SEA is not subject to a directive like you have in Europe, so you're really able to adapt the process in any way you see fit. But there's also some concerns around the capability and effectiveness of SEA to inform planning and decision-making, especially when it comes to multiple geographical scales and it being collaborative and participatory, as well as some of the tools and workflows that are available to really unlock geospatial information in SEA. And so geodesign has been identified as a workflow and tool that could address some of these pitfalls. So essentially, SEA is widely applied in South Africa, but no examples of the explicit use of geodesign approaches in the context of South African SEA existed. And geodesign is theoretically identified as a tool to enhance SEA, but it hasn't been empirically evaluated against SEA performance criteria. So the aim of this research was to pilot a geodesign workshop and evaluate its potential to enhance SEA performance based on a South African case study, specifically the Saldanha Bay municipality, that's about 2 hours north of Cape Town on the west coast. So the methodology we used, we held a geodesign workshop as an SEA scoping phase activity, so as the first part of an SEA process. We used Geodesign Hub, and unfortunately this was in the height of the COVID pandemic, so we had to host the workshop online. We had 11 participants across various government institutions, research institutions, and they were divided into 3 design teams focusing on socioeconomic development, natural capital management, and government, each with their own interests. And they were assigned 3 tasks. Firstly, they had to augment the status quo with their local knowledge, then propose new projects and policies that are in line with their specific team interest, and then finally design a spatial future that meets their team's interests. The data we collected was through participant questionnaires at the end of each task, as well as researcher observations during the workshop, and the questionnaire and the observations were structured according to SEA performance criteria. So task 1, augment existing data with local knowledge to describe the status quo of environmental pressures that undermine natural capital and ecosystem services in the Saldanha Bay municipality. Participants were provided with some design aids, specifically a land cover map, some preliminary environmental sensitivity maps, and satellite imagery, and they were asked to draw in the Geodesign Hub surveys kind of plug-in tool, where were the pressures on terrestrial, coastal, groundwater, and marine ecosystems, specifically around things like effluent and pollution, over-extraction of groundwater, physical alteration of coastal areas. So we had pre-identified these categories for them, and they had to tell us where these issues were most prevalent. On the second day, the local knowledge contributions were plugged in as another design aid for them to draw on. And now they were asked to propose new policies and new projects that would enhance their team interests. And the pre-populated categories for those were tourism, agriculture, industry, energy, transport, and natural capital conservation, essentially. And yeah, they drew about 48 different plans and policies, and this was all taken into the third task on the third day, where they were asked to design a spatial future for the municipality that is in line with their interests. And you can see, apologies, there wasn't much space, so I kind of just put it on its side there. Each one of these design teams had their unique interests and prioritize different aspects over others. But ultimately, their designs were actually quite similar, and we saw that they had an opportunity to work together actually very efficiently. There weren't any major conflicts. And essentially, this is where we ended our geodesign project for the research. Looking at the questionnaires, overall, the participants agreed that geodesign has the potential to enhance the effectiveness of strategic environmental assessment. Overwhelmingly so, you can see on a Likert scale, most participants either agreed or strongly agreed with the statements that were provided to them. Where there was some uncertainty was around future thinking and sustainability-led. They weren't sure whether SEA really has the potential to deliver on the actual decision-making side, translating that into actual outputs in practice. And this is probably because it was a new tool, something they've never heard of and never worked with before. Secondly, there was also some concerns around it being integrative and limit setting. And here it might be due to distrust in the data that the others around them have generated. So, very, very little trust in what other participants put forward, unfortunately. And then finally, being precautionary and adaptive and iterative, they probably were constrained by the online setting of the workshop, which limited their collaboration with each other. Although they all participated, the collaboration was potentially a bit difficult online. Based on the observations made by the researcher, again, very, very positive perception of the geodesign workflow for strategic environmental assessment. However, once again, the legitimacy and the veracity of the local knowledge contributions was not viewed favorably by all the participants, but this is often an issue in citizen science processes. How do I know I can trust what this person is saying? Secondly, when it comes to being participative and participants communicating well and often, that wasn't as clear, probably because of the online setting. And then finally, just looking at how the participants named the policies and projects that they proposed. This was sometimes a little bit difficult to decode, and it's likely due to the limited characters that they were able to use to describe their inputs. So in conclusion, we successfully piloted a geodesign workshop as a scoping phase activity for SEA, and it's the first study to explicitly evaluate geodesign against selected SEA performance criteria. And the findings suggest that geodesign can enhance SEA through facilitating more focused, integrated, iterative, participative, and accountable workflows, and mainly through that being mainly achieved through better integration of geospatial data into SEA, facilitating the inclusion of values, softer type science into SEA, and providing a highly adaptive and interesting avenue for stakeholder engagement. There are some limitations that were also revealed. Firstly, the trust in the participant-generated information. So it's important to include data validation processes if you are going to use this in your SEA. And it's also important to clearly communicate how the information will be used. Then finally, of course, access to digital tools and skills, especially in under-resourced communities. In this regard, it's very important to profile your target audience, so you need to know who's going to be participating, and then employ any alternative tools that you can to enhance their experience and make them or empower them to participate. Of course, the limitations of the research is that it was conducted online. It was a relatively small sample size, but regardless, I think the results do show promise. And moving forward, we suggest that we implement geodesign in SEAs and monitor the outcomes in practice to see how this really affects the effectiveness of SEA, and expand the experimental design to other SEA phases, including negotiation and decision on a final design, see whether there's really a difference between in-person and online workshops. And ultimately, we can test the utility of geodesign for other environmental management tools, like environmental management frameworks, for instance. And with that, I say Nkosi, bye dankie.
Thank you very much. Any question for Lunita? Francesco.
If I may ask, just few additional words about the case study and the sample of the actors involved in the workshop, because you better described the methodology, but I missed something. You want to...
So the case study was a local municipality. It's not a very large municipality, but it's an incredibly dynamic environment. It's very biodiversity rich, lots of tourism activity. It's got the largest deep water port in South Africa, a large iron ore terminal, and so there's a lot of conflicting interests, of course, in that area. That being said, we selected our participants based on, firstly, people who we know have had experience in strategic environmental assessment. So they have either participated in the actual strategic environmental assessment that was undertaken for the Saldanha Bay municipality, or they have been involved in previous SEAs that we have worked on. Then we really try to draw in people from the local province, so the decision makers, and then on the other hand, like parks planner, natural parks planners, because there's a big conservation area also in the municipality, and then a few environmental assessment practitioners. Yeah.
I have another very quick technical question. You mentioned that you have some issues with the number of characters in using geodesign. Do you think it's just the number of characters, or difficulties by the participant to express in a synthetic way what they want to propose?
I think it's both. In this case, the first two tasks were conducted in geodesign survey, and that has a very short character limit, but it was easier to capture quite a few rapid ideas. Ideally, we would have wanted to come back to plenary and discuss those ideas to try and capture the nuances behind each of those. That was unfortunately not possible, but I think it is important to match the words with the intention of the participant, because you're right, they might not be able to express it.
And this calls for another very quick question. Do you think next time you will run a workshop, you will be able, based on the past experience, to solve some of the issues that you find this time?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. I would do quite a few things different now, I think. But especially the fact that it was during COVID and we weren't able to engage in person made things a little bit difficult. I had to compromise quite a bit on the approach.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we will save, I have more questions for Juanita, but maybe some of you, but we will save for later. Okay, so we proceed with the next presentation of this first block. Is again a video from Flavia Las Casas and Ana Clara Mora. I will launch now a video. This one.
We are presenting the case study, Geodesign in the Shared Decision to Create Full Protection Conservation Units, as a mitigating and compensatory action for the transformation of iron mining in the landscape. The research was developed by Flavia Las Casas de Brito under the supervision of Professor Moura. Flavia works for the mining sector with environmental studies. The study area was Piranga River Subbasin that in November 2015 had a dam rupture. It caused environmental impact, soil and water contamination. The mud traveled 853 kilometers from the town of Bento Rodrigues in the city of Mariana, in the state of Minas Gerais, to the Atlantic Ocean in the state of Espírito Santo. It affected 39 municipalities. But it's important to recognize that mining activity is an important part of the economy of the state of Minas Gerais and of Brazil. So the goal is to present compensatory actions and to develop in a sustainable way. Piranga River Subbasin has an extension of more than 86,000 square kilometers. 14 of it are in the state of Espírito Santo and 86 of it in the state of Minas Gerais. It is composed by 5 subbasins, and one of the subbasins is the Piranga River Subbasin that is fully inserted in the Atlantic Forest biome. It has an extension of more than 7,000 kilometers and 24.6% of the total of the River Doce Basin. It covers 77 cities in the state of Minas Gerais. And it's also important to talk about Atlantic Forest biome. It covers about 15% of the Brazilian territory, and it covers more than 70% of the area where the population is concentrated. It's the second largest biome in the state of Minas Gerais. And we propose a geodesign as a method to face challenges in alternative futures for territorial planning, as a support to opinion making that can be also a support to decision making in a close future. Before the workshop, we followed the Steinitz methodological framework to prepare data, but during the workshop, we used a geodesign framework proposed by Moura that was, in step 1, doing reading enrichment, in which we used the SDI, spatial data infrastructure, to analyze the area. In step 2, the creation of ideas. In step 3, the discussion of ideas. In step 4, to analyze the impacts and goals. In step 5, we do the voting. And in step 6, the visualization of the results. It's also important to understand the difference between the sustainable use units and full protection units, because in the workshop, we asked people to propose full protection conservation units. The full protection conservation units aims to preserve nature, allowing only indirect use of its natural resources. Before the workshop, we organized a map collection according to representation models, presenting the main characteristics of the place. But we also composed a map collection about process models, presenting the main vulnerabilities and potentialities of the area. The workshop was held on 4 meetings in April 2023. It had the participation of 13 people representing academy, technicians, and society. These 13 participants were 18 students from the postgraduate course, 2 people from the mining company, 2 participants from the State Institute of Forests, and 1 expert in subbasin rivers. The objective was to propose full protection conservation units as a compensatory action to mining activities. The participants could create new areas, expand existing areas, or even recover existing areas. We used the GIS Collab web-based platform. This platform was first proposed by GE21 Geotechnologies and adapted to be used as geodesign platform by Freitas and Moura. So you're seeing the platform, the entrance of the platform, and people are using the SDI, Spatial Data Infrastructure, to analyze the data and to do the first step, that is the reading enrichment, in which they read the data and they put points with additional information that we didn't have in the maps. In step 2, we do the creation of ideas. We used the tripod of sustainability and asked people to propose ideas thinking about environmental context, social and cultural context, and economic context. But all the participants had to propose ideas to all the contexts. In the environmental context, we had 10 proposals. In social and cultural context, 10 proposals. And in economic context, 9 proposals. In step 3, we organized the goals. We had the goal to increase the Atlantic forest robust vegetation 30%. So we calculated the area to be increased, and we analyzed the conservation, the full protection conservation units, existing ones, and we arrived to the goal of increasing it in 60%. And we proposed to the participants to distribute the 60% in 20% to environmental context, 20% to economic context, and 20% to social and cultural context. So here we analyzed the impacts, we analyzed the performance, the measure of the performance, and we voted. In the environmental context, we had 8 proposals approved and 2 were put away. In social and cultural context, we had 9 proposals approved and 1 was put away. In the economic context, 5 proposals were approved, 1 was put away, and 2 of them that were between 40% and 6% of the votes, they were put under discussion. So, to arrive to a final result, we observed that we had to do new discussions of the approved proposals because they didn't reach the target in a first design. And we had to propose an expansion of some of these units, some of these conservation units. We had also new votes to the 2 proposals that were between 40 and 6% of the votes, and one of them was adjusted and approved, and the other one was rejected. So at the end, the goal achieved was 63.73% of increase in the areas of full protection conservation units. So we achieved the goal because our limit was 60%. This amount of area was divided into 19.58% in the environmental axis, 26.38% in the economic axis, and 17.77% in the social axis. We also calculated some numbers of the results using the work of Crowler and colleagues in the nature biome, and the Spaunet and colleagues, global above ground and below ground biomass carbon density. We calculated the number of trees that could be in the areas created, the area, the number of trees, the carbon credits above ground and below ground. So we had not only qualitative analysis, but also quantitative analysis of the results. Here you are seeing the final design. In green, the full protection conservation units according to environmental axis, context. In blue, the full protection conservation units according to social and cultural context. And in yellow, the full protection conservation units proposed according to economic context. So we had 23 new proposals of areas, and we increased it in 287% the areas of full protection conservation units. There were a high rate of approval of proposals during the workshop. It was surprising. 78.6% of the proposals were approved. 7.14% of the proposals were reviewed and discussed. But from the two that we reviewed and discussed, only one was adjusted and accepted. We observed ease of negotiation to reach a final project. We believe this is due to confidence in issuing opinions that may be associated with the quality of the information presented as a support in our SDI platform, spatial data information, and also in the information that we presented to them when we presented the territory. We thank you, and we put ourselves at your disposal to any further information.
Thank you, Ana Clara and Flavia. You have a question, Francesco?
Just a little question regarding the final slide. 78% of approved proposal. No, you linked this result to the good information and the good communication of such projects during the workshop. It could be also a lack of a real conflict among the groups that were involved.
I understand that it's your voice because I recognize your voice, but I wasn't able to listen to everything. I understood that you're questioning about the 78% of approvals, that it was very easy to arrive to approval, and
yes.
You're questioning why. Can you come closer to the microphone so that we can listen to you?
I can hear you, Ana Clara, but with a little delay, so that's the problem.
Because you are far from the microphone, and I was not able to listen to everything. Obrigada. Yeah. I understood that you want to know about the percentage of approval and why it was easy to arrive to that. Was it? Okay. Okay, so 78% of approval may be due to a lack of conflict, but it's a very good question because we have people that were not from the university. Can you hear me? It's okay for you? Okay. We had people that were not from the university participating in the workshop, and people very active in real world. We have people from the mining sector, and from the forest institution, and from the water institution. So these people were very critical. But even then, they accepted their proposals. My students were not the best in knowledge about the territory and the proposal, but I believe that the data were so qualified that even the proposals constructed by the students were accepted by people that are really in real world analyzing process. People from mining sector, from forest institutions, and from water institutions. even them accepted the proposals and they took part very hardly in the workshop. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, Ana Clara.
Okay.
Thank you, Ana Clara.
Sorry for not hearing everything
Yeah,
because
it's a bit difficult, but let's do our best. Thank you. So the next presentation will be live. We just continue on the second block. Contribution from Francesco Scorza, Beniamino Murgante. Will be presented by Simone Corrado together with Luigi Santopietro, Alfonso Annunziata, Rossana Piro, Rachele Gatto, Rossella Scorzelli e Shiva Ramani.
So good afternoon to everyone. I'm Simone Corrado. I'm a PhD student at the University of Basilicata, and my research topic is the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithm to the geospatial domain. But today I will present a work, and this work is, I don't know how to, okay. But today in this work I will present the initial phase of the geodesign workshop of a Mitigo project. In particular, this project aims to present the design solution for local development and while considering territorial structural issues and associated risks. We believe that public involvement in the co-design process holds useful value as it fosters consensus building and enhances awareness of critical spatial concern even within low context culture. Within this context, the Mitigo project emerged as a resilient, co-oriented co-design project that seeks to deploy innovative and sustainable solutions for hydrological and seismic risk mitigation. But first of all, how we can define geodesign? Geodesign is divided mainly into terms, geo and design. The prefix geo is can be defined as the geographic space, thus refer to the full spectrum of Earth's life support system, while the word design, the second component, can be defined as either as a noun or as a verb. As a noun, design generally refers to the physical layout of a context, and as a verb is usually referred to a process or a series of action. So geodesign can be changes geography by design. Moreover, geodesign proposes an integrated and collaborative system thinking approach that starts with the project conceptualization, where stakeholders from various domains and cultural sphere actively engage and establish a shared vision of the spatial development of a context. Then this shared vision is translated into a series of analytical and simulation-based processes, which enable the exploration of multiple alternatives and their potential impact of the analyzed context. As pointed out earlier, in geodesign, the role of methods and geospatial technique are crucial. Especially in today's context, with the vast availability of geospatial data and geoprocessing services, this tool empower planners to perform a dynamic framework that can be continuously updated and adapt. Herbert Simon, a Nobel laureate, indirectly defined geodesign as a process and say everyone design would devise courses of action aimed at changing existing situations into preferred ones. But courses of action or the action are influenced by the individual preferences and may refer to two different types of strategies, the defensive and the offensive one. In fact, in geodesign is an approach for the design of the development of natural and man-made environment informed by criteria of environmental compatibility and more generally in line with the principle of sustainable development goals. As such, includes defensive strategies at larger scale, such as protection of the environment and the landscape, or the improvement of the quality of life of communities, and the demand of offensive strategies at a finer scale of intervention, where the goal is to change the study area to accommodate the private interest. Given these premises, so geodesign approach acts as a collaborative and negotiated synthesis between decision-maker long-term management of natural components and the speculative interest of stakeholders at a project scale, so in a short-term vision. Moreover, geodesign bringing together information technologies as expert of the project, as a technical support for the process, but also taking into account the needs and the vision of people of the places, the so-called local knowledge. Okay, so we strongly believe that, we say before, we strongly believe that public involvement in the co-design process is a means of generating consensus. In fact, during the knowledge building phase, spatial critical points can be highlighted in an easy communicative way that can be interpreted even if a low context culture. Hence, the resilience-oriented design approach is part of the Mitigo project. The aim of this project is to deploy a framework for innovative and sustainable hydrogeological and seismic risk mitigation solution, targeting mainly road connection and strategic structure in mountain area typically located in Basilicata region. The mitigation of natural hazard goes through different level of awareness and involvement of local communities, and this is a fundamental concept of strategies land planning process. This compared with the issues of natural hazard, which the Mitigo projects address in terms of innovative solution for mitigating, and which through the geodesign workshop developed within a strategic dimension of participatory territorial planning for the integration of research results in territorial development governance processes. The municipality of Pietrapertosa, Castelmezzano, Campomaggiore, and Albano di Lucania were chosen as a study area due to the characteristic common to a larger portion of the regional territory. So we have morphological features, presence of natural and cultural values, condition of territorial marginality with respect to the main regional service poles, fragility of the infrastructure system, especially road connection, the population, and weakness of productivity system. Here are presented some of the indicators to highlight the structural weakness of the study areas. The four municipalities are outlined in black, and this map especially shows the demographic situation of the entire region of Basilicata, and especially the percentage of population variation. We can say that in line with the South Italy and the regional value, the study area shows an increasing trend of the population. In just 20 years, from 2002 to 2022, the four municipalities lost between 20 to 30% of their residents. This phenomenon mainly affects the young segment of the population, with few births and high rate of labor force range migration. Another indicator is presented in this slide. The map can depict as the economic condition at the municipality level, and we can say that there are also a weakness for the economic value, with average income value because well below national average and among the lowest in the region for the municipality of Pietrapertosa. If we consider the consistency of the school in Basilicata region, there are approximately 600 schools, and primary education, but moreover, secondary education schools are all located in Potenza and Matera, the two main services nodes of the region. These facilities are mostly in this center, with high travel times from the study area, and routes are often unsuitable to the presence of active landslide on the road of the study area. Okay, context spatial analysis as a preliminary phase of this workshop was performed through a GeoSWOT that identified the strength, the weakness, the opportunities, and also the threats for the context. These analyses were then used in a broader approach, the logical framework approach, to obtain land suitability map and final system representation for the geodesign workshop. Here are presented the strengths, for example, Castelmezzano and Pietrapertosa municipality belong to national network of the beautiful villages in Italy. Moreover, there are a high percentage of forested area on a total for the municipality from 70 to 90% of the total municipality territory. And also there is the tourism macro attractor, the Volo dell'Angelo, linking the two municipalities of Castelmezzano and Pietrapertosa. Otherwise, in this slide are presented the weaknesses. We presented that before, like the population, poor accessibility to strategic services. For example, the average time for a private vehicle from the study area to the nearest hospital is about 40 minutes, and also for the university is 40 minutes, but for the nearest airport is about 120 minutes. This also highlights the inefficiency of the local public transport that just related to the needs of the scholarship population. So in this work, we refer to the geodesign framework. In fact, in geodesign, there are 10 systems are the basis for comparison between different designs. 9 of them are common to all projects. So we have the green and water infrastructure, gray and energy infrastructure, agriculture, industry, and the last one is flexible for the local priority. In this context, we set the last system with the tourism one, the tourism system. And the first analysis is to disaggregate the territory into this 10 system and analyze them individually through the land suitability map. The figures show the 10 systems that we do for the geodesign workshop for the Mitigo project. In this slide, I presented just two of them, the tourism and the transport ecosystem. And the tourism ecosystem on the left enables the enhancement of local heritage and the description through a broader process oriented to the tourism enhancement of the place and to create a network and the relationship with the high economic and social cultural value of the context. The tourism location of the area is mainly linked to the geomorphological singularities typical of the Lucanian Dolomite complex and the macro attraction Volo dell'Angelo. Between the center of Castelmezzano and Pietrapertosa. In this municipality, already included in the network of the most beautiful villages of Italy, are concentrated the main tourist flow. The center of Albano and Capomaggiore, on the contrary, present landscape and environmental singularities, but scattered over the territory, and is not supported by a structured hospitality system. If the tourist system represents an element of attractiveness, the transport system on the right, on the contrary, present multiple criticalities on the connection toward the valley and identify elements of territorial vulnerability. The landslide risk is high among these routes. Very often the only connection, very often the only connection to Pietrapertosa municipality is interrupted. Moreover, a survey in this area named the Futures Laboratory showed the demand for more consistent co-participation of the population in the decision-making processes and the increased awareness of risk association with the area in which they live. Actually limited to the knowledge-building phase, interaction with community is being pursued to conclude the geodesign workshop and promote a more democratic and participatory approach for future local development. As pointed out earlier, central to geodesign is the role of the method, the geospatial geographic information system, which today with a wide availability of data and processing services enable the construction of dynamic and flexible, constantly updated knowledge building phase. Moreover, when we're looking at the future challenges for spatial information technology proposed by Wolf in this article that is linked below, Wolf say that the challenges are reproducibility, inclusion, and common task. And geodesign seems to be a useful framework in this way. Indeed, if we can say that Jack Dangermond say that geodesign enables scientists, design profession, governments as a whole to work together using a common language of map and spatial analysis to address global challenges at many scales. In this view, interesting is the Global to Local Regional Initiative proposed by the International Geodesign Collaboration that we are part of this International Geodesign Collaboration to join the Global Climate Geodesign Challenges, a worldwide program that makes a direct connection between local program to a bigger regional goals. So to conclude, Okay, to conclude, we think that geodesign represents a robust framework to be adapted as a decision support system in planning. We recognize its horizontal applicability to a huge scope of planning issue, especially for resilience co-oriented design. If we want to place the experience that will be held in the Mitico project, it represents a multi-participant workshop type engagement oriented to show the methodological advantages of geodesign application and starting a learning by doing process with the local decision maker group. The level of personal learning derived from the participation in the preliminary part of the workshop has not been measured by a scientific survey, but in the future laboratories, several positive remarks had been declared by participants, mainly by the citizen, and their application toward the experience mainly focused on the applicability of the approach in real case decision scenario concerning urban transformation and land transformation. Also, they expressed a quite evident understanding of the geodesign taxonomy, remarking properly the stage of the workshop. So this is all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Simone and colleagues. Any question from the audience? Discuss later? Okay. Okay, so we go to the next presentation, again from Brazil, Ashley Rosa with Ana Clara Moura.
Hello, I'm Ashley Adelaide Rosa, PhD candidate in Geography at the Federal University of Minas Gerais, supervised by the Professor Ana Clara Moura. And today I will present our paper named Geoprocessing, Geodesign in Urban Parameters, Geoinformation and Co-Creation of Ideas in Urban Plan Teaching.
I'm afraid that there is an issue with the video. Ashley, maybe you want to comment as the video runs? Would you like to talk live?
Good morning. Our experience is about planning with some goals, and in a collaborative way, we use the completeness index for our completed streets as an alternative parameter. In a course about urban planning in a local scale, use geotechnologies as support for planning teaching, and the geodesign. Next one, please. Back to the video. Thanks.
Semester of 2000, second semester of 2022 in the course
Now the video is working again.
Workshops, local planning programs for undergraduate students in architecture and urbanism of the Federal University of Minas Gerais. The study area was the central area of Belo Horizonte, capital of the state of Minas Gerais, Brazil. That is a planned area that nowadays concentrates many of economic, social, and cultural interest points to handle in planning. How we did that? We considered 5 parts in the course. First, spatial perception and cognition. 2, urban regulation and legislation. 3, geoprocessing and spatial analysis. 4, geodesign as a co-creation process. And 5, the urban design proposal. And we used the following technological resources. ArcGIS for the process of georeferenced data, Saga, a web-based platform for voluntary mapping to the registration of students' opinion, Saga, an environmental analysis system that make it possible to carry out the multi-criteria analysis. And finally, the web-based GeoScolab platform was using the geodesign stage for the co-creation. The initial steps were carried out in the Vicom Saga. The student area was divided into 12 sub-areas, one student per sub-area, with the objective to register their perception and identify the completeness indicators. In the geo-processing and spatial analysis stage, the students developed an important work of creating maps, identifying main characteristics of the study area, with emphasis on the 12 completeness indicators. Students created one thematic map for each indicator in ArcGIS based on available public spatial data. And then, from these 12 thematic maps, 4 multi-criteria analysis maps were prepared in Vista Saga, one for each context, environment, movement, and place, and one more for general synthesis about the indicators of urban completeness. All maps were elaborated in a discussed and collaborative way with the students. In the co-creation stage, a geodesign workshop was held on in the classroom, dividing the students into 3 groups and working a cycle. They were first asked to do the reading enrichment, that is the analysis of the maps, followed by the annotation of alerts and additional information. The second moment, they were asked to create ideas as diagrams, associating them with a description and informing to which completeness indicators it could contribute to. To measure dynamically the indicator's impact, GeoScolab provides a widget with a histogram for monitoring the distribution of number of ideas per completeness indicator. From the students could see their performance during the workshop. In the end, the student workshop resulted in a collectively negotiated design. Then, students developed individually urban design proposals contemplating the completeness indicators based on the ideas previously collectively negotiated in the workshop. The results and discussion. The data collected by the students using Vicom Saga was systemized and analyzed in maps of kernel density. From this analysis, it could be seen that the distribution of the existing condition of completeness indicators along the study area were concentrated in some axes and were considered the more qualified area also in the perceptions students registered. In this way, when defining the importance and weightage to the indicators in a frequency analysis of final proposals, the environment context was the most relevant, followed by the place context, and finally the movement context. All proposals contemplated completeness indicators, and the students justified their ideas using the previously constructed maps, evidencing the importance of measurable urban metrics in the project teaching learning, and the use of geoinformation. The framework and steps proposed for the course allowed the student to consolidate and build knowledge. There was a progressive expansion in the understanding of local scale urban planning time. In this way, the individual proposal stage happened in a more organic way as a result from the qualification and understand previous built. The use of measurable criteria, such as completeness indicators, during the geodesign workshop favors that the process were guided, presenting objectives and goals to be met. The interoperability condition between the technological resource was a positive point in this experience. It was possible to go, for example, from Vicom Saga and from Vista Saga to ArcGIS, and from them to GISColab in a fluid and applied way. Finally, the students were able to learn about the role of the architect and urban planner as a decoder of collective will, as a team member and in the co-creation activities, and finally, the importance in bringing their individual creativity in final designs as a development from previous create collective agreement. The authors thank Saint-Piquet, FAPMIG, and the graduate program in geography. Thanks all for the attention.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Just a little question, if there are any from the audience. Differently, I try. How do you monitor the learning process of the students who applied in the workshop?
We are not listening so well.
Ah. Scriviamo. Che ho fatto? Ah, no, ho fatto. Ah, certo.
Anche se fa messo su, avete lavorato per flessibilità educacional, the learning process covers we have We analyze the results of the workshop and the participation of the students by the effectiveness of their proposal. In every step of the workshop, educational thematic, we look in three different ways: assertiveness of location, priority, and thematic. If the proposal are dialogue with the objective of the course, that is, produce a more qualified planning for the place.
Okay, thank you, Clara, thank you. Okay, we can go on with the next presentation. It's from Camilla Ziegler, Geodesign for Open Space Management in Mining Dependent Urban Settlements. It's again a video.
Hi, my name is Camila Zinger. I wrote the work that will be presented here with Luis Lima, Christian Freitas, and Professor Ana Clara Moura. We started to produce this paper from a discussion that considered the possibilities of using geodesign for decision-making in mine-dependent urban settlements in the Iron Quadrangle in Minas Gerais, Brazil. In these areas, on one hand, mineral extraction is the main source of income, employment, and revenue. On the other hand, these settlements face territorial conflicts generated by the need to reconcile environmental quality preservation with the economic activities of mining carried out by large enterprises. The particulate matter from mining activities accumulates daily around mineral-dependent urban centers, on houses, green areas, and streets. The runoff that washes the surfaces, reaches downstream water resources, and causes pollution. In this study, we built a hypothesis based on two intersecting lines. First, the consideration of open spaces as an environmental response for the situation presented before. And second, the use of geodesign as a method to make decisions concerning such open spaces. In addition, we considered applying geodesign to encourage the effective appropriation of open spaces by communities in mine-dependent urban settlements, bearing in mind the environmental control of these spaces. The interpretation that open spaces can be a technical solution for sustainable occupation of such territory is presented considering its potential use for sediment retention and aquifer recharge. As mentioned, this study addresses the potential of geodesign as a consultative and decision-making methodology to encourage the effective community engagement in mine-dependent settlements. The working framework in geodesign through co-creation is built in two steps. First, the creation of a WebGIS to document and display environmental performance data for open spaces to community. And a second step involves customizing the GIS Collab platform, enabling different actors to access a collection of spatial data and information, facilitating collaborative and consensus-based development of proposals for the utilization of open spaces. Given the economic dependency on mining activities in many of urban settlements in the Iron Quadrangle, the requalification of the drastically transformed landscapes becomes urgent. The open space in these settlements constitute important public amenities and a starting point for implementing nature-based solutions. We reiterate that the study presented here is empirical and created as a possibility. Even so, we are looking for ways to make them viable in communities that can benefit from its application. Thank you.
Thank you also for timing, very quick, very short. I believe we can shift now the presentation of Michele at the end, anticipating the one geodesign in the teaching process for global agreements. And we have again a video.
Hello everyone, I'm Thiago Melo, a recent graduated architect and urban planner here in Brazil. This study that I'm going to present to you is part of the master project of Fabiana Vieira. So she conducted the research, I supported her in this study, and Professor Ana Clara guided us throughout the process. The study is entitled Geodesign in the Teaching Process of Global Agreements, and we are going to discuss a little bit about Sustainable Development Goals and the Smart Cities concept. So our main idea in this study was to introduce those concepts to undergraduate and graduate students from different parts of Brazil. The first concept, the SDGs, they were introduced by the UN back in 2015 as a global call to action. So we are going to discuss about gender equality, climate action, life on land, and all of those things we are more familiar with nowadays. The second one is the Smart City concept, which comprises the digitalization of cities, clean energy solutions, transport technologies, and so on. To introduce those concepts, we utilize the geodesign method. The workshop framework we utilized in this study was first introduced by Professor Ana Clara and Christian Freitas. It comprises 4 different steps. So the first one, the reading enrichment step, is the part in which the participants learn about the territory. They take notes and take alerts in the platform so the other ones can consult. The second step is the part in which they create ideas. So they are supposed to draw their ideas in the platform using points, lines, and polygons. The third step is the part in which they will discuss the ideas and vote for those ones they are more familiar with, they agree with, and so on. And the last part is the final decision of the final design. So our methodology was conducted in 2 different cities, as I said before. The first one is Belo Horizonte, which is the capital of Minas Gerais. The second is an island, also a capital of a different state in Brazil, in the south part of Brazil, is Florianópolis, and is the capital of Santa Catarina. They both are very complex cities in very distinct ways. So we had students from both cities, and they were working together to understand these concepts, to propose ideas, and so on. So, as I said, the main purpose of the study was to verify the impact and effectiveness of the use of geodesign as a method to support teaching processes. So, these studies were obviously conducted in the classroom environment, and we had a very large number of students and very diverse number of students. So, we tried to divide those students in different and smaller groups. In here you can see different print screens from the first workshop, which was conducted in Belo Horizonte. This is the reading enrichment part, in which they were supposed to take some notes and knowledge. The second one, in which they design projects and policies. And the third one, in which they voted for those designs. Although, as I said, we tried to analyze the introduction of the concepts, as we, after all, held those workshops, we can also verify some results. In the first workshop, which was conducted in Belo Horizonte, we divided the group in 4 smaller groups. The first and the second one were composed mainly by undergraduate students, and they presented a greater number of ideas. They contemplated almost all of the SDGs, and they were also more innovative. The third group, the C group, was composed mainly by graduate students. They had a smaller number of proposals because they detailed discussions a little bit more. They were more into the negotiation part of the scheme, of the methodology. And the D group was from Florianópolis. They were from another city, so they did not know the territory that well as the other groups, so they participated with the objective of understanding the territory. So they didn't like design as much as the other groups. So they were trying to understand Belo Horizonte, to understand the platform, to understand the method, after all. So the smart city concept were introduced in the design, so they were supposed to create innovative, free designs, and the SDG scheme was introduced in the sense that in each design they created, they were supposed to indicate the impact, positive and negative impact this design will have in the SDGs. So, for example, if I'm creating a park in this region of Belo Horizonte, I am supposed to indicate the positive and negative impact this park would have in the SDG schemes. So it was also present in the second workshop, which was conducted in Florianópolis. But in here, we divided the group in a different aspect. We tried to introduce the context of the economy, the social context, the environmental context. But after all, they were supposed to introduce those concepts we were discussing since the beginning, the smart cities and the SDGs. So again, here we present possible positive and negative impacts the designs they created had on the SDGs. Here we present our final results and discussions. After the workshops we held, we introduced to the participants questionnaires, and they were supposed to answer, to address if they agree or disagree with our statements. So we tried to understand if they had interest and knowledge with regard to the themes we introduced, so the SDGs, so the smart city concepts, and if those interests and knowledge enhanced after our experiment. So what we can say after all is that the inclusion of those concepts had different assimilation by each person. This may have something to do with age, with graduation level, but after all, in general, all of the people involved related that they expanded that interest, which is quite interesting. The platform and the method we used showed to be accessible for the public involved. This obviously is related to the fact that we were working with undergraduate and graduate students, so they had technological literacy. We can also say that the enthusiasm for smart cities were slower if compared to the SDGs, probably because the SDGs have more tangible indicators. And the last thing is that the geodesign showed to be an interesting teaching method, which at last is our research question. So we are very pleased to present this, and we are open to questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any question here from the audience? I have just a quick question. When you mentioned that you measured the impacts of a specific project according to SDGs, the measure of the impacts is an automatic tools included in GISCO Lab or something like that?
Yes, we created a script in which people propose an idea and they tell us to which the Sustainable Development Goal they are contributing to. So I can have an idea and I can contribute to one or more SDGs. And then there is a script that counts how much idea, the number of ideas that were associated to each Sustainable Development Goal. We can contribute positively or negatively. So we can have impact and we can have positive impact. Negative impacts and positive impacts. And the graphic is automatic, dynamic, because it's based on WPS, the Web Processing Service. While you are designing, it is calculating and it presents a widget, a frame, that while people are designing and proposing, they can control the performance of the workshop. Because during the workshop, I can tell them, observe that you didn't contemplate the SDG number 3, because it's not in the graphic, it's not in the widget that you present. So it's a dynamic measurement of the objectives and the goals of the workshop. You understand it?
Yes, Ana Clara, almost everything. Thank you. Okay, now we can move to the final presentation, which is by Michele Campagna, and I think it is also a quite comprehensive discussion about his experience on geodesign.
Thank you. So, in this presentation, I would like to review some of my experiences. Some of them are reiteration of the same study, and the second one actually is a different independent project. And I think this is useful because oftentimes I talk to people who is just starting to apply geodesign, and they have many questions. And those people who already started maybe have more questions. And as soon as I do more studies, I also have more questions. So I think it's very interesting and useful to document our experience, to share like today. And also we saw how many different interpretation and application in different contexts Ana Clara Moura group did. And I think each study, iteration of a study is always something different and interesting, an experience worth to be shared. We all know, most of us know the Steinitz framework, and for me is the reference point. And when Carl Steinitz developed his framework along his career and published eventually in a book about 10 years ago, he actually ended out to provide us with a scheme that is quite straightforward to understand. But the value of the scheme is what we put inside. So the scheme is like a container where we can put all our previous knowledge, and the way then the workflow we implement based on the Steinitz framework, of course, depend on our knowledge, understanding of the framework, and experience. Okay. One common application, implementation of the framework is to develop geodesign workshop with Geodesign Hub. Actually, Geodesign Hub is the result of a PhD thesis of Rishi Balal. Rishi worked with Carl Steinitz in tight cooperation about 10 years ago when he did his PhD at UCL. And they tested and they developed this platform based on the framework. And I like it very much. One important point, probably in my understanding of the framework, one of the most important part, actually, if I go back, is the evaluation model. Not all the people working on geodesign give the same importance to the evaluation model. To me, this is central, because the evaluation model is where we link data information with decision, with design. And if the evaluation model is missing in a way, I think this connection, think about when we apply for strategic environmental assessment, this connection between data, information, knowledge, and decision in some way is missing. Nevertheless, the way we implement that can be different. In my experiences, I always develop evaluation model for all the system we include in a study, and this is the real input for the workshop. Then we have typically 3 phases. We collect design ideas in the form of diagram, organized by system, based on the evaluation maps. And then we select and we share those ideas in groups. And then by teams with common interest and objective, we select those ideas that we like more and try to figure it out how to put them together in a meaningful and synergic way. And then through negotiation, we compare our different hypotheses, our different scenario, our different proposal, and came out usually with a final agreed plan based on consensus. We tested this approach several times. The first time with Carl Steinitz, who visited us in Cagliari, the University of Cagliari back in 2016. And that time we worked with a group of early researchers. And for the first, our problem was we want to develop a future development, sustainable development scenario for the metropolitan city of Cagliari, which is an area at a scale that we never studied before. The metropolitan city of Cagliari was established in 2016, and before we had experience in thinking about how to plan the region of Sardinia, how to plan some municipality of Sardinia, maybe some province, but the scale was all the time different. And approaching this new issue, this new scale of design, with this new methodology actually allow us to understand very quickly new perspectives. And then maybe 2 years after, I work with the same approach, applying the International Geodesign Collaboration standard with my student. And also with my student had no previous knowledge of spatial data, have no previous knowledge of planning, student from civil engineering and architecture, but without any previous planning course. In just a few sessions, in about 12-15 hours, they learn a lot about territorial systems, about transport, infrastructure and housing and the connection and many other systems. And they learn how to use digital tools. in a very, very short time. I didn't measure that time, but my perception and my team perception was that they learn a lot in a very short time. And since then, we have many experience with Chiara Coca and Elisabetta Di Cesare at the University of Cagliari, with Castains around the world. With Castains, for example, we run a series of digital online workshops to teach educators. One of the main ideas of Chiara is that he's not teaching more students. He's retired, he's emeritus now, but he wanted to share his knowledge with educators so that they can share with their students. And we did it many times, and we did it during COVID time, and we learned to do it online. We saw other example today, and we work with GeoDesign Hub and with Zoom, together with people from around the world, by time zone, in Asia and Oceania, Europe and Africa, and America. And all these experience, in a way, were very useful to me to learn how to implement a study, and not only how to set up a study, but also how to coordinate a study. And at some point, there was a chance to run a geodesign workshop on the sustainable development. Where is it? Sorry, I lost my slide. Yeah, on the sustainable tourist development on the Oristano Gulf in Sardinia on the west coast. 5 municipalities got some funding from the regional government to spend in sustainable tourism. And actually they didn't know really well how to share it, how to use it. And by chance we met, I presented the geodesign approach, and they liked it very much. And we organized a workshop. And, but we decided not only to work among the 5 municipalities to find a consensus among them, but also to involve the citizen, the community. And so we invited all the stakeholders the municipality of Oristano usually work with, and we present our ideas. And we decided to have a workshop in 2 main steps. The first one, we work among the 5 municipalities, and we develop a scenario based on consensus through negotiation. And in the second round, we invite entrepreneurs, NGOs from the local community who decide to participate. And we compare different solutions to the same problem, and eventually we agree. And based on the result of the workshop that you can see by the image is quite rough, not really immediately understandable for those of us who don't know the language of colors and codes of geodesign, but then we translate in a more communicative language for everybody. In a single poster, we synthesize all the results. And this document was adopted by the municipality of Oristano as a guide for future action, although it was not a real plan, it was just kind of a strategic scenario. A few years later, back in 2021, actually we started a little bit earlier, we decided to use the geodesign approach for the making of the strategical plan of the metropolitan city of Cagliari. And the strategic plan workflow was very complex. There were the Metropolitan Authority and the advising technical team involved citizens through questionnaire, developed living lab, thematic table, all the traditional method that we know. But at some points, there was the need to involve the municipalities, 17 municipalities, some big, Cagliari, the capital city of Sardinia, and some very small, down to the size of a few thousand inhabitants. Some very central, some very fast. And we work together. Again, COVID time, based on previous experience, also in this case, we use Zoom and GeoDesign Hub. Juanita first mentioned working online as a possible issue. I think in this case, in our case, it was an advantage, because having such a big number, we were about probably 35 participants, represent from 17 municipalities, some decision makers, some politicians, and some technical staff. And I didn't met them before. I didn't know them. So in a way, I think using the digital platform was a way for me to facilitate, in a way, my role of coordination. And because it was new for everybody. And we work in 4 sessions, 3 hours each, along 2 weeks. Like Tuesday and Thursday, I think, and Tuesday and Thursday. 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours, with the possibility to interact in between, to ask for, we set up an help desk so that some people lagging behind could catch up. We collect more than 200 design ideas, diagrams representing policy and project, and through I would say, then these shared diagrams were used by 4 teams. This time we didn't divide the teams by objectives or interest, but by space. Is also a possibility. The first time was used in Georgia case study, but by Rivera and et al. So we grouped together the municipalities from the east, from the center, from the northwest and southwest. And each group developed his own scenario. And you can see in the slide the evolution through the design iteration. And some of them started from their localities. But I asked all of them, please define a scenario for the whole metropolitan area. And this is not the way they were used to work, because each municipality usually look inside. Very seldom neighboring municipality collaborate for some, if they have some special funding, but this is not very often. So they create their own synthesis, they negotiate, and eventually they agree on priorities. And actually the result of this design was quite good. Working with the local people, with the real stakeholders, was different than working with researchers and working with students. If I work with research, the first time that I worked with researchers, I was mostly interested in understanding the workflow and the framework and the application of the framework, beside the case study. Working with students, you are more focusing on teaching them selected part of all this. Working with the local people, well, they know the localities, but they don't know what the neighbor is doing. So my effort was not only to end up with something coherent and agreed, but also to help them to understand what the metropolitan city is. Because this was new for them, they didn't really understand. Also from the institutional point of view, it was not very clear who the power relationship, the relationship between, actually the metropolitan, the mayor of the metropolitan city is the mayor of Cagliari. So what are the relationship between him and the mayors of the smaller municipalities? It was really unclear. And I believe this exercise, which eventually all the results of the workshop were included in the final strategic plan, are now being implemented. The first, I think 100 plus million euro are being spent nowadays, implementing part of it. But sorry, I go a little bit to the conclusion, because I want to highlight that not only this methodology is good for people to agree, starting from conflict, but it's very good to learn. And this is why I think running several iterations, one after the other, even on the same case study, help to better understand. And if you think that once you build all the database, I mean the base data, and you prepare the evaluation model, which is possibly the most time and resource consuming part of preparing a workshop, then running another workshop, 12 hours. 12 hours you can do once a year, once every 6 months. And especially when we talk about strategic planning, which must be quick, adaptable, readaptable, as the knowledge and the territorial system evolve very fast. I think this is a very good pros of adopting this design. In terms of appreciation from the stakeholder, this time we try to measure in a very simple way, just asking a simple question to the participant. And as you can see from the diagram, the appreciation was very positive, mostly. Were objective reached faster? Yes. Did the workshop improve communication among the municipalities? Yes. Are you happy with the final design? Well, mostly yes. Did your knowledge about the metropolitan city improve? Mostly yes. Was it easy to use GeoDesign Hub? Yes. This is one main point. The usability of the software is very high. In the next few weeks, I will be working with residents from a local community for a grassroots exercise. I'm a little bit scared because I don't know them. There is a person involved, an active citizen, who is inviting them, and when I said, okay, I can provide the room, internet connection, you should come with your laptop, and say, I'm not sure they all have. Can they use the iPad or the tablet? And I say, would be better to have a personal computer. But anyway, so I don't know, but many other examples from colleagues. They work with us, elder people. Ana Clara in Brazil work with the children. Usually the technology is very user-friendly. And then a question that I'm particularly interested in is, were the evaluation map useful? Mostly yes, also in this case. Can you imagine myself preparing evaluation models for an area, which I live there, but I never studied extensively. Of course, for each system, I work with a system expert, with a tourism expert, with a green infrastructure expert, with a housing expert, with an archaeologist for cultural heritage, etc. Nevertheless, the high-scale knowledge, local knowledge of the people who work there and develop, manage land changes every day is very high, and the two scales may be conflicting. So how to deal with that? And basically, I believe that the advice we as experts can do with evaluation maps is a good base, a good starting point. Then it's not a mandatory rule, it's just a recommendation. And during the workshop, we can discuss. If we find something that we don't trust or we don't believe, we can have a discussion, but it's clear with everybody in the room, and eventually we usually come to a solution. Because when we use data and produce information, and we aim at understanding and producing knowledge about complex territorial system, we make assumption. So, and we make simplification on data to be used in a digital workshop. So, still, I think this way of working is useful. Were the objective reached faster? Yes. Overall satisfaction, very positive. And, okay, I stop here. In the paper, you can find a little bit of comparison among my case study. Some were held full in person, 2 days intensive, some other distributed in time, some digital. And so these are all options that we can use. Probably there is no one best. With some experience, I start to think that having multiple sessions with short interval in between is possibly the best way, so that the people is not overwhelmed by the understanding the method, understanding the case study. They can just reflect a little bit, sleep on it, but then without too long a break, continue their work. And eventually, in my experience, is always successful. As I mentioned, next case study, we will be working in coastal areas. The city, this is the municipality of Quartu Sant'Elena in Sardinia, again in the metropolitan city. The city center is just attached to Cagliari, but there is a big part of population that live in low-density settlement on the coast. And they usually complain that the mayor think about the city, but not about the dispersed settlement on the coast. So we want to help them to come out with a meaningful proposal to the mayor, not to go individually to talk to the mayor, because in that case their success will be probably not very big. And from a more basic research perspective, with Francesco as well, we are participating to the new grand challenge of the International Geodesign Collaboration. Here the idea is try to understand how to deal with the climate adaptation and to do that globally with the participation of a big network of university. You can see a map in the slide with some case study area where local partners will be working. In the Mediterranean, you see there is Sardinia, there is Basilicata, there is a big area in Portugal, and there is the whole Slovenia, bigger areas in the north of Europe and a few other around the world. And this is a big effort. I'm not sure we will solve the problem with this project, but we think that is extremely challenging to try to understand what happened if we apply this methodology that is very successful at a given scale. When we go to a much bigger area, different scale, how to work the connection between the scales. So if you are interested, have a look at the International Geodesign Collaboration website. The project is based on voluntary contribution by the partner, and the core group will provide global data set to run the project, and the technology, as the technology and geodesign technology for free. And so if you are interested in geodesign, if you are interested in climate adaptation, probably you should give a look. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michele. I believe that we have some minutes, some time to have a kind of discussion. I took some notes about previous presentation. How can we manage this? We can start from some specific question or some general problems.
I will start from asking the audience if they have any question. Please, Juanita.
You had a very large workshop, 35 participants, and you said that the online setting worked quite well for you. Did you find that there were quite a few people who were hiding behind switching their cameras off? And even though you think it worked well, what was the level of participation across all 35 participants?
Yeah, very good question. Of course, as in other type of processes, there are more or less active people, and this may depend on their role, but also on their personal kind of character. And what I noticed during the workshop was that, of course, some of the participants from smaller municipalities were less active, probably only listening at some point. But then some kind of partnership with other municipalities, representatives from other municipalities established spontaneously. And I recorded that some that were more, that learned how to work this way faster, then helped the other to do their job. And of course, again, this is not only to get a design result. It's also a way of working that help people stop fighting and start collaborating. And this is as important as getting eventually a good design. Especially in strategic planning, again, as I said, strategic planning should be something updated constantly. As the system evolves, we can record almost real time now. So we should repeat the exercise, make it short, agree, make a few steps further, and then reanalyze everything based on monitoring, etc. And so, especially in this kind of process, establishing partnership and willingness to collaborate, which is not the case usually. And this is actually something that I wanted to ask to you. What was the attitude? Because our country probably has a different culture and also attitude of participants to collaborate to certain processes. In my case, the attitude of the municipalities in the last case study, but also of the private sector and NGOs in the Oristano case study was very skeptical, and a lot of criticism was expressed at the beginning. But then at the end, those who survive this initial skepticism, they come back with a big smile and say big thank you, because eventually they were very rewarded by the experience. The possibility to talk on the same level among them, with the private sector, with the administration, is something that most of the time doesn't work. And what about you? The participant to your workshop. From your description, I would expect that they were willing to participate since the beginning. Is that true?
Yes, everybody was. We were a small group, and we most of us had worked together before. So there was a lot of enthusiasm from everyone to participate. There was definitely, like I mentioned, skepticism in terms of what others were generating. But this might be, this can be overcome, I think. Overall, just another comment that I wanted to make is that I think that it happened in our case as well. We had our workshop over 3 days, and you could definitely see their confidence building over the course of the 3 days, not only in using the tools, but also communicating with each other. And so the way you did your workshop across a really long, protracted time, I think that definitely also contributes to building that trust between the participants. Did you have any issues with inconsistent participation, people who should be at the session but then didn't show up, and now there's a gap, and then they might be there the next time, and then they send someone else, and there's inconsistency throughout the process?
Yeah. There is one specific municipality which was very skeptical since the beginning. They didn't show up constantly, and they contributed very little. But the result was that the other made a good job without them, and they could not express their view. So they were very stubborn and wanted to do their own things in their place, but eventually they just contribute less, and they probably will learn next time, now that Metropolitan City is spending money to implement the plan, that maybe they miss a good occasion to do that.
Okay. I really appreciate the investigation about, for example, the satisfaction or the comments related to the participants. But I'm really curious about, from the other side, if there were some results about the project that are financing in the last few years in the municipality of Cagliari. Explain, for example, this strategic plan involved some question about the future development of the city, of course. And so did you investigate about the project that we're financing in the last few years from the municipality? There is kind of a coherence between the municipality plan and the decision that we're making these few years and the workshop that you prepared for them. I don't know if this is clear, the question.
I'm not sure I understood. You mean, are you asking if I'm monitoring how the results were implemented? Yeah, actually we had a meeting last June. We ran a geodesign workshop tutorial, this time with 70 people. It was a simulation, so with many Italian PhD students, and we had a talk by the responsible person of the metropolitan city of Cagliari, and so basically, yeah, the plan was adopted. We ran the workshop in April 21. The plan was adopted in July 21. And they are already implementing, I mean, not all of it, but a big share. A part of it is coming also from the municipality through the workshop. Okay. Because eventually, what the plan coordinator did, he managed in a good way to reassemble all the proposal and the requirement by the different part of the community, including the municipality, but also the private sector and also the citizens, and rearrange along a main strategic theme. And so now they are implementing by theme. But many part of those strategic theme comes from the workshop.
Okay.
I didn't do a very precise. But usually I talk with this responsible person every 6 months, and they are very happy about the result. This is what I can say.
Thank you.
Any question? We can try to go to some maybe more general comment. We still have a little bit of time. And Anna Clara, do you have any general comment from your side?
Okay, I would like to invite all of you to come to Brazil in December, because we will have Geodesign South America, in a very beautiful place that's called Fortaleza in the northeast of Brazil. So plan your vacation in Brazil in December and come for Geodesign South America. We will talk about geodesign applied to climate change. So we will have a very good meeting here. We are preparing it with very good speakers and presentations. So consider coming to Brazil.
Do you have any link to share with the participant here about this initiative?
You can search for us in Facebook and in Instagram.
Okay.
You just have to write Geodesign South America altogether. Geodesign South America. Because I'm not the coordinator this year, I'm just helping them. The coordinator will be Professor Newton Becker from the Federal University of Ceará in the Northeast. So you can search for it in Facebook or in Instagram. And as soon as possible, because it will be, the inscriptions will be in a web platform like something like this. But they didn't share it. So follow it in Facebook, Instagram, and you'll find out all the information there.
Okay, thank you very much. Francesco, you have a lot of notes.
Yes.
As usual.
As usual.
Please.
No, but let's go to highlight some keywords that could be the basis of a future also discussion. I appreciate Fabrizio when he stated that geodesign in his research view it means acting with the people, no? Which is something very, how can I say, oriented to achieve results, no? Acting with people. You asked for some suggestion, and I want just to take a few seconds to give you something. The first, I believe that you have more specifically defined the scope of your research project, because actually if you remain on such a general topic, it may becomes difficult to finalize the applications on specific target and so on. Then geodesign has its own rules, and we stated that according to the rules it helps in the process, no? So please comply with them, and you can also practice specific software from Geodesign Hub to GISCO Lab. There are many options, no, that supports those processes. And then also take care of participation barriers, because if you analyze that young people are not included in traditional participation practices, also according to your literature review, probably they cannot be enough to justify a participation process. Or if you go in online participation, exclusively online participation methodology, you probably are excluding major groups of stakeholders that are not used to adopt the tools in order to collaborate and to participate. So some general consideration about that. It is interesting, the contribution by Anna Clara about the landscape planning application, no, of geodesign approach, especially when she go through the 5 classification, different thematic classification, in order to achieve a final one that becomes the map where people are asked to go in the design process. Is something that is remarkable not only for the result, but probably mainly for the analytical process, now that is beyond this approach. Of course, the topic of the scale emerged. Many different scales from the application, from the Anna Clara group, from the public space design in order to mitigate the effects of flooding and mining, no? To the other scale that you mentioned, according to climate change mitigation effort at global scale. So the scale remains a dimension that you have to control, that you have to set up and to think about since the beginning of the process, in order to ask also people to be coherent with that scale. The proposal, the solution, the project that you include in the workshop has to be coherent. It has to be properly defined in the scale that we are using. And a final remarks is the idea that voting is something that we have to consider at the end of the day. No? If voting is the expression of the negotiation, the question is, we can accept this approach, or we believe that the performance, the technical performance of such solution, which could be really different from the results of a voting exercise at the end of the workshop, should be something that we have to preserve in the workshop. And so the idea that someone in the international geodesign collaboration groups today affirms that probably evaluation map is not so relevant, is not so critical in the process of implementing geodesign. But you said exactly the contrary, and I agree with you. How technical competence, domain-specific competence, has a role in the process. Or people can go in the workshop and state his own idea without any technical control, without any technical boundaries or feasibility boundaries or something. I believe that are open questions, of course, that arose also from the presentation that we discussed today.
Actually, I have a partial answer, because this is also a recurrent question for me. I can say that in the past, people didn't care to build in flood-prone areas, and then they have flooding and damages and loss of life sometimes. And now we learn that we should not build, and so we have a layer that helps us not to go there to build housing. And an evaluation map is just a synthesis, inaccurate, because it's a synthesis. So we put together in an evaluation model which give the direction to build an evaluation map. We put a lot of instruction, a lot of information, and to put all these things together, we have to simplify. I gave a lecture, a presentation. There is no paper yet behind at the ISOP conference just about the role of evaluation map. When we do evaluation map, we have to make so many assumptions, so many simplifications. We use large-scale data, but then we have to deliver through the web these evaluation maps, and they can't be larger than 1 megabyte, so we generalize again. Well, we are building a model, and we know that building a model is not a final solution. Building a model is a way of learning, and this exercise, I think, is very important, an important contribution, and this is why this is the most time-consuming part, actually, of setting up a workshop. Then, how to do it? We do it with the system expert alone, we do by our own, we involve other people. There are many possibilities, and the framework told us that. So depending on the situation, we decide who involved at what stage. And for example, working with citizens, I basically realized that I could reuse the evaluation map that I made for the metropolitan city scale. And this is also very interesting because it means that there is a little bit of scale invariance to some extent, and I would like to understand more about that. And then I showed those models and those maps to the people who are going to participate to see whether they could give me additional feedback that I might include in those evaluation maps. And then when you use the evaluation map, you have to have the sensibility to give advice based on that. And I think it's always about the recommendation that you get from a doctor when you don't feel well. The doctor not always has a clear solution, a clear diagnosis or prognosis. Give you some advice. It's up to the patient to apply or not, and things evolve. So, and medicine is probably a science, more science maybe than planning or design, but still the situation I see is very similar. And in fact, there is no information system, let's see with artificial intelligence in the future, that can help to make a medical diagnosis. We need doctors, we need good doctors, expert doctors, sensible doctors, not doctors are good, so we have to make experience, learn more, develop more knowledge, and hopefully at some point give a contribution. Well, one more note from something that I really was reflecting on during the presentation and discussion. Anna Clara and her colleagues presented several case studies where there was important role of the impact model. And also this is something that you should always pay attention. When I started working on the application of the framework, I thought, okay, the impact model is the easy part. So in a way, I was distracted by the evaluation model or other parts that to me were more difficult. But in a way, I forgot to pay proper attention to the impact model. And all the examples by Anna Clara and colleagues remind me that also we should not stop working on developing effective and meaningful impact model as well. Okay, it was a long session. We made it on time. Thank you, everybody.
Let's anticipate that we remain on the topic because we have funded the national research project on geodesign. So we are still working on it. So if anybody want to contribute or take advances from what we are going to implement, we are here also happy to share with them. Okay.
Okay, I think it's time for a coffee. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We had some little technical difficulties, and
yes, but it was important to be here, even with technical difficulties.
Yeah. But eventually we made it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Good afternoon. Sorry. We will start with the plenary session. Okay. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce this first plenary session of INPUT2023 conference, together with my colleague Angela Pilogallo. And we want to introduce you our first keynote speaker for this conference, Professor Sara Miro. Currently, she is an associate professor in the School of Geographical Science and Urban Planning at the Arizona State University, where she leads the Planning for Urban Resilience Lab. Her interdisciplinary work merged together urban geography and planning to make cities more resilient in the face of the climate change and other social and environmental challenges. And now my colleague, Angela Pilogallo, will introduce our host's scientific research more in depth.
Hi. After the PhD at the School of Natural Resources and Environment at the University of Michigan and a master's degree in International Development Studies from the University of Amsterdam, she began her academic career in the fields of urban geography and planning, with a focus on social ecological systems as part of a broader line of research focusing on the resilience of urban settlement against the challenges posed by climate change. Following a multidisciplinary approach, research explores the complexity of urban resilience by integrating conceptual studies, spatial analysis, and empirical methods to support green infrastructure planning as a prime tool for climate change adaptation. She deepened the topic of urban resilience by providing a critical reading and bringing the social dimension back to the center of decision-making. In one of her most cited works on urban resilience, she points out how the success of policies and intervention aimed at shaping truly resilient cities depends from an inclusive, open, and collective approach that is the only one capable of capturing the contextual factor that also determine the temporal and spatial scale to which urban resilience applies. Many of her work developed the concept of climate adaptation, multifunctionality of green infrastructure, and the provision of ecosystem services from a perspective that gives absolute priority to the environmental justice, based on the three pillars of identification of needs, definition of beneficiaries, and fair distribution of expected benefits. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that really lovely introduction. I should have you write my bio, I think. That's very, very kind. And thank you, all of you, for joining today and for inviting me to give this presentation. It's an honor. And also sticking with it. I know it's the end of the day and everyone is, I'm sure, tired after a long and productive first day of the conference. So in this presentation, I wanted to give a little bit of an overview, sort of high-level perspective on urban climate resilience in theory and practice. And just today, it was officially announced that we have lived through the hottest summer ever. I don't think this is really a surprise to anyone. It feels like we've had an endless barrage of record-breaking climate disasters around the world this summer. Just a few photos of some of these here. I'm based in Phoenix, Arizona, which is kind of, in the US context, sort of ground zero for heat, which is, the basic almost fingerprint of climate change, right? And so I'm definitely been experiencing it this summer. And, you know, as many people have pointed out, this is likely to be one of the cooler summers of the future, right? Which is a scary thought. So as we struggle collectively, right, to keep up with these threats, it's probably not really a surprise to anyone that in a highly urbanized world, majority urban population and growing, right, that there's the interest in building more climate resilience, or essentially the ability to deal with these climate stresses and shocks, particularly in urban areas, has really been increasing in recent years. And this is both in research, as you can see here in this graph, right, as well as in practice. And in fact, some have suggested that resilience, right, this idea of urban resilience, is actually maybe replacing sustainability over the last decade as one of the sort of primary organizing principles or policy frames for cities' efforts to deal with, you know, the challenges of the future. And actually, in the most recent IPCC report, the AR6, right, this concept of climate resilient development specifically really emerged as a central concept. It was one of the most striking, I think, additions for me when I was reading through the report. And they define this climate resilient development as the process of implementing climate action, including greenhouse gas mitigation, risk reduction adaptation. So we've got climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable development, and it's supposed to be a sustainable development for all, right? So a kind of equity focus. The report also really highlighted that we are currently not on a climate resilient development path. We're far from it. And also, we don't have a lot of time to get onto this path, because some of these pathways are rapidly disappearing if we don't get on them, right? So in this talk today, I want to reflect on urban climate resilience. Building on this notion of climate resilient development, urban climate resilience would theoretically, right, need to achieve climate mitigation, reducing greenhouse gases, right, adaptation, and sustainability. And it should be equitable. And given how far off we are currently from this climate resilient development pathway, these efforts are going to need to be pretty transformative, right? They're not just going to be incremental changes, they're going to have to be fundamental system changes. And so the big question that I sort of want to dig into today, and I mean, I'm not going to be able to, you know, definitively answer it, but I want to share some of the work that I've been doing over really the last decade to try and get at this is, are these needs, right, for climate resilient development, for urban climate resilience, reflected in both research and, even more importantly, in the practice that has been emerging around resilience planning. So I'll start here with the connection between resilience and sustainability. So for the last decade that I've been studying resilience, urban resilience specifically, people have very often asked me, well, what is the difference, right, between resilience and sustainability? And my answer has always been probably a little bit unsatisfactory, as it depends, right? It really depends how we're defining resilience, how we're defining sustainability to some extent, right? And the reality is that varies a lot, because resilience, broadly, as well as urban resilience specifically, is what's often referred to as a boundary object or concept. And this is a concept that really appeals to different disciplines and, you know, brings these different fields together, fields or even sectors, right? If we're talking about practice, say in a city, engineers, ecologists, right? People may be focused on responding to terrorism. Suddenly they're all coming together at, say, an urban resilience meeting or a resilience committee in a city. And they have this common interest in promoting resilience, but they don't necessarily agree on what that actually means, right? Like, what is this concept of resilience? And I like this graphic here that Lorenzo Celleri developed, showing the different fields and foci, right, that have contributed really over the years to urban resilience research. And I think when we see this, it makes sense that there are these different understandings of resilience, and that actually can be quite challenging. This is a sort of broader issue with boundary objects, is that because they're often conceptualized in very different ways, yes, they bring people together, but actually coming to some agreement on what you want to do, moving from maybe discussion or even argumentation into some sort of implementation can be difficult. So in actually a 2019 meta-analysis that I collaborated in, we looked at the many different review papers that have come out on resilience across disciplines and topics. And we really tried to understand, okay, how are these different perspectives, right? How are they thinking about resilience? And we really concluded that there are kind of three fundamental understandings of resilience. There's the idea of resilience as a system trait or condition. There's resilience as a process, right? A lot of governance attributes, how you actually manage the system, as opposed to a characteristic of the system itself. And then third, as an outcome, right? Or a goal, where we want our city to be resilient. And these different understandings have really important implications. So let's go to that relationship between sustainability and resilience, right? If resilience is a system trait, then it actually may or may not support sustainability. So you could have a really sustainable, so you could have a really resilient but very unsustainable system, something like a poverty trap or our current fossil fuel dependent energy system, right? These seem pretty resilient to a lot of, efforts to change them, but we wouldn't necessarily say those are sustainable, right? If resilience is a process or a way to really adaptively manage system changes to weather these disruptions, right, then resilience is actually more of a prerequisite, right, for achieving our goal of having a more sustainable system or a sustainable city. And finally, if resilience is actually an outcome or a goal, well, now it sort of gets a little murky because it kind of seems like resilience is a replacement for sustainability, right? So sustainability and resilience can both be goals, but maybe resilience is a little bit more of a suitable goal for this highly dynamic world. So again, differences between resilience and sustainability are really shaped by the way we're thinking of resilience. And this is not just a theoretical tension. So I was part of a large research project that involved a number of institutions and focused on urban resilience in 9 cities in the US mainly, as well as a few cities in Latin America. And as part of this project, we surveyed diverse stakeholders who were involved in essentially resilience efforts in each city. These included academics, practitioners, city officials, nonprofits, community groups, etc. And we asked them, well, what does urban climate resilience actually mean? And then we used these open-ended responses and actually coded them. And what we found was that the majority of survey respondents, so around 55%, did define resilience as a system property, and about 40% as an outcome, with fewer, around 22% as a process. And these add up to more than 100 because some people actually recognize both, right? So they talk about it as both a system characteristic and a property of how you would manage that system, right? So it could count as a process and a system characteristic. But again, the property of the system, if that's what resilience is, this suggests that resilience may or may not be leading to sustainability. And an outcome, then we assume that these two would be related. But we actually, as part of this analysis, looked explicitly at whether they connected resilience to sustainability. And what we found was that very, very few of the respondents to the survey really made that connection. It was about 5% actually out of all of them. So what this sort of suggests to us was that if resilience is going to potentially replace sustainability or be used interchangeably with it, then that might actually be an issue, right? Because there's no guarantee that these sustainability aims are still going to be presented or still going to be promoted through resilience efforts. And despite what the IPCC definition of climate resilient development suggests, it's not really clear that resilience is going to encompass climate change mitigation either. And I'll give an example in a second of why. We find this, so we saw this to some extent in the survey, right? It wasn't that often that we actually saw mentions of greenhouse gas reductions or climate change mitigation. And then again, very few mentions of sustainability. And actually, this is something somewhat similar when we looked at another study that focused on how the general public is thinking about resilience versus sustainability. So in this here, so again, now shifting to a new study, this was from a survey of just general US public done through a survey company. And these are the words that were most closely associated in another sort of open-ended question asking about resilience with resilience, and then some of the people in this survey were asked specifically about sustainability. And so we looked at how they were randomly assigned to these different groups, different concepts, so we're able to sort of compare and get a sense of how people are understanding those differently. And what we see is that resilience is clearly much more aligned with withstanding or bouncing back from disasters, right? You can see disasters, natural disaster, right, is coming up quite a lot, whereas sustainability is much more about renewable energy, waste reduction, right, sort of the more traditional pro-environmental behavior, and definitely more aligned with climate change mitigation. So this was actually part of a study where we conducted 3 online survey experiments of broad US samples of the general public to see how people conceptualize resilience versus other global change concepts that we could use, so sustainability, but also actually adaptation and vulnerability too. These are commonly used in the literature and IPCC reports almost interchangeably. And we really wanted to empirically test whether, as a lot of the academic literature suggested, and sort of anecdotal reports from practice too, that people generally perceive resilience as a more positive term, and that people are more, because of this, people are more likely to support efforts, planning, policies, if they're framed around resilience versus maybe some of these other concepts. And so in this experiment, we randomly assigned people to read about policies that make cities more resilient, more adaptive, more sustainable, or less vulnerable. So they were one of these sort of 4 groups. And then we asked questions about those. We also asked how people, again, defined those concepts and also what they associated with each of these terms that they were randomly assigned to. And we can compare across these experimental groups, again, because they're random. Any differences we would generally assume are from the actual concepts. And what we see here is that sustainability is more associated, again, with pro-environmental action, with climate change mitigation, whereas resilience is more associated with disasters, bouncing back. Interestingly, we found vulnerability was more associated with crime and security, and then adaptation with change, with technology shifts as well. So, definitely key differences in how these are understood. So in this graphic here, these are the experimental effects of these three framing conditions, so sustainability, adaptation, vulnerability versus resilience. And so in this graph, if the error bar that you see here crosses that dotted line, that means there's no significant difference. So this is compared to resilience. If they're below, that means it's significantly less. So in this case, these are questions asking about how much people support these efforts, right? How important they think they are and how positive they think those efforts are, right? And so again, what we hypothesized was that resilience, that we would actually see that resilience would be higher, so all of these would be lower, right? If that's what the literature sort of would suggest. But actually, we don't really find this, right? We really see no support for the idea that resilience is this more attractive frame. If anything, sustainability actually receives significantly more support and was seen as more important. And those open-ended definitions and word associations actually led us to hypothesize that maybe the reason we're seeing this is because people are, again, associating these terms with different things, and specifically that sustainability, maybe people are supportive of it because they like these pro-environmental actions. And so we actually tested this in a subsequent wave of the survey, where here we randomly assigned people to get information to see a prompt that specifically mentioned the environment to make sure that they were primed to be thinking about these efforts, that resilience efforts, sustainability efforts, all of these were associated with environment, and the other portion of the survey respondents did not receive this prompt. And what we do see is that when you specifically get them to think about the environment, then the differences between resilience and sustainability kind of disappear, right? There's not a significant difference in support. So this does suggest that to us that if resilience is, again, going to be this new term for environmental or sustainability policy and planning, we actually really need to make sure that the public is aware of this. And at least in the US context, it's not entirely clear that they are. So taking a step back here, what can we take away? What can we conclude about the relationship between resilience and sustainability? So first, I think resilience is a pretty fuzzy concept, and the relationship between those two terms really is dependent on how it's conceptualized. And the practitioners and the public in particular, at least in the US context, do not seem to necessarily be associating the two. So they're not seen as sort of interchangeable in the public's mind, even if, urban researchers and sort of, international policy community often does use those. And so I think as a future research agenda, we need to think about how we can best sort of clarify these common conceptualizations of resilience and, be more thoughtful about, clearly defining from the beginning what we're talking about here. All right, so moving on to the second piece, right? The second question of, well, what is the relationship between urban climate resilience and equity? Now, at a global scale, obviously climate change is widely recognized as quite unjust, with those who are most responsible for it not necessarily experiencing the worst impacts, quite the opposite, in fact. And then, of course, these same sort of unjust, inequitable patterns hold within cities and within communities and populations as well, right? So again, the places and the people that are most disproportionately impacted and most likely to suffer as a result of climate hazards are not the people who are usually most responsible for it. And so this is a fundamental injustice. There's also been increasing recognition that efforts to enhance resilience are themselves not necessarily being rolled out in totally equitable or just ways. And this is kind of what we'll be talking about here. So a common critique that has been, sort of provided now for, really well over a decade in the resilience literature is that resilience itself is inherently conservative, right? That the resilience agenda tends to focus on bouncing back or maintaining sort of unjust and unsustainable status quo. And it also, by really focusing our attention on the capacity to respond to any sort of crisis, we potentially avoid fundamentally questioning what got us into this mess in the first place, right? And so rather than saying, hey, why do we keep, having these crises, these stresses, these shocks, we say, well, we just need to focus on trying to respond and adapt, right? And so this has actually led some to reject resilience altogether. But I think, on the other hand, my perspective is that the ship has somewhat have sailed here, and communities and policy makers, decision makers are developing resilience policies and plans, and so we want to do this in more critical and more just ways, beyond just say critiquing the concept. But I do think there's some definite valid arguments here, right? So what about in practice, right? Going back to that survey from the 9 cities that we did, we found that very few, again, of the definitions actually connected resilience to equity issues, so pretty similar to sustainability. But actually, at least with equity, there were a slightly larger percentage of the respondents did discuss some sort of equity-related issues as part of their definition. But it was still less than 10%, right? So again, a small fraction. And we do see quite a bit of variation in this by city, even in this small sample. So Portland, Oregon, for example, really stands out that over 30% of the respondents included some equity dimension in their definition, whereas the city of Hermosillo or Baltimore, really no one. We had Hermosillo or say San Juan, we see very little, right? Similar to this, in another study, some colleagues and I looked specifically at how social equity was addressed in the first 10 resilience plans developed for North American cities as part of the 100 Resilient Cities program. We also developed a framework, which we really derived from the literature on social equity and environmental justice, to say, okay, well, what would it mean for to promote social equity in a resilience planning context? So the framework that we adopted, again, drawing on sort of existing theory, was a 3-part one that includes distributional, recognitional, and procedural components. And so you can see examples of a quote from the different plans that we categorize as fitting into each of these ones. So this is a qualitative analysis. So distributional equity is really about the fair allocation of infrastructure, services, right? Environmental amenities or disamenities, right? Say Lulus, as well as opportunities within the city. So as you can see in this quote from New York City, recognitional equity, the second component, is about acknowledging that different groups and communities within your cities are going to have unique histories, cultures, and as a result, they have different needs. And you want to really promote respect for this and try and meet people where they are and with what they need, right? You can see this in the recognition of a long history of systemic racism and the need to actively redress that in Boston's plan, as I've included in this quote. And then finally, procedural equity is about inclusive participation in the development of plans, but also in decision-making in the cities. The people who are impacted, right, should have a voice in it. And so what we found across these 10 plans was that there really was a huge variation in the extent to which they were addressing social equity. So at one extreme, we have Boston, where racial equity was really the central lens in the plan. They mentioned equity 91 times, so they really focused on that in their resilience plan. as opposed to Boulder, Colorado, which actually had no mentions at all of social equity in any sort of synonym, right? And what we found too was that when cities did mention equity, they tended to focus more on distributional equity. This isn't really surprising because this is kind of the most common way of thinking about equity, less on procedural equity, and least of all recognitional equity. So this was really missing in most of the plans. We also found, perhaps unsurprisingly, that none of the plans questioned whether economic growth was fundamentally unsustainable or unjust, or the current economic system. And plans, really didn't do a very good job of talking about how they were going to engage marginalized populations or do much in the way of actually recognizing these structural drivers of vulnerability and inequity. So these were areas definitely to improve. And these findings were actually largely confirmed by another study that I was not part of that looked at resilience plans from not just North America, but from around the world, and again, analyzed how they address social equity and really found similar sort of variation and opportunities definitely for improvement. But actually, it's interesting, a couple of recent studies suggest that at least when it comes to climate action plans, which are sometimes focusing, sometimes using a resilience frame, sometimes not, but they generally focus on climate change mitigation and increasingly adaptation as well, that these actually may be focusing more and more on equity. So there's maybe some promising signs there in these recent studies. But all of these studies that I've been talking about, right, are focusing on how plans talk about equity explicitly, right, or how even definitions of urban climate resilience talk about equity explicitly. But there are, of course, other ways of trying to get at how plans are actually equitable, right? And one of those would be to consider where and who the intended policies and actions are actually targeting, right? So who is benefiting from, positive resilience enhancements, or who perhaps might be, negatively impacted by future plan development. And this is actually something that we've been trying to get at in several projects that I've been involved in over the last few years. And these projects have focused on both flooding and heat as specific climate hazards. And we used the Plan Integration for Resilience Scorecard, which is a specific approach for analyzing policies in plans. It was originally developed for flooding, and we've, by some colleagues, Phil Burke, as well as Matt Melikas, who at Texas A&M and North Carolina. And we, colleague Lad Keith and I, as well as our broader research team, have actually recently adapted the methodology specifically for heat hazards. And so I've applied it both for flooding and heat. I'll talk a little bit about both. And what this approach does is it tries to identify the different plans for a community that are going to shape land use and the built environment. Then you look in those plans, you read them, right, and you identify all of the spatially explicit policies, right? You categorize and then you score them based on whether they have the potential to increase or reduce vulnerability to flooding or heat. And then you sort of map out where those policies would apply across different, so you break up the city into districts and sort of figure out, okay, where would each of these policies apply, and you apply the score there. Then you can add up these scores, these policy scores for each of these districts or neighborhoods to get a sense of, okay, where do we see the most policy attention, and kind of what would be, to some extent, the sort of net effect of these different policies in different plans on resilience. So this is what the scorecard is. And then you can actually compare that scorecard, right, with other sort of indicators of hazard exposure or social vulnerability to check and see, how well the city's doing in terms of targeting, future resilience efforts to the areas that are most vulnerable. And so we, as part of this project, piloted what we're calling the PERS, so the Planned Integration for Resilience Scorecard is sometimes referred to as PERS. We call PERS for heat. We piloted originally in 5 cities. We're now expanding it in work we're doing at the moment. We also developed a guidebook, which is freely available online for how to actually do this method. But what we found from those first pilot communities was the policies with the potential to really mitigate heat were unfortunately not commonly concentrated in the hottest or most socially vulnerable areas in the city. And so there really is a clear opportunity for cities to, better enhance their equity or focus more on equity in heat planning. Okay, so in short, again, what can we take away about the relationship between resilience and equity from this? So again, it's not entirely clear, right? Definitely ambiguous. We do see certainly that there's more acknowledgement that urban climate resilience planning needs to center equity. I think this is a really promising sign. I think we see this both in research and in practice, right? More acceptance that we need to think about equity and take it seriously. But I think there's mixed findings so far with respect to whether this is actually translating into practice. Particularly most of the work that I've seen and that I've done myself has been focused on plans because they provide a pretty, convenient sample to try and understand these aspects. But of course, plans are just plans, right? And we know that there's a big implementation gap. And so something I see as a big future research agenda is a need to really understand implementation, right? Because even when we look at these kinds of scorecards, it's still just the planned policies, and we don't know which ones are actually going to be implemented. And I think there's a lot of places where inequities could come up in implementation. All right, finally, resilience and transformation, right? So we have this sort of ambiguous relationship between sustainability and equity that suggests that resilience is, currently being used, as it's currently being used, may not be achieving all the aims we want. But I think there's a question, right? Is at least it moving us forward in some significant way? Or is resilience, really just about achieving and maintaining the status quo? And this is actually related to a theoretical distinction between definitions of resilience that assume that systems have a particular state or state of equilibrium versus those that think that resilience is sort of this inherently dynamic idea. This is also what's sometimes called as what's sometimes compared to as engineering resilience versus ecological or social ecological or even evolutionary resilience, right? So engineering resilience is about bouncing back or staying the same. Ecological or evolutionary, social ecological resilience, more about maintaining key functions or even actually improving as a result of disruptions. And I would argue that a focus on resilience as bouncing back in practice is going to be really problematic because given how dynamic our cities are, the fact that they, currently aren't particularly sustainable or just, right, how far off we are from that climate resilient development pathway, we need to be not just, bouncing back, but we really need to be bouncing forward and we need to be transforming. And again, if resilience is going to be a new goal or organizing principle, that's how we need to be thinking about it moving forward. So again, do we see this in practice? Well, I would say, unfortunately, not necessarily. So this was data getting a little bit old at this point. This was a 2015 survey where we looked at US local government officials and asked them about their definitions of urban climate resilience. We found actually more disagreement among the practitioners than we had in academic literature. And some people were thinking about it as bouncing back, some bouncing forward, some thought meaningless jargon. We actually coded these specifically, to look at this distinction. And what we found was more often than not, they were thinking about resilience as bouncing back or resisting change rather than bouncing forward. And this doesn't seem to have changed a lot in recent years. So when we coded, again, those definitions from our 9 cities survey, we found that, yes, okay, there's some variation by city, but in general, more people were definitely defining resilience as resisting change or disruption or bouncing back, or even sort of a generic like coping. And relatively few were actually talking about how resilience would involve improving or, least of all, radically transforming our systems. And it's interesting because actually one of the biggest drivers of this urban resilience agenda worldwide in cities, right, was the Rockefeller Foundation's 100 Resilient Cities program, which of course supported cities in hiring a chief resilience officer, developing a resilience plan, which I've mentioned already, a number of people have analyzed. And while this program is of course now defunct and has been for several years, these plans did provide, I think, a convenient window into how cities were actually thinking about and applying resilience. And this program had its aim of actually really fundamentally transforming how cities do their business, right? How their governance is set up. The chief resilience officers were really hoping to, try to integrate, break down silos, right? And you can see this quote from a report that was done about it, that's saying, right, that was the goal. They wanted to transform institutions. And after the program ended, they had the Urban Institute did a final evaluation of the program to try and see if whether they sort of achieve these goals, right? And what we see is that, yes, okay, there seems like there was some progress made in most of the cities, but it would probably be a stretch to call it really transformative. Many of them have not kept their chief resilience officers once the funding for the program ended. They also found in this report that it was the impacts were pretty uneven. So wealthier, higher capacity cities showing more improvement. So also an equity concern there. I think this Urban Institute's analysis seems pretty in line with our equity analysis, suggesting that there's a lot of variation and unevenness, as well as another study where we looked at, again, these U.S. resilience plans using established plan quality principles and compared them with an existing data set of climate change adaptation plans to see whether there was a big difference, right? Were resilience plans representing a major leap forward or advancement? And if you look at these aggregate scores here, adaptation plans in orange, and we can see that it's clear there really is not, that resilience plans are not a major advancement. Both types of plans have a lot of room for improvement, and they actually had sort of different strengths and weaknesses. So, for example, resilience plans, one promising thing, they seem to incorporate a wider range of stakeholders in the planning process, so we're maybe more collaborative, but they actually had weaker fact base, or meaning that they had less climate information, less robust sort of data sources. They also lack strategies to deal with uncertainty. And in both cases, the plans were really quite weak when it came to implementation and monitoring. And this seems especially problematic, again, given the likelihood, this seems problematic for increasing the likelihood that these efforts will actually be transformative, right? If the plans themselves are not doing very well on the things that we think are important for actually implementing them, that's really concerning for how impactful they'll actually be. Now, while there is a lot of room for improvement, even in the quality of these 100 resilient city plans or in the city climate change plans that we analyzed, I think it's really important to recognize that a lot of cities, most cities, right, especially smaller ones, less wealthy, less well-resourced communities, right, they're not going to have either of these plans. The 100 resilient cities were mostly large cities that were already recognized leaders in resilience. That was a specific choice that the program made. Again, in most places, it's not required for cities to have updated climate change plans. At least that is the case in the US. And so the cities that have it tend to be your wealthier, larger cities. So what about these other ones, right? It is still the case that in these communities, there are different plans that are going to be shaping future development and climate resilience, whether that is intentional or not, right? And it's important, right, to think about what the effects of these different plans are. This is what Phil Burke, a planning researcher in the US, and others have referred to as the network of plans, right? The fact that there are these different plans that are shaping different aspects of the built environment and future development. And if we really want to work towards transformative urban climate resilience, I would argue that we need to mainstream it across this full network of plans. And the same, if we want to actually really assess urban climate resilience planning, we also need to do that across the network. So this is what we've been doing again in some of that work, including the Plan Integration for Resilience scorecard, is trying to assess this full network of plans. And I think some of my other recent work on extreme heat planning specifically helps to illustrate why this is so critical. So we conducted a couple of years ago a national survey of US city planners to understand how they were thinking about and addressing extreme heat. And what we found was that one of the things we found was that while most said they were addressing heat in some plan, at least one of them, there was no single plan type that addressed heat in the majority of the communities. So the most common were sustainability, climate, or resilience plans. Not surprising, right? But again, this was only 36% of the cities said that they were actually addressing heat in one of these plans. Versus, their responses were kind of all over the place, as you can see here. And actually, when we analyze the policies in city plans using the PERS for heat approach, most of the policies that we identified with the potential to mitigate heat weren't actually explicitly labeled as heat policies in the plans, right? So the cooling benefit, the heat mitigation benefit, was kind of an unacknowledged co-benefit. Oh, sorry, one sec. So again, all of this suggests a need to, I think a little bit more carefully about this network of plans and about how development is actually shaping urban climate resilience, even if it's not explicitly in a climate-focused plan or policy. Again, focusing for a minute, shifting to focus on flooding, I also recently wrapped up another project that looked at whether planning for resilience was increasing collaboration in 4 US cities. So if you remember that 100 Resilient Cities program, one of their goals is to really fundamentally transform institutions by breaking down silos, bringing in these chief resilience officers who are going to connect all of the separate departments and try and increase collaboration. And so this project was trying to see if we actually saw evidence of that, and also whether this would then lead to more integrated plans that would actually do a better job at addressing climate hazards like flooding, as opposed to being sort of more working at cross purposes or being contradictory, as is often the case in cities. And so for the first part, what we did was we looked at social network analysis to try and map out the governance networks around flood resilience planning. And then for the second part, we actually analyzed the city's plans using the PERS scorecard, but plan quality and other methods as well. So just quickly, a few highlights for the governance networks. We found that there were a lot of different organizations. So again, further confirmation that yes, resilience planning does bring in a lot of diverse stakeholders to the table. But we found really low levels of network density or connectedness, suggesting that the collaboration networks are potentially vulnerable to fragmentation, right? So they're not really strong ties. In the same survey that we used for the social network analysis, we also asked organizations whether they thought collaboration had increased as a result of resilience initiatives. And there was definitely not a clear consensus that it had increased, especially if we look at the cities of Seattle and Baltimore, right? They definitely did not really seem to think that. For example, they were thinking it was probably the same or not sure, right? Moving on to the second piece of that puzzle, right? The network of plans. Again, we looked at the content of those plans using plan quality, and we looked at, the information on flooding included in the plans, the public participation elements, implementation monitoring, and we found, pretty mixed results. Some plans were, definitely better quality than others, and there was a lot of room for improvement across the full network. We also looked at how plans referenced each other within the city to try and see how, sort of cohesive of a network do we see. And what we found was that, yes, there were some plans that were, seemed really well connected, that were referencing lots of other plans. But then there were other seemingly very relevant plans. So for example, hazard mitigation plans, a plan specifically supposed to address hazards like flooding and climate and heat. That plan was almost completely disconnected from the other plans in the city. And this seems potentially problematic because raises the risk that policies are not going to be consistent across these plans. And we actually asked, again, organizations in the cities whether they thought the plans were aligned, and actually a minority of respondents in every city said that their plans were very well aligned, right? So there's definitely opportunities to better connect plans. And, finally, I think it's hard to assess whether plans are really effectively enhancing resilience, but we did try to get at this piece of the puzzle using an integration for resilience scorecard for flooding. And as part of this project, one of the things that I was surprised about was that there really are very few longitudinal studies of planning. So it's really hard to actually say whether our planning is improving because we're not looking at it over time. And we did try to do this. So we conducted the PERS analysis for all of the plans in effect in 2015 and then again in 2019. And during that time, the city of Boston had actually developed a lot of new plans, particularly climate adaptation plans, resilience plans, and a new general comprehensive land use plan. And so we found that, yes, these new plans had improved things, but I'm not sure, again, that you could necessarily say it was transformative. There were still policies that, would be actually potentially increasing vulnerability to flooding by, say, calling for new development in flood-prone areas. And we also saw fairly consistent patterns in which areas of the city were targeted most with these policies. So again, not sure that, we're finding evidence of transformation. So again, bringing this all together, what can we say about resilience and transformation? One, I think, urban climate resilience is not really being framed by practitioners as particularly transformative. The evaluations that we've been doing and others of urban climate resilience planning suggest that there's probably more incremental shifts than, transformative changes. But I think moving forward, we really need to not just think about implementation of these plans, which I've already mentioned, but also thinking about, understanding how to better mainstream urban climate resilience. Cities have lots of different conflicting priorities. And there's lots of different climate impacts that now places, everywhere have to plan for. And so we really need to find ways to leverage co-benefits and synergies and try to reduce trade-offs or maladaptations potentially. And so that's going to require, I think, really thinking about how to integrate climate resilience into all of our different planning efforts moving forward. So, again, final conclusions here. What can we take away from all of this about urban climate resilience? Is it living up to the theory, right? I think, first of all, it is still really a fuzzy concept. There's different understandings which translate into different policies, metrics, and are going to actually imply different relationships with things like sustainability, equity, and transformation. And if resilience is going to be, again, a new goal for city planning or an organizing principle, then it really needs to be doing a better job of advancing sustainability, equity, and being more transformative. At present, it just doesn't seem like that is how resilience is often being put into practice. And it's not clear that the resilience planning that we're doing today is actually going to result in the transformations that are needed to address the challenges of the future. So where do we go from here? I think, if resilience is going to continue to be this goal, right, then we need to be thinking about it as bouncing forward, right? We have some work to do in terms of spreading the word about how we should be thinking about resilience, right? Making sure that the public is on board and understands these things. We need to do a better job of incorporating equity, all aspects of equity, into our resilience plans and policies, especially recognitional and procedural equity. And we need to better coordinate and mainstream climate resilience across all of our policy and planning efforts moving forward. So I will end there. I just want to acknowledge that all of the work that I've shared here today is very collaborative and would definitely not have been possible with all of the great co-authors that you see here and who have been really fundamental to the work. And yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Quickly, I know you also have a reception to get to, and I don't want to hold you back too long from that. So thank you very much.
Okay. Now you can see the audience clapping you. Thank you, Sarah. Your speech was delightful. I first of all ask the audience if there are any questions, comments, suggestions. Okay, I have a question for you. Do you have any kind of a suggestion about a method or an indicator or a set of indicators, of course, to measure the equity in a resilience plan?
Yeah, so I think that was really the idea with the framework that we came up with, was to think through, okay, what would be the specific attributes that we'd be looking for, the specific things that a plan should include related to distributional equity, recognitional equity, and procedural equity. And I think for each of those, you could imagine how you could translate those into, say, specific indicators. I think if you mean, it's a little harder, I would think it's a little harder to find a quantitative indicator of equity in resilience plans, right? I think one way we've tried to get at that is with the plan integration for resilience scorecard, right? And actually trying to show, at least from a distributional perspective, here's sort of the patterns in policy attention, with a score for each area within the city. But that's really just one small aspect of equity in a resilience plan. I mean, I think, you could imagine also something where you have like a checklist of, how we do the plan quality analysis, for instance, is we'll usually have different criteria, and it'll be kind of a binary assessment where you say, okay, does it include this or not? And so I think you could do that with equity as well in plans. And so, for instance, say, hey, does the plan specifically explain how they reached out to marginalized populations, right? To make sure that they were participating in plan development. And if they don't say anything about that in the plan, then, they get 0. If they did, they get a 1, right? Or another, and that was something that we felt like was missing from a lot of plans, is they usually said, oh yeah, we, engaged, we held 5 public meetings, we, had 1,000 survey respondents, but you have no idea who those survey respondents are. And in fact, if they don't specifically mention, I think it's a pretty fair assumption that that they're not going to be your most vulnerable, most marginalized, underrepresented populations, right? We know from past research that the people who participate are usually the more advantaged, communities. And I think that's a problem, right? So I would want to see that specifically in plans. So I think developing something like that could work. Which is it's a qualitative assessment, but putting sort of a quantitative binary indicator on it. Yeah, and I mean, again, another thing too is I just think it's really hard to evaluate implementation, but I think we need to be doing that. I think one indicator that always makes I think an important indicator is also where is investment going, right? And ultimately, where are resilience investments going, who's benefiting from them, and trying to actually assess that.
Okay, thank you.
But that's, again, the reason we all look at plans and don't do that is because it's really hard to track that kind of thing. And so while I think that's a huge gap, I also am totally understanding of why it is that we don't see a lot of research on the topic. When we've tried to get information on policy implementation, it's really hard to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay. You talk about the plan integration for urban resilience and the necessity to translate the innovation in studies and research in plans and actions. And I think that it's important to select also some indicators to monitoring and control the action of this plan in time. And what do you think about it?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I mean, I think, again, looking at plans, it's a convenient sample, and I think it's a nice window into the intentions of, decision makers in the city around resilience. But we all know that plans are often pretty aspirational, and they aren't, in most cases, at least in the US context, they're not really binding. And so they're written in very vague, aspirational language usually. And so really, I think you really have to get in to look at okay, what actually gets implemented? Where does the budget go? And how can you assess that? But just getting that data is tricky. But I think that is critical, and it's an obvious sort of next step, I think, for all of this work.
Yes, because I have also in my mind the condition of our cities, because in L'Aquila there was an important earthquake in 2009, and the important challenge in this case for the reconstruction is, in particular in face of climate change, is to bring together all of these topics, but it's not so simple to monitoring the real reconstruction, the effect on environmental system and other.
Yeah, and that's actually another thing that has come out of the plan quality analysis that we've done, is one of the weakest areas in most plans is the monitoring piece. Like if you just look, most plans don't even talk about, at least this tends to be mostly in the US context, so I'm not speaking for the whole world, but at least in the US plans, they very rarely have clear steps for how they're going to actually monitor the implementation of the plans, the effectiveness of the actions that are actually implemented, right? Like, I mean, monitoring is super tricky, and I think it's really, really important. I think it's one of the biggest opportunity areas for planning, right? Is in monitoring and evaluation. And I actually think one thing too that I've seen be fairly effective is I think it's an opportunity for cities to partner with researchers is in monitoring, because we know how to do monitoring and evaluation of things that are being implemented. And like for instance, I have some colleagues at Arizona State University who've been working really closely with the city of Phoenix to monitor some of their like innovative heat strategies that they've been doing. So like they've, for instance, been putting in like a cool pavement pilot. I believe it's like one of the largest cool pavement pilot programs in the world. So they're like basically putting, more reflective coatings onto streets around the city. And then they worked with Arizona State University researchers to actually, I'm not part of this, right? To actually like measure before and after kind of how are these working, because these are new technologies, right? And they haven't been applied at a large scale. So like, how do they actually work, right? And depending on what the results show, the city will plan to scale it up, right? Or not. But I think that, like, again, and the nice thing is the researchers can publish on their results, and the work that they've done, and then the city can actually use the information. So obviously the city would not on their own probably have had the technological resources and equipment and time to actually do this kind of fine scale measurement, but the researchers could. So I think trying to think about more opportunities for that as well, and trying to get cities to also maybe use more like adaptive management kind of approaches, which I think this is like an example of that, right? Where the city is trying something, they're going to try to evaluate and monitor it, and then depending on what the results are, they'll make future decisions, right? Adjust to their course of action.
I think it's time for the host to have that question.
We have a question.
Great.
Good afternoon, Sarah. I have a question for you. You talk about a specific city networks, 100 resilient cities, city network, and you talk about some cities with high technical skills and level of resources and technicians and so on. My question is, in the challenge of global climate change and the ambitious target of climate neutrality and resilience, according to your perspective, what is the role of small municipalities, municipalities with less resources, less technical resources, and what could be the role of city networks for this class of municipalities? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think this is something that is a real gap in the literature. And we've been trying to do a little bit of work on this because what we found, for example, when we did the survey of cities across the US and how they were addressing heat, it was very clear, like there were statistically significant differences between small cities. So in that study, we specifically like did a stratified sample across the US of small, medium, and large cities, and there were, definite differences in the amount of strategies that the smaller cities were able, reported implementing. They're doing less, right? Like they had more barriers, and they were using less heat information. So there is definitely a big issue. I think the reality though is like all cities now, well, especially when we talk about, I think there's maybe a slightly different, slight differences in like the climate change mitigation questions versus like adaptation questions. I mean, obviously there's more, the mitigation efforts are going to be, there's more that needs to be done in larger cities, probably more industry based there, et cetera. But adaptation, all communities now have to prepare for basically all climate impacts, right? If we've seen nothing else this year, it's like nobody's safe from extreme heat, nobody's safe from wildfires, right? Like, I mean, they've got to be prepared for everything. And so I think that's where just really trying to really mainstream climate resilience into other things that they're doing anyway. So saying, okay, where are there potential co-benefits where, hey, we want to, for example, in our city, we want to have, we want to promote like automobile, we want to reduce car use for a number of reasons. We want to increase active transportation. That's going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's also going to reduce waste heat in the city. So that means we're going to actually help to reduce the urban heat island effect. Maybe we can add in some, green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, which provide a variety of benefits. But I think it's got to be thinking about like, what are the strategies that are going to achieve multiple goals? Because with those smaller communities, they just don't have a lot of resources. And so they've got to do, whatever they've got, they kind of have to multi-solve, right? And I think that becomes even more important when you have that. I also think a challenge is, and that also requires like working across different departments, right? Across different, often sort of separated budgets, which hopefully in a smaller city that might be a little bit easier because you're just talking about fewer people, but again, I don't know. There's definitely the way you manage and govern resilience in smaller cities is going to be different than how you do it in larger cities. Because, a larger city might have a chief resilience officer or a climate officer, or a dedicated heat officer and flood officer, whatever. You're never going to have that probably in a small community. And so they, the existing staff are going to have to somehow, be trained on how to do climate resilience, right? And I think that's also something that like city organizations, like you say, city network organizations could try to do, have trainings and things like that, providing resources for those communities. I think there's a big role for like boundary organizations in that work too. So like making sure that there may be government, like national funded organizations or something that can help or however they're funded, but organizations that can basically work with those small communities to try to help them through these planning processes, because again, they're just not going to necessarily have the expertise to do it on their own. And so I know that, like, for instance, in the US, there's a program where they develop these sort of regional climate centers that are usually based at universities, but their job is really about outreach. They were previously called the RISAs, now they're called CAPS, CAP program. But the idea of those was to be like a boundary organization that would work with communities, that would help translate climate science for them, that would help them come up with, strategies to address that. And a lot of the time that's going to be working with like smaller communities that wouldn't have those abilities otherwise.
Thank you.
So yeah, I don't know if that's something that's replicated in other countries, but I think there could be, definitely an opportunity for that kind of like extension service around climate. And then of course, well, I guess the other thing is there's a lot of like consultancies that are emerging too now that do this kind of work. But but then the smaller communities need funding to hire them, right? So that's also going to be an issue.
Thank you again, Sara.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah. Good evening from Italy, and thanks for your presentation, for being with us today. And I'm here just to wonder if you try to find out, at least from my point of view, if I understand well, Portland presents some slightly better results in terms of connection between sustainability and resilience and transformation. So did you try to understand what's matter, what make the difference in terms of actions or training or political speech? What is that could be take home like a best practice take home message?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. And I don't think I have not done that research specifically, right? So I would say I don't really know why it is that Portland had such an equity focus. What I would say is that Portland has a long history in the US as a leader of climate and sustainability planning. So while the city of Portland actually they weren't one of the 100 resilient cities, they hadn't been doing as much around resilience per se. They have been a leader in the US in sustainability planning for decades. They were the first city to actually have a climate action plan in the entire United States, right? Like to mitigate climate change. So, I mean, they are just a bit probably further along in some ways in this area than I think most cities are. I mean, it's also like there's also a lot of political differences and things between cities, and certainly Portland has a reputation as like a very progressive city, and in the US, climate action is very much a partisan issue. And so your more progressive cities, more liberal cities, right, politically are going to be more likely to have like climate plans than your other cities. That's just the reality. It's one of the biggest predictors of like who's doing climate change planning, right? Is going to be the political dynamics of a city in the US. And I think that's a little bit unique to the US context.
So no previous experience with the disaster strikes in recent year before your survey? It's just a matter of experience. It will take time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Portland is that, I mean, they're not that, I would say they're not among the most disaster prone. I mean, they have issues, like they have flooding issues from time to time. They've had other things, but I don't know that there was any specific, at least, again, though, I haven't, like, that was just be my sense, like, I have not done, like, primary research in Portland, so I don't know. I wasn't the one who even collected that specific survey data in Portland.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, of course, you're welcome.
Hello, I'm a little tall, so I need to. Okay. It's a very intriguing, actually, thank you. I am Domenico Camarda, professor from the Polytechnic University of Bari, southern Italy. And it's a very intriguing talk because I think that on the back of this idea of researching the concept, what is around the concept of resilience, there is also the fear of not falling in the same bad luck of the word sustainability, which was taken up with many destroying excuses to make a harsh transformation and so on. So this is very intriguing. We are actually involved in a project financed by the EU, European Union, was one of the main objectives of this project is to enhance actions toward community in the sense of increase community resilience, which particularly after your talk, seems to be something different to understand in a complete way, because, for example, we, in European Union, we have a long history of our towns, our cities, very, very long history. Probably compared with the US cases that you talked about before, you should consider American natives to make some extended consideration about resilience, because while we are in many of our towns, some of our towns, we have experienced a path of unsustainable development. We have suffered from top-down sometimes. For example, I live in Taranto, where there is a very large steel plant with many problems of environmental contamination and so on. So we have suffered for unsustainable stages of development. So asking us by the European Union to reveal the way how we to ask us to enhance resilience would be a very bad question, because of the fact that we succeeded in getting over by with the confidence of our internal possibility of resilience, coming from a long history of community history. So my question after this big preamble, I'm sorry, it probably depends also on the very bad position in which I am. Difficult to reason in this way, but my question is, do you think that your study, your research would be changed if substantially changed if you think to extend it to other parts of the world, to let's say to more historically extended parts of the world than the context in which your analysis has been taken. I think that this would help understand what kind of outcomes should we expect from our approach to resilience.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will sit down. I hope you don't mind. But
Sure. No, not at all. Yeah. No, I think it's a great question, and I would hesitate to say definitively that the research, I think obviously, especially concepts, right? Like concepts differ, and words are understood differently in different languages. There's translations. I've interacted with researchers internationally about resilience and heard that, right? That like it's interpreted in different ways. So I am sure that if you asked like the public in Europe about resilience versus sustainability, if you did that same experiment, say, you would get different, you would get different answers in different countries, different regions, right? I am sure that is the case. So I don't feel like I can say that definitively. What I will say is some of the planning challenges, though, that I talked about around resilience planning, I do think are also more common in a lot of places. So actually last summer I did a visiting position at the Politecnico di Torino, and I co-taught a class that was really about like resilience, kind of comparing US EU policies with a faculty member there. And one of the things that we kind of came away from after both sort of giving our lectures on what are the challenges for resilience planning particularly in her case in Italy versus like, the research that I've done in the US. And we, for instance, found this mainstreaming idea to be a really common problem, right? That like we really need to be integrating resilience across all of our planning efforts. But what we find is that, in both places, these plans tend to be developed in isolation. They're not really connected. And then, you might have a climate plan, but it's not, again, it's actually contradictory to like your land use plan. So, you have one plan that's calling for no more, saying, hey, we shouldn't be developing any more in the floodplain. And then you have an economic development plan or a land use plan that is actually proposing new developments in the waterfront area, right? And so like these can be, I think these kind of issues of how to actually better mainstream, better integrate across plans within the city, across different levels of plans, like local plans, regional plans, right? Like coordination regionally. I think these are issues that, at least from the sense I've gotten, those tend to be more universal. So yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of differences, and I would love to do some more comparative work. Actually in the next year I'll be starting this coming April. I'll be spending a semester in Germany doing some comparative work on a whole different area of my research that I didn't even get into today, which is really around green infrastructure planning. But I'll be doing some of that work in Munich and over the next year, trying to get a little bit more comparative. But yeah, a lot of this recent research has really been more U.S. focused. So yeah, so I think it would be really interesting, and I don't know. I feel like I can't say definitively whether or not the results would be similar.
Thank you.
Okay, we thank you.
Of course, I know you guys are late for your reception. I'm sorry.
No, it was a pleasure. If there are no questions, I thank you again.
Yeah, feel free to email me if you have any questions. It's just my first name .last name @asu.edu. So you're always welcome, and you can find me online. So
okay, and maybe we grab the opportunity to collect your slide, because I think that it will be very interesting to deepen your references. Okay. Yeah. So thank you again. And we wish you a great day. Sure?
Yeah, thank you. Have a great rest of your conference.
Because it's in the early morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.